368. Becomes so great, that beside the individual's conscious self-control amatic, blindly functioning apparatus of self-control is firmly established, seeks to prevent offenses to socially acceptable behavior by a wall of deep fears, but, just because it operates blindly and by habit, it frequently introduces such collisions with social reality. But whether consciously or consciously, the direction of this transformation of conduct in the form increasingly differentiated regulation of impulses is determined by the dir of the process of social differentiation, by the progressive division of Fu and the growth of the interdependency chains into which, directly or indirectly, every impulse, every move of an individual becomes integrated. A simple way of picturing the difference between the integration individual within a complex society and within a less complex one is to their different road systems. These are in a sense spatial functions of an integration which, in its totality, cannot be expressed merely in terms of con derived from the four-dimensional continuum. Think for example of the COA roads of a simple warrior society with a barter economy, uneven, unmet, exposed to damage from wind and rain. With few exceptions, there is very traffic. The main danger which a person here has to fear from others is an art by soldiers or thieves. When people look around them, scanning the trees, hills or the road itself, they do so primarily because they must always be prepared for armed attack, and only secondarily because they have to avoid collision. On the main roads of this society demands a constant readiness to fight, and play of the emotions in defense of one's life or possessions from physical traffic. On the main roads of a big city in the differentiated society of RT, by contrast, demands a quite different molding of the psychological apparatus. Here the danger of physical attack is minimal. Cars are rushing in all directions. Pedestrians and cyclists are trying to thread their way through the melee of policemen stand at the main crossroads to regulate the traffic with variety success. But this external control is founded on the assumption that every individual is himself or herself regulating his or her behavior with the exactitude in accordance with the necessities of this network. The chief danger that people here represent for others results from someone in this bustle losing their self-control. A constant and highly differentiated regulation of one's own behavior is needed for individuals to steer their way through traffic. If the STR of such constant self-control becomes too much for an individual, this is enough to put him or her, and others, in mortal danger. This is, of course, only an image. The web of chains of action into which individual act within this differentiated society is woven, is far more intricate, and the self-control to which he or she is accustomed from infancy far more deeply rooted, than this example shows. But at least it gives an impression how the great formative pressure on the psychic habitus of civilized people, their constant and differentiated self-constraint, is connected to the growing 369. Initiation and stabilizing of social functions and the growing multiplicity of activities that continuously have to be attuned to each other. A pattern of self-constraints, the template by which drives are molded, Sinly varies widely according to the function and position of the individual and this network, and there are even today in different sectors of the Western JD variations of intensity and stability in the apparatus of self-constraint that at face value very large. At this point a multitude of particular questions raised, and the sociogenetic method may give access to their answers. But in compared to the psychological makeup of people in less complex societies, differences and degrees within more complex societies become less significant, and the main line of transformation, which is the primary concern of study, emerges very clearly. As the social fabric grows more intricate, the iogenic apparatus of individual self-control also becomes more differentiated, more all-round and more stable. But the advancing differentiation of social functions is only the first, most general of the social transformations which we observe in inquiring into the in psychological habitus known as civilization. Hand in hand with this advancing division of functions goes a total reorganization of the social fabric. It was shown in detail earlier how and why, when the division of functions was low, central organs of societies of a certain size were relatively unstable and liable to disintegration. It has been shown how, through specific figurational pressures, centrifugal tendencies, the mechanisms of feudalization, were slowly neutralized and how, step by step, a more stable central organization and a firmer monopolization of physical force were established. The peculiar stability of the apparatus of psychological self-restraint which emerges as a decisive trait built into the habitus of every civilized human being, stands in the closest relationship to the monopolization of physical force and the growing stability of the central organs of society. Only with the formation of this kind of relatively stable monopoly institutions do societies acquire those characteristics as a result of which the individuals forming them get attuned, from infancy, to a highly regulated and differentiated pattern of self-restraint. Only in conjunction with these monopolies does this kind of self-restraint require a higher degree of automaticity, does it become, as it were, second nature. When a monopoly of force is formed, pacified social spaces are created which are normally free from acts of violence. The pressures acting on individual people within them are of a different kind than previously. Forms of non-physical violence that always existed, but hitherto had always been mingled or fused with physical force, are now separated from the latter. They persist in a changed form internally within the more pacified societies. They are most visible so far as the standard thinking of our time is concerned as types of economic violence. In reality, however, there is a whole set of means whose monopolization can enable people as groups or as individuals to enforce their will upon others. The 370. Monopolization of the means of production, of economic means, is only one those which stand out in fuller relief when the means of physical violence be monopolized, when, in other words, in a more pacified state society the free of physical force by those who are physically stronger is no longer possible. In general, the direction in which the behavior and the affective make you people change when the structure of human relationships is transformed manner described, is as follows: societies without a stable monopoly of FO, always societies in which the division of functions is relatively slight and chains of action binding individuals together are comparatively short. Versely, societies with more stable monopolies of force, always first embody a large princely or royal court, are societies in which the division of functio more or less advanced, in which the chains of action binding individuals are longer and the functional dependencies between people greater. Here individual is largely protected from sudden attack, the eruption of physical violence into his or her life. But at the same time he is himself forced to suppress in himself or herself any passionate impulse urging him or her to attack not physically. And the other forms of compulsion which now prevail in the pacified social spaces pattern the individual's conduct and affective impulses in this direction. The denser the web of interdependence becomes in which individual is enmeshed with the advancing division of functions, the large social spaces over which this network extends and which become integrated functional or institutional units, the more threatened is the social existence the individual who gives way to spontaneous impulses and emotions. The GR is the social advantage of those able to moderate their affects, and the M strongly is each individual constrained from an early age to take account of effects of his or her own or other people's actions on a whole series of links social chain. The moderation of spontaneous emotions, the tempering of the extension of mental space beyond the moment into the past and future, habit of connecting events in terms of chains of cause and effect, all these at different aspects of the same transformation of conduct which necessarily take place with the monopolization of physical violence, and the lengthening of chains of social action and interdependence. It is a civilizing changed behavior. The transformation of the nobility from a class of knights into a class courtiers is an example of this. In the social spaces where violence is unavoidable and everyday event, and where individuals' chains of dependence are, relatively short, because they largely subsist directly from the produce of their own land, a strong and continuous moderation of drives and effects is neither necessary, possible, nor useful. The life of the warriors themselves, but also of all others living in a society with a warrior upper class, is threatened continually and directly by acts of physical violence. Thus, measured against life in more pacified zones, it oscillates between extremes. Compared with this other 3. 7. 1. State formation and civilization. Iety, it permits the warrior extraordinary freedom in living out his feelings, deep passions, it allows savage joys, the uninhibited satisfaction of pleasure from men, or of hatred in destroying and tormenting anything hostile or belonging an enemy. But at the same time it threatens the warrior, if he is defeated, with extraordinary degree of exposure to the violence and the passions of others, with such radical subjugation, such extreme forms of physical torment as RER, when physical torture, imprisonment, and the radical humiliation of individuals have become the monopoly of a central authority, hardly to be found normal life. With this monopolization, the physical threat to the individual is depersonalized. It no longer depends quite so directly on momentary X, it is gradually subjected to increasingly strict rules and laws, and finally, within certain limits and with certain fluctuations, the physical threat when laws fail infringed is itself made less severe. The greater spontaneity of drives and the higher measure of physical threat, are encountered wherever strong and stable central monopolies have not yet formed are, as can be seen, complementary. In this social structure the victorious have a greater possibility of giving free rein to their drives and effects, but greater too is the direct threat to one man from the affects of another, and more omnipresent the possibility of subjugation and boundless humiliation if one falls into the power of another. This applies not only to the relationship of warrior to warrior, for whom in the course of monetarization and the narrowing of free competition an effect moderating code of conduct is already slowly forming, within society at large the lesser measure of restraint impinging upon men initially stands in far sharper contrast than later to the confined existence of women and to the radical exposure of subjects, defeated people, and bondsmen to the whims of more powerful people. To the structure of this society with its extreme polarization, its continuous uncertainties, corresponds the structure of the individuals who form it and of their conduct. Just as in the relations between person and person danger as well as the possibility of victory or liberation arise more abruptly, more suddenly, and incalculably before the individual, so he or she is also thrown more frequently and directly between pleasure and pain. The social function of the free warrior is indeed scarcely so constructed that dangers are long foreseeable, that the effects of particular actions can be considered 3 or 4 links ahead, even though his function was slowly developing in this direction throughout the Middle Ages with the increasing centralization of armies. But for the time being it is the immediate present that provides the impulse. As the momentary situation changes, so do effective expressions. If it brings pleasure this is savored to the full, without calculation or thought of the possible consequences in the future. If it brings danger, imprisonment, defeat, these too must be suffered more desolately. And the incurable unrest, the perpetual proximity of danger, the whole atmosphere of this unpredictable and insecure life, in which there are at 3. 7. 2. Most small and transient islands of more protected existence, often engender even without external cause, sudden switches from the most exuberant pleas to the deepest despondency and remorse. The personality, if we may put I, is incomparably more ready and accustomed to leap with undiminished intensity from one extreme to the other, and slight impressions, uncontrolled associations are often enough to induce these immense fluctuations. As the structure of human relations changes, as monopoly organizatio physical force develop and the individual is held no longer in the sway of confeuds and wars but rather in the more permanent compulsions of peacefulsions based on the acquisition of money or prestige, affect expressions 2sl gravitate towards a middle line. The fluctuations in behavior and effects disappear, but are moderated. The peaks and abysses are smaller, the change abrupt. We can see what is changing more clearly from its obverse. Through formation of monopolies of force, the threat which one person represents another is subject to stricter control and becomes more calculable. Every is freer of sudden reversals of fortune. Physical violence is confined to Bara and from this storehouse it breaks out only in extreme cases, in times of war. Social upheaval, into individual life. As the monopoly of certain specialists grow it is normally excluded from the life of others, and these specialists, the who monopoly organization of force, now stand guard only in the margin of social life as a control on individual conduct. Even in this form as a control organization, however, physical violence and threat emanating from it have a determining influence on individuals in soci whether they know it or not. It is, however, no longer a perpetual insecurity it brings into the life of the individual, but a peculiar form of security. It longer throws him, in the swaying fortunes of battle, as the physical victor vanquished, between mighty outbursts of pleasure and terror. A continued uniform pressure is exerted on individual life by the physical violence store behind the scenes of everyday life, a pressure totally familiar and hardly perceived, conduct and drive economy having been adjusted from earliest youth to this social structure. It is in fact the whole social mold, the code of conduct which changes, and accordingly with it changes, as has been said before, not on this or that specific form of conduct but its whole pattern, the whole structure of the way individuals steer themselves. The monopoly organization of physical violence does not usually constrain the individual by a direct threat. A strong predictable compulsion or pressure mediated in a variety of ways is constant exerted on the individual. This operates to a considerable extent through the medium of his or her own reflection. It is normally only potentially present in society, as an agency of control. The actual compulsion is one that the individual exerts on himself or herself either as a result of his knowledge of the possible consequences of his or her moves in the game in intertwining activities, or as a 3 result of corresponding gestures of adults which have helped to pattern his or her behavior as a child. The monopolization of physical violence, the concentration of arms and armed troops under one authority, makes the use of violence greater or less calculable, and forces unarmed people in the pacified social spaces to strain their own violence through foresight or reflection. In other words, it poses on people a greater or lesser degree of self-control. This is not to say that every form of self-control was entirely lacking in medieval warrior society or in other societies without a complex and stable monopoly of physical violence. The agency of individual self-control, the superego, the conscience, or whatever we call it, is instilled, imposed and maintained in such warrior societies only in direct relation to acts of physical violence. Its form matches this life in its greater contrasts and more abrupt transitions. Compared to the self-control agency in more pacified societies, it is diffuse, unstable, only a light barrier to violent emotional outbursts. The fears securing socially correct conduct are not yet banished to remotely the same extent from the individual's consciousness into his or her so-called inner life. As the decisive danger does not come from failure or relaxation of self-control, but from direct external physical threat, habitual fear predominantly takes the form of fear of external powers. And as this fear is less stable, the control apparatus too is less encompassing, more one-sided or partial. In such a society extreme self-control in enduring pain may be instilled, but this is complemented by what, measured by a different standard, appears as an extreme form of freewheeling of affects in torturing others. Similarly, in certain sectors of medieval society we find extreme forms of asceticism, self-restraint, and renunciation, contrasting to a no less extreme indulgence of pleasure in others, and frequently enough we encounter sudden switches from one attitude to the other in the life of an individual person. The restraint the individual here imposes on himself or herself, the struggle against his or her own flesh, is no less intense and one-sided, no less radical and passionate than its counterpart, the fight against others and the maximum enjoyment of pleasures. What is established with the monopolization of physical violence in the pacified social spaces is a different type of self-control or self-constraint. It is a more dispassionate self-control. The controlling agency forming itself as part of the individual's personality structure corresponds to the controlling agency forming itself in society at large. The one like the other tends to impose a highly differentiated regulation upon all passionate impulses, upon people's conduct all around. Both each to a large extent mediated by the other exert a constant, even pressure to inhibit effective outbursts. They damp down extreme fluctuations in behavior and emotions. As the monopolization of physical force reduces the fear and terror one person must have for another, but at the same time reduces the possibility of causing others terror, fear, or torment, and therefore certain possibilities of pleasurable emotional release, the constant self. 3. 7. 4. Control to which the individual is now increasingly accustomed seeks toward the contrasts and sudden switches in conduct, and the effective charge of a expression. The pressures operating upon the individual now tend to promote a transformation of the whole drive and effect economy in the direction of a continuous, stable, and even regulation of drives and effects in all AR conduct, in all sectors of life. And it is in exactly the same direction that the unarmed compulsions of the constraints without direct physical violence to which the individual is exposed in the pacified spaces, and of which economic restraints are an inst, they too are less effect-charged, more moderate, stable, and less erratic tha constraints exerted by one person on another in a monopoly-free warrior SOC, and they, too, embodied in the entire spectrum of functions open to individual in society, induce incessant hindsight and foresight transcending moment and corresponding to the longer and more complex chains in how each act is now automatically enmeshed. They require the individual incessant to overcome his or her momentary affective impulses in keeping with the longer-term effects of his or her behavior. Relative to the other standard, they inst more even self-control encompassing his or her whole conduct like a tight RI and a more steady regulation of his or her drives according to the social norm. Moreover, as always, it is not only the adult functions themselves which immediately produce this tempering of drives and effects, partly automatical partly quite consciously through their own conduct and habits, adults and corresponding behavior patterns in children. From earliest youth individuals are trained in the constant restraint and foresight that they need for ad functions. This self-restraint is ingrained so deeply from an early age that, a kind of relay station of social standards, an automatic self-supervision of th drives, a more differentiated and more stable superego develops within the and a part of the forgotten drive impulses and affect inclinations is no longer directly within reach of the level of consciousness at all. Earlier, in warrior society, the individual could use physical violence if he/she was strong and powerful enough. He or she could openly indulge the inclinations in many directions that have subsequently been closed by such prohibitions. But they paid for this greater opportunity of direct pleasure with a greater chance of direct and open fear. Medieval conceptions of hell give us an idea of how strong this fear between person and person was. Both joy and pain were discharged more openly and freely. But the individual was the prisoner, he or she was hurled back and forth by their own feelings as by force of nature. They had less control of their passions, they were more controlled by them. Later, as the conveyor belts running through their existence grow longer and more complex, individuals learn to control themselves more steadily. They are now less a prisoner of their passions than before. But as they are now more 3. 7. 5. TLY bound by their functional dependence on the activities of an ever larger number of people, they are much more restricted in their conduct, in their CES of directly satisfying their drives and passions. Life becomes in a sense angerous, but also less emotional or pleasurable, at least as far as the direct ease of pleasure is concerned. And for what is lacking in everyday life substitute is created in dreams, in books, and pictures. So, on their way to coming courtiers, the nobility read novels of chivalry, the bourgeois contemplate violence and erotic passion in films. Physical clashes, wars and feuds diminish, and anything recalling them, even the cutting up of dead animals and the use of the knife at table, is banished from view or at least subjected to more and more precise social rules. But at the same time the battlefield is, in a sense, moved within. Part of the tensions and passions that were earlier directly released by the struggle of man and man, must now be worked out within the human being. The more peaceful constraints exerted on people by their relations to others are mirrored within. An individualized pattern of near automatic habits is established and consolidated, a specific superego, which endeavors to control, transform, or suppress his or her affects in keeping with the social structure. But the drives, the passionate affects, that can no longer directly manifest themselves and the relationships between people, often struggle no less violently within the individual against this supervising part of themselves. And this semi-automatic struggle of the person with him or herself does not always find a happy solution. The self-transformation required by life in this society does not always lead to a new balance between drive satisfaction and drive control. Very often it's subject to major or minor disturbances, revolts of one part of the person against the other, or a permanent atrophy, which makes the performance of social functions even more difficult, or impossible. The vertical oscillations, if we may so describe them, the leaps from fear to joy, pleasure to remorse are reduced, while the horizontal fissure running right through the whole person, the tension between the superego and the unconscious or subconscious, the wishes and desires that cannot be remembered, increases. Here too the basic characteristics of these patterns of intertwining, if one pursues not merely their static structures but their sociogenesis, prove to be relatively simple. Through the interdependence of larger groups of people and the exclusion of physical violence from them, a social apparatus is established in which the constraints between people are lastingly transformed into self-constraints. These self-constraints, a function of the perpetual hindsight and foresight instilled in the individual from childhood in accordance with integration in extensive chains of action, have partly the form of conscious self-control and partly that of automatic habit. They tend towards a more even moderation, a more continuous restraint, a more exact control of drives and effects in accordance with the more differentiated pattern of social interweaving. But depending on the inner pressure, on the condition of society and the position of 376. The individual within it, these constraints also produce peculiar tensions, disturbances in the conduct and drive economy of the individual. In some they lead to perpetual restlessness and dissatisfaction, precisely because person affected can only gratify a part of his or her inclinations and impulse modified form, for example in fantasy, in looking on and overhear in daydreams or dreams. And sometimes the habituation to affect inhibition far constant feelings of boredom or solitude are examples of this. The individual is no longer capable of any form of fearless expression of the moody effects, or of direct gratification of the repressed drives. Particular branch drives are as it were anesthetized in such cases by the specific structure of social framework in which the child grows up. Under the pressure of the dang that their expression incurs in the child's social space, they become surrounded with automatic fears to such an extent that they can remain deaf and sponsive throughout a whole lifetime. In other cases certain branches of may be so diverted by the heavy conflicts which the rough-hewn, affective passionate nature of the small human being unavoidably encounters on its way being molded into a civilized being, that their energies can find only an unwanted release through bypasses, in compulsive actions and other symptoms disturbance. In other cases again, these energies are so transformed that they fall into uncontrollable and eccentric attachments and repulsions, in predilection this or that peculiar hobby horse. And in all these cases a permanent, apparent groundless inner unrest shows how many drive energies are dammed up in form that permits no real satisfaction. Until now the individual civilizing process, like the social, has run its course by and large blindly. Under the cover of what adults think and plan, relationships that form between them and the young have functions and effect in the latter's personalities which the adults do not intend and of which they scarcely know. In that sense, those results of the social patterning of individua to which one habitually refers as abnormal are unplanned, psychological abnormalities which do not result from social patterning but are caused by unalterable hereditary traits need not be considered here. But the habitus which keeps with the prevailing social norm and is subjectively more satisfying comes about in an equally unplanned way. It is the same social mold from which emerge both more favorably and more unfavorably structured human beings, the well-adjusted as well as the maladjusted, within a very broad spectrum of varieties. T. Automatically reproduced anxieties which become attached to the expression of specific drives in the course of the conflicts that form an integral part of EAC. Individual civilizing process may lead under certain circumstances to a lasting and complete anesthetization of these drives, and in other circumstances only to their dampening and regulation within the framework of what counts as normal under present conditions. It is more a question of good or bad luck than of anybody's planning whether a person experiences the one or the other. In either. 377. It is the web of social relations in which individuals live during their most rationable phase, that is during childhood and youth, which imprints itself on their unfolding personality in the form of the relationship between their interalling agencies, superego and ego, and their libidinal impulses. The salting balance between controlling agencies and drives on a variety of levels determines how an individual person steers him or herself in his or her relations to others. It determines that which we call, according to taste, habits, complexes or personality structure. However, there is no end to the intertwining, although the self-steering of a person, malleable during early childhood, solidifies and hardens as he or she grows up, it never ceases entirely to be affected by his or her changing relations with others throughout his or her life. The journeying of self-controls, call them reason or conscience, ego or superzero, and the consequent curbing of more animalic impulses and effects, in short the civilizing of the human young, is never a process entirely without pain. It leaves scars. If the person is lucky, and since no one, no parent, no actor, and no counselor, is at present able to steer this process in a child according to clear knowledge of what is best for its future, it is still largely a question of luck. The wounds of the civilizing conflicts incurred during childhood may heal, the scars left by them may not be too deep. But in less favorable cases the conflicts inherent in the civilizing of young humans, conflicts with others and conflicts within themselves, remain unsolved, or, more precisely, though perhaps buried for a while, they may open up once again in situations reminiscent of those of childhood. In these cases, the suffering, transformed into an adult form, repeats itself again and again, and the unsolved conflicts of a person's childhood never cease to disturb his or her adult relationships. In that way, the interpersonal conflicts of early youth which have part earned the personality structure continue to perturb or even destroy the interpersonal relationships of the grown-up. The resulting tensions may take the form either of contradictions between different self-control automatisms, sunk in memory traces of former dependencies and needs, or of recurrent struggles between the controlling agencies and the libidinal impulses. In the more fortunate cases, on the other hand, the contradictions between different sections and layers of the controlling agencies, especially of the superego structure, are slowly reconciled. The most disruptive conflicts between that structure and the libidinal impulses are slowly contained. They do not only disappear from waking consciousness, but are so thoroughly assimilated that, without too heavy a cost in subjective satisfaction, they no longer intrude unintentionally in later interpersonal relationships. In one case the conscious and unconscious self-control always remains diffuse in places and open to the breakthrough of socially unproductive forms of drive energy. In the other the self-control, which even today in juvenile phases is often more like a confusion of overlapping ice floes than a smooth and firm sheet of ice, slowly becomes more unified and stable in that is considered unsuccessful. In the former, after all the pains and confit this process, patterns of conduct well adapted to the framework of ado functions are finally formed, an adequately functioning set of habits and same time which does not necessarily go hand in hand with it a pleasure balance. In the other, either the socially necessary self-coni repeatedly purchased, at a heavy cost in personal satisfaction, by a majorly overcome opposed libidinal energies, or the control of these energies, wrenching of their satisfaction is not achieved at all, and often enough no pleasure balance of any kind is finally possible, because the social common prohibitions are represented not only by other people but also by the strict self, since one part of it forbids and punishes what the other desires. In reality, the result of the individual civilizing process is clearly unfavorable or favorable only in relatively few cases at each end of the scale. The major of civilized people lie midway between these two extremes. Socially positive negative features, personally gratifying and frustrating tendencies, mingle them in varying proportions. The social molding of individuals in accordance with the structure o civilizing process of what we now call the West is particularly difficult. Order to be reasonably successful, it requires, in correspondence with the strew of Western society, a particularly high differentiation, an especially intensive stable regulation of drives and effects, of all the more elementary impulses. It therefore generally takes up more time, particularly in the mid and upper classes, than the social molding of individuals in less comp societies. Resistance to adaptation to the prevailing standards of civilization, effort which this adaptation, this profound transformation of the whole personality costs the individual, is always very considerable. And later, therefore, in less complex societies the individual in the Western world attains with adult social function the psychic habitus of an adult, the emergence of which by and large marks the conclusion of the individual civilizing process. But even if in the more differentiated societies of the West the modeling the individual self-steering apparatus is particularly far-reaching and intensive processes tending in the same direction, social and individual civilizing processes most certainly do not occur only there. They are to be found wherever, under competitive pressures, the division of functions makes large numbers of PEOP dependent on one another, wherever a monopolization of physical force permits and imposes a cooperation less charged with emotion, wherever functions are established that demand constant hindsight and foresight in interpreting the 3, 7, 9 ons and intentions of others. What determines the nature and degree of such experts is always the extent of interdependencies, the level of the dv of functions, and within it, the structure of these functions themselves. 2. Spread of the pressure for foresight and self-constraint. What lends the civilizing process in the West its special and unique character is the fact that here the division of functions has attained a level, the monopolies are say and taxation a solidity and interdependence and competition an extent, both in terms of physical space and of numbers of people involved, unequaled in human history. Hitherto extensive networks of money or trade, with fairly stable monopolies of physical force at their centers, had developed almost exclusively on waterways, fiat is, above all, on riverbanks and seacoasts. The large areas of the hinterland remained more or less at the level of a barter economy, that is, people remained largely autarkic and their chains of interdependence were short, even though a pound trade arteries crossed such areas and there were a few larger markets. With Western society as its focal point, a network of interdependence has developed which not only embraces more of the oceans than any other in the past, but tends to the furthest arable corners of vast inland regions. Corresponding to his is the necessity for an attunement of human conduct over wider areas and over longer chains of actions than ever before. Corresponding to it, too, is the strength of self-control and the permanence of compulsion, affect inhibition and drive control, which life at the centers of this network imposes. One of the characteristics which make this connection between the size of and pressure within the network of interdependence on the one hand, and the psychological makeup of the individual on the other particularly clear, is what we call the tempo of our time. This tempo is in fact nothing other than a manifestation of the multitude of intertwining chains of interdependence which run through every single social function that people have to perform, and of the competitive pressure that permeates this densely populated network, affecting directly or indirectly every single individual act. This may show itself in the case of an official or businessman in the profusion of his appointments or meetings, and in that of a worker by the exact timing and duration of each of his movements. In both cases the tempo is an expression of the multitude of interdependent actions, of the length and density of the chains composed by the individual actions, and of the intensity of the competitive struggles that keep this whole web of interdependence in motion. In both cases a function situated at a 380 Junction of so many chains of action demands an exact allocation of time. It in people become accustomed to subordinating momentary inclinations to the riding necessities of interdependence. It trains them to eliminate all irregular from behavior and to achieve permanent self-control. This is why the individual so often rebel against social time as represented by his or he superego, and why so many people corn into conflict with themselves whe wish to be punctual. From the development of chronometric instruments and consciousness of time as from that of money and other instruments of integration, it is possible to read off with considerable accuracy how the D of functions, and with it the self-control imposed on individuals, advances. Why, within this network, patterns of affect control vary in some respects. For example, sexuality is surrounded by stronger restrictions in one country in another, is a question in its own right. But however these differences in particular cases, the general direction of the change in conduct, the trend, the movement of civilization, is everywhere the same. It always veers toward or more or less automatic self-control, towards the subordination of short impulses to the commands of an ingrained long-term view, and towards formation of a more complex and secure superego agency. And broadly same, too, is the manner in which this necessity to subordinate momentary of to more distant goals is propagated and spread. Everywhere small leading groi are affected first, and then broader and broader strata of Western society. It makes a considerable difference whether someone lives in a world dense and extensive bonds of dependence as a mere passive object of interdependencies, being affected by distant events without being able influence or even perceive them, or whether someone has a function in so which demands for its performance a permanent effort of foresight and control of conduct. To begin with, in Western development it is certain up and middle class functions that require of their incumbents such steadily act self-discipline in long-term interests, courtly functions at the ruling centers large societies, and commercial functions at the centers of long-distance networks which are under the protection of a monopoly of force which has been stabilized to some degree. But it is one of the peculiarities of social processes the West that with the extension of interdependence, the necessity for such long-term thinking and the active attunement of individual conduct to some large entity remote in time and space, spreads to ever broader sections of society. The functions and the whole social situation of the lower social strata demand make more and more possible a certain foresight, and produce a correspondent transformation or restraint of all those inclinations that promise immediate short-term satisfactions at the cost of remoter ones. In the past, the functions, the lower strata of manual workers were generally involved in the web interdependencies only to the extent that their members felt the effect of remo actions, and if they were unfavorable responded with unrest and rebellion. 381. Short-term discharges of affect. But their functions were not so constructed within themselves that alien constraints were constantly converted into restraints. Their daily tasks made them capable of restraining their mediate desires and affects in favor of something not tangible in the here and only to a comparatively small degree. And so such outbursts hardly ever had success. A number of different nexuses are interlocking. Within every large man network there are social hierarchies, some sectors which are more central and others. The functions of these central sectors, for example, the higher coordinating functions, impose steadier and stricter self-control not only because of their more central position and the large number of chains of action which cross them, owing to the large number of actions which depend on their embents, they carry greater social power. What gives Western development its special character is the fact that in its course the dependence of all upon all becomes more evenly balanced. To an increasing degree, the complex functioning of Western societies, with their high division of labor, depends on the lower agrarian and urban strata controlling their conduct increasingly through insight into its more long-term and more remote connections. These strata are ceasing to merely lower social strata. The highly differentiated social apparatus comes so complex, and in some respects so vulnerable, that disturbances, at any point of the interdependency chains which pass through all social positions inevitably affect many others, thus threatening the whole social tissue. Established groups engaged in competitive struggles among themselves are at the same time compelled to take into consideration the demands of the broad mass of outsiders. But as the social functions and power of the masses take on greater importance in this way, these functions require and permit greater foresight in their execution. Usually under heavy social pressure, members of the lower strata grow more accustomed to restraining momentary affects, and disciplining their whole conduct from a wider understanding of the total society and their position within it. Thereby their behavior is forced increasingly in a direction originally confined to the upper strata. Their social power in relation to the latter increases, but at the same time they are increasingly trained to take a long-term view, no matter by whom and on what models their training is conducted. They, too, are increasingly subject to the kinds of external compulsions that are transformed into individual self-restraints. In them, too, the horizontal tension between a self-control agency, a superego, and libidinal energies that are now more or less successfully transformed, controlled, or suppressed, increases. In this way civilizing structures are constantly expanding within Western society. Both upper and lower strata are tending to become a kind of upper stratum and the center of a network of interdependencies spreading over wider and wider areas, both populated and unpopulated, of the rest of the world. And only this vision of a comprehensive movement, of the spread, often in spurts and counter-spurts. 3. 2. Of certain functions and patterns of conduct to more and more outsider regions. Only this vision, and the realization that we are in the midst of the swell of such a civilizing movement and the chara crises it produces, not at its end, places the problem of civilization in perspective. If one steps back from the present into the past, what pattern structures does one discover in the successive waves of this movement? Looks not from us to them, but from them to us. 3. Diminishing contrasts, increasing varieties. The civilizing process moves along in a long sequence of spurts and coup-spurts. Again and again a rising outsider stratum or a rising survival on whole, a tribe or a nation-state, attains the functions and characteristics establishment in relation to other outsider strata or survival units which, on th part, are pressing from below, from their position as oppressed outsiders, the current establishment. And again, as the grouping of people whi has risen and has established itself is followed by a still broader, and populous grouping attempting to emancipate itself, to free itself from a prison, one finds that the latter, if successful, is forced in turn into the positio an established oppressor. The time may well come when the former oppressed groups, freed from oppression, do not become oppressors in turn, but it is not in sight. There are, of course, many unsolved problems raised by this vista. In present context it may be enough to draw attention to the fact that by and large the lower strata, the oppressed and poorer outsider groups at a given stage development, tend to follow their drives and effects more directly and spontaneously, that their conduct is less strictly regulated than that of the respective upper strata. The compulsions operating upon the lower strata are predominant of a direct, physical kind, the threat of physical pain or annihilation by sword, poverty, or hunger. That type of pressure, however, does not induce stable transformation of constraints through others, or external constraint into self-restraints. A medieval peasant who goes without meat because he too poor, because beef is reserved for the Lord's table, i.e. solely under physi constraint, will give way to his desire for meat whenever he can do so without external danger, unlike the founders of religious orders from the upper strata wh deny themselves the enjoyment of meat in consideration of the afterlife and sense of their own sinfulness. A totally destitute person who works for others under constant threat of hunger or in penal servitude, will stop working once threat of external force ceases, unlike the wealthy merchant who goes on working for himself although he probably has enough to live on without this. State Formation and Civilization 583. OK. The latter is compelled to do it not by simple need but by the pressure of competition for power and prestige, because his occupation, his elevated tus, provides the meaning and justification of his life, and for him constant constraint has made work such a habit that the balance of his mental OMI is upset if he is no longer able to work. Is one of the peculiarities of Western society that, in the course of its allotment, this contrast between the situation and code of conduct of the upper and lower strata has decreased considerably. Lower class characteristics are reading to all classes. The fact that Western society as a whole has gradually become a society where every able person is expected to earn his living through highly regulated type of work is a symptom of this. Earlier, work was an attribute of the lower classes. And at the same time, what used to be distinguishing features of the upper classes are likewise spreading to society at the conversion of external social constraints into self-restraints, into a more or less habitual and automatic individual self-regulation of drives and effects possible only for people normally protected from external, physical fire by the sword or starvation is taking place in the West increasingly among the broad masses, too. Seen at close quarters, where only a small segment of this movement is visible, differences in social personality structure between the upper and lower classes and the Western world today may still seem considerable. But if the whole sweep of the movement over centuries is perceived, one can see that the sharp contrasts between the behavior of different social groups like the contrasts and sudden switches within the behavior of individuals are steadily diminishing. The molding of drives and effects, the forms of conduct, the whole habitus of the lower strata in the more civilized societies, is, with the growing importance of these strata in the entire network of functions, increasingly approaching that of other groups, beginning with the middle classes. This is the case even though a part of the self-constraints and taboos among the latter, which arise from the urge to distinguish themselves, the desire for enhanced prestige, may initially be lacking in the former, and even though the type of social dependence of the former does not yet necessitate or permit the same degree of effect control and steadier foresight as in the upper classes of the same period. This reduction in the contrasts within society as within individuals, this peculiar commingling of patterns of conduct deriving from initially very different social levels, is highly characteristic of Western society. It is one of the most important peculiarities of the civilizing process. But this movement of society and civilization certainly does not follow a straight line. Within the overall movement there are repeatedly greater or lesser counter-movements in which the contrasts in society and the fluctuations in the behavior of individuals, their effective outbreaks, increase again. What is happening under our eyes, what we generally call the spread of 3. 8. 4. The civilizing civilization in the narrower sense, that is, the spread of our institution standards of conduct beyond the West, constitutes, as we have said, the loss so far within a movement that first took place for several centuries with West, and whose trend and characteristic patterns, including science, tech, and other manifestations of a specific type of self-restraint, established the here long before the concept of civilization existed. From Western society a kind of upper-class Western civilized patterns of conduct are spreading over wide areas outside the West, whether through the settlum occidentals or through the assimilation of the upper strata of other natio as models of conduct earlier spread within the West itself from this or that stratum, from certain courtly or commercial centers. The course taken these expansions is determined only to a small degree by the plans or deci those whose patterns of conduct were taken over. The classes supplying models are even today not simply the free creators or originators of expansion. This spread of the same patterns of conduct from the white MO countries or fatherlands follows the incorporation of the other areas in network of political and economic interdependencies, into the sphere of elimination struggles between and within the nations of the West. It is not technolo which is the cause of this change of behavior, what we call technology only one of the symbols, one of the last manifestations of that constant force imposed by the formation of longer and longer chains of actions and competition between those bound together by them. Civilized form conduct spread to these other areas because and to the extent that in through their incorporation into the network whose center the West constitutes, the structure of their societies and of human relationships in GE is likewise changing. Technology, education, all these are facets of the overall development. In the areas into which the West has expanded, the functions with which the individual must comply are increasingly changing such a way as to induce the same constant foresight and effect control as the West itself. Here, too, the transformation of the whole of social exists in the basic condition of the civilization of conduct. For this reason we find in the relation of the West to other parts of the world the beginnings of the reduction in contrasts which is peculiar to every major wave of the civilizing nearness. This recurrent fusion of patterns of conduct of the functionally upper class with those of the rising classes, is not without significance regarding the curiously ambivalent attitude of the upper classes in this process. The habituated to foresight, and the stricter control of behavior and the affects to which the upper classes are inclined through their situation and functions, are important instruments of their dominance, as in the case of European colonialism, for example. They serve as marks of distinction and prestige. For just this reason such a society regards offenses against the prevailing pattern of drive and effect control. 385. Letting go by their members, with greater or lesser disapproval. This approval increases when the social power and size of the lower, rising group case, and concomitantly, the competition for the same opportunities between upper and lower groups becomes more intense. The effort and foresight which tends to maintain the position of the upper class is expressed in the internal merce of its members with each other by the degree of reciprocal supervision practice on one another, by the severe stigmatization and penalties they impose upon those members who breach the common distinguishing code. The arising from the situation of the whole group, from their struggle to preserve cherished and threatened position, acts directly as a force maintaining the of conduct, the cultivation of the superego in its members. It is converted to individual anxiety, the individual's fear of personal degradation or merely lost prestige in his own society. And it is this fear of loss of prestige in the eyes of others, instilled as self-compulsion, whether in the form of shame or a sense of awe, which assures the habitual reproduction of distinctive conduct, and the strict drive control underlying it, in individual people. But while on the one hand these upper classes and in some respects, as noted above, the Western nations as a whole have an upper class function are thus riven to maintain at all costs their special conduct and drive control as marks distinction, on the other their situation, together with the structure of the narrow movement which is carrying them along, forces them in the long run or and more to reduce these differences in standards of behavior. The pantheon of Western civilization shows this double tendency clearly enough. This civilization is the characteristic which confer distinction and superiority on Occidentals. But at the same time Western people, under the pressure of their competitive struggle, are bringing about in large areas of the world a hang in human relationships and functions in line with their own standards. They are making large parts of the world dependent on them and at the same time, in keeping with the regularity of functional differentiation that has been observed over and again, are themselves becoming dependent on these parts. On the one hand they are building, through institutions and by the strict regulation of their own behavior, a wall between themselves and the groups that they are colonizing and whom by the right of the stronger they consider their inferiors. On the other, with their social forms, they also spread their own style of conduct and institutions in these places. Largely without deliberate intent, they work in a direction which sooner or later leads to a reduction in the differences both of social power and of conduct between colonists and colonized. Even in our day the contrasts are becoming perceptibly less. According to the form of colonization and the position of an area in the large network of differentiated functions, and not least to the region's own history and structure, processes of commingling are beginning to take place in specific areas outside the West similar to those sketched earlier on the example of courtly and bourgeois. 386. Conduct in different countries within the West itself. In colonial Rejik according to the position and social strength of the various groups, woe standards are spreading downwards and occasionally even upwards from we may adhere to this spatial image, and fusing to form new varieties of civilized conduct. The contrasts in conduct between the our groups are reduced with the spread of civilization, the varieties or no civilized conduct are increased. This incipient transformation of Oriental of people in the direction of Western standards represents the last wave continuing civilizing movement that we are able to observe. But as TH rises, signs of new and further waves in the same direction can already, forming in it, for until now the groups approaching the Western upper sea colonial areas as the lower, rising class, are at first primarily the upper within those nations. One step further back in history one can observe in the West itself a movement, the assimilation of the lower urban and agrarian classes to standards of civilized conduct, the growing habituation of these group foresight, to a more even curbing and more strict control of the affects, and higher measure of individual self-constraint in their case too. Here too, accord, to the structure of the history of each country, very diverse varieties of as formation emerged within the framework of civilized conduct. In the can-do workers in England, for example, one can still see traces of the manners of landed noblemen and gentry and of merchants within a large trade network. France, the heirs of courtiers and a bourgeoisie brought to power by revolutio the workers too, we find a stricter regulation of conduct, a type of courtesy informed by tradition in colonial powers which have for a long period has function of an upper class within a large network of interdependencies, and polished control of the affects in nations that achieved colonial expansion lacked not at all, because strong monopolies of force and taxation, a centralization national power preconditions for any lasting colonial expansion develop later in them than in their competitors. Further back, in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries early or later according to the structure of each nation we find the same pattern still smaller circle, the interpenetration of the standards of conduct of the nobility and the bourgeoisie. In accordance with the balance of power, the product interpenetration was dominated first by models derived from the situation of th upper class, then by the pattern of conduct of the lower, rising classes, until finally an amalgam emerged, a new style of unique character. Here, too, the situation of the upper class being torn two ways is visible that can be observed today in the vanguard of civilization. The courtly nobility, the vanguard civilite, was gradually compelled to exercise a strict restraint of the affects and an exact molding of conduct through its increasing integration in a network of interdependencies, and which was given expression in this case by the pincer. 3. 8. 7. Net of monarchy and bourgeoisie in which the nobility was trapped. For the ID nobility, too, the self-restraint imposed on them by their function and action served at the same time as a prestige value, a means of distinguishing selves from the lower groups harrying them, and they did everything in their power to prevent these differences from being effaced. Only the initiated member, should know the secrets of good conduct, only thing good society should this be learned. Gratian deliberately wrote his Thèse on savoir vivre, the famous hand oracle, in an obscure style, a RTLY princess once explained, so that this knowledge could not be bought by Yon for a few pence, and Cordon did not forget, in the introduction to his Horizon Civilite, to stress that his manuscript was really written for the private use of a few friends, and that even printed it was intended only for people good society. But even here the ambivalence of the situation is revealed. Winged to the peculiar form of interdependence in which they lived, the court aristocracy could not prevent indeed, through their contacts with rich bourgeois strata whom they needed for one reason or another, they assisted the spreading of their manners, their customs, their tastes, and their language to other lasses. First of all in the 17th century, these manners passed to small eating groups of the bourgeoisie. The excursus on the modeling of speech at Iouert gives a vivid example, and then, in the 18th century, to broader bourgeois strata, the mass of civilite books that appeared at that time shows this clearly. Here too the force of the current of interweaving as a whole, the tensions and competition leading within it to ever greater complexity and functional differentiation, to the individual's dependence on an ever larger number of others, to the rise of broader and broader classes, proved stronger than the barricade which the nobility had been seeking to build around themselves. Oh, it is at small functional centers that the foresight, more complex self-discipline, more stable superego formation enforced by growing interdependence, first became noticeable. Then more and more functional circles within the West itself changed in the same direction. Finally, in conjunction with their pre-existing forms of civilization, the same transformation of social functions and thus of conduct and the whole personality, began to take place in countries outside Europe. This is the picture which emerges if we attempt to survey the course followed up to now by the Western civilizing movement in social space as a whole. 4. The courtization of the warriors. The court society of the 17th and 18th centuries, and above all the court nobility of France that formed its center, occupied a specific position. 388. Within this whole movement of interpenetration of the patterns of conduct ever wider circles. As noted above, the courtiers did not originate or immuting of affects and the more even regulation of conduct. They, like else in this movement, were bending to the constraints of interdependent were not planned by any individual person or group of persons. But it is court society that the basic stock of models of conduct was formed which fused with others and modified in accordance with the position of the carrying them, spread, with the compulsion to exercise foresight, to ever circles of functions. Their special situation made the people of court society than any other Western group affected by this movement, specialists of elaboration and molding of social conduct. 4. Unlike all succeeding group the position of an established upper class, they had a social function be occupation. Not only in the Western civilizing process, but in others such as Eastern Asia, the molding which behavior receives at the great courts administrative centers of the key monopolies of taxation and physical force equal importance. It is first here, at the seat of the monopoly ruler, that all threads of a major network of interdependencies run together. Here, a particular social nexus, more and longer chains of action intersect than at other point in the web. Even long-distance trade links, into which urban commercial centers are interwoven here and there, never prove lasting and unless they are protected for a considerable period by strong central authority. Correspondingly, the long-term view, the strict control of conduct which central organ demands of its functionaries and of the prince himself or representatives and servants, are greater than at any other point. Ceremony, etiquette give the situation clear expression. So much presses directly indirectly on the central ruler and his close entourage from the whole domain. Each of his steps, each of his gestures may be of such momentous and far-reaching importance, precisely because the monopolies still have a strongly private personal character, that without this exact timing, these complex forms of resource and distance, the tense balance of society on which the peaceful operation of monopoly administration rests would rapidly lapse into disorder. And, if no always directly, then at least through the persons of the central ruler and high ministers, every movement or upheaval of any significance in the whole domain reacts on the bulk of the courtiers, on the whole narrower and wider entourage the prince. Directly or indirectly, the intertwining of all activities with everyone at court is inevitably confronted, compels him to observe constant vigilance, and to subject everything he says and does to minute scrutiny. The formation of monopolies of tax and physical force, and of great court around these monopolies, is certainly no more than one of several interdependent processes which provide the momentum of this gradual process of civilization, but their formation provides one of the keys by which we can gain access to 389 forces of these processes. The great royal court stands for a period at the itra of the social networks which set and keep the civilizing of conduct in ion. In tracing the sociogenesis of the court, we find ourselves at the center civilizing transformation that is both particularly pronounced and indispensable precondition for all subsequent spurts and counterspurts in the izing process. We see how, step by step, a warrior nobility is replaced by a nobility with more muted effects, a court nobility. Not only within the Eastern civilizing process, but as far as we can see within every major civilizing one of the most decisive transitions is that of warriors to courtiers. But it had scarcely be said that there are widely differing stages and degrees of this incision, this inner pacification of a society. In the West, the transformation of warriors proceeded very gradually from the 11th or 12th centuries until it slowly reached its conclusion in the 17th and 18th centuries. How it came to pass has already been described in detail. First, the wide landscape with its many castles and estates, the degree of integration was slight, everyday dependence, and thus the horizon of the bulk of the warriors, like that of the peasants, was restricted to their immediate district. Localism was writ large across the Europe of the early Middle Ages, the localism at first of the tribe and the estate, later shaping itself into those feudal and manorial units upon which medieval society rested. Both politically and socially these units were nearly independent, and the exchange of products and ideas was reduced to a minimum. Then, from the profusion of castles and estates in every region, arose individual houses whose rulers had attained, in many battles and through the growth of their landed possessions and military power, a position of predominance over the other warriors in a more extended area. Their residences became, as a result of the greater confluence of goods arriving at them, the homes of a larger number of people, courts in a new sense of the word. The people who came together here in search of opportunities, always including a number of poorer warriors, were no longer as independent as the free warriors ensconced in their more or less self-sufficient estates. They were all placed in a kind of monopolistically controlled competition. And even here, in a circle of people that was still small compared to the absolutist courts, the coexistence of a number of people whose actions constantly intertwined, compelled even the warriors who found themselves thus in closer interdependence to observe some degree of consideration and foresight, a more strict control of conduct, and above all towards the mistress of the house on whom they depended a greater restraint of their affects, a transformation of their drive economy. The courtois code of conduct gives us an idea of the regulation of manners, and the minnesang an impression of the drive control, that became necessary and normal at these major 390 and minor territorial courts. They bear witness to a first spurt in the dio which finally led to the complete transformation of the nobility into koi, and an enduring civilizing of their conduct. But the web of interdependence into which the warrior entered was not yet very extensive or closed. If he adopt a certain restraint at court, there were still countless people and si in respect of which he needed to observe no special restraint. He the lord and the lady of one court in the hope of finding lodgings at a not country road was full of sought and unsought encounters which required and great control of impulses. At court, towards the mistress, he might deny violent acts and effective outbursts, but even the courtois knight was foremost still a warrior, and his life an almost uninterrupted chain of wars. And violence. The more peaceful constraints of social interweaving which impose a profound transformation of drives, were not yet bearing constant evenly on his life, they intruded only intermittently, and were breached by military compulsions which neither tolerated nor required restraint of the affects. Correspondingly, the self-restraint which the col knights observed at court was only slightly consolidated into half-unconscious habits, into the almost automatic pattern characteristic of a later stage. Courtois precepts as noted above were mostly addressed, in the Hayden knightly court society, to adults and children alike. Conformity to them by was never taken so much for granted that one might cease to speak about the conflicting impulses never disappeared from consciousness. The structure self-constraints, especially the superego, was not yet very strongly or developed. In addition, one of the main motive forces which later, in the absolutisto society, played an important part in consolidating polite manners in individual and in continuously refining them, was as yet still lacking. Upward pressure of urban bourgeois strata against the nobility was still relatively slight, as correspondingly was the competitive tension between the two esta. To be sure, at the territorial courts themselves, warriors and town dwell sometimes competed for the same opportunities. There were bourgeois as well noble minnesanger, and in this respect too the courtois court showed to some extent the same structural regularities which later appeared, fully developed, in the absolutist court. It brought people of bourgeois and noble origin in constant contact. But later, in the era of fully developed monopolies of the meaf of ruling, the functional integration of nobility and bourgeoisie, and thus the possibility of constant contacts as well as permanent tensions, was already too highly developed even outside the court. Contacts between bourgeois and warriors such as occurred at the courtois courts, were still relatively rare. In general, the intertwining of dependencies between bourgeoisie and nobility was still slight compared to the later period. The towns and the feudal lords in their immediate or wider neighborhood still stood opposed as alien political and 39. Al units. How little the division of functions was developed, and how great relative independence of the different estates still was, is clearly demonstrated by the fact that the spread of customs and ideas between town, and court, monastery, and monastery, i.e. relationships within the same stratum, even over long distances, was often greater than contacts between ties and towns in the same district. This is the social structure which by of contrast we must keep in mind in order to understand the different the different social processes through which there gradually emerged increasing civilization of the way in which individuals steer themselves. As in every society with a barter economy, exchange and thus mutual dependence and integration between different classes was still slight as compared the following phases. Society's whole mode of life was therefore less uniform. Power of arms, military potential, and property were then extremely closely directly related. Thus the unarmed peasant lived in an abject condition. He is at the mercy of the armed lord to a degree that no person was exposed to theirs in the everyday life of later phases, when public or state monopolies of RCE had developed. The lord and master, on the other hand, the warrior, was functionally so little dependent on his inferiors, though of course such dependency was never entirely lacking. He was, through the overwhelming physical threat normally emanating from him, untrammeled in relation to them to an extent which surpassed by far the relative power surplus of any upper class in relation to lower classes at the later stages of social development. Similarly with his standard of living, then, too, the contrast between the highest and lowest classes of this society was extremely great, particularly in the phase when a decreasing number of especially mighty and wealthy lords was emerging from the mass of the warriors. We encounter similar contrasts today in areas where the social structure is nearer to that of Western medieval society than that of the West today, for example in Peru or Saudi Arabia. Members of a small elite have an immense income of which a far larger part than is the case with high incomes in the West today, is used for the personal consumption of its owner, luxuries of his private life, robes and jewelry, residence and stables, utensils and meals, feasts and other pleasures. The members of the lowest class, the peasants, by contrast, live wretchedly under the constant threat of bad harvests and starvation. Even under normal circumstances the produce of their work just suffices to provide them with subsistence. Their standard of living is considerably lower than that of any class in civilized societies. And only when these contrasts are reduced, when through the competitive pressure affecting the society from top to bottom the division of functions and interdependence over large areas gradually increases, when the functional dependence even of the upper classes grows while the social power and living standards of the lower class rise, only then do we find the constant foresight and self-control in the upper classes, the 2. Continuous upward movement of the lower ones, and all the other change one can observe in any civilizing spurt encompassing broader strata. To begin with, at the starting point of this movement as it we warriors lived their own lives and the burghers and peasants theirs. Spatial proximity, the gulf between the estates was deep. Customs, clothes, or amusements differed, even if mutual influences were not lacking. On all sides social contrast, or, as people in a more uniform worry to call it, the variety of life was greater. The upper class, the nobility, did yet feel any appreciable social pressure from below. Even the bourgeoisie contested their function and prestige. They did not yet need to hold them constantly in check and on the alert in order to maintain their position upper class. They had their land and their swords. The primary danger of a warrior was other warriors. And so the mutual control the nobles impose their conduct as a means of class distinction was correspondingly less. So how this respect to the individual knight was subjected to a lower degree of se control. He occupied his social position far more securely and as a mad course than the courtly noble. He did not need to banish coarseness and vulgar from his life. There was nothing disturbing for him in thinking about the K-classes, they were not permanently associated with anxiety, and thus their social taboo on anything recalling the lower classes in upper-class life happened later. No repugnance or embarrassment was aroused by the sight of lower classes and their behavior, but a feeling of contempt, which was expressed openly, untroubled by any reserve, uninhibited and unsublimated. The sc from the life of a knight discussed earlier in this book give a ce impression of this attitude, although the documentation was taken from Al. Courtly period of knightly existence. How the warriors were drawn step by step into the vortex of increasing, stronger and closer interdependencies with other classes and groups, how increasing part of them fell into functional and finally institutional dependence on others, has already been described in detail from various aspects. These are processes acting in the same direction over centuries, loss of military and economic self-sufficiency by all warriors, and the conversion of a part of the into courtiers. One can detect the operation of these forces of integration as early as the 11th and 12th centuries, when territorial dominions consolidated themselves and a number of people, particularly less favored knights, were forced go to the greater and lesser courts to seek service. Then, slowly, the few great courts of princely feudality rose above all others, only members of the royal house now had the chance to compete freely with one another. And above all the richest, most brilliant court of this period of competing feudal princes, the Burgundian court, gives an impression of how this transformation of warriors into courtiers gradually advanced. 393. In Italy, in the 15th and above all the 16th century, the whole momentum maintaining this transformation, the differentiation of functions, the easing interdependence and integration of ever larger areas and classes, ed. This is seen particularly clearly in the circulation of money, a social movement, the use of and changes in which indicate most accurately the degree of vision of functions, and the extent and nature of social interdependence. The me of money grew more quickly, and at a corresponding rate the purchasing or value of money fell. This trend towards the devaluation of minted metal began, like the transformation of warriors into courtiers, early in the Middle Ages. What is new at the transition from medieval to modern times is not monetarization, with the decrease in the purchasing power of minted metal as such, but the CE and extent of this movement. Here, as so often, what first appears as merely quantitative change, is on closer inspection an expression of qualitative changes, transformations in the structure of human relationships, of society. Certainly, this accelerating devaluation of money is not by itself the cause of social changes that emerge more and more clearly at this time, it is part of larger process, a lever in a more complex system of intertwining trends. Under the pressure of competitive struggles of a particular stage and structure, the demand for money increased at this time, to satisfy it new ways and means were sought and found. But, as was pointed out earlier, this trend had a very different meaning for different sectors of society. This is precisely what shows great the functional interdependence of different strata had become. Favored by this trend were all those groups whose functions permitted them to compensate for the falling purchasing power of money by acquiring more money, especially bourgeois groups, and the kings as controllers of the tax monopoly. Disadvantaged were groups of warriors or nobles who had an income which nominally remained the same but constantly diminished in purchasing power with the accelerating devaluation of money. It was the pull of this trend that in the 16th and 17th centuries drew more and more warriors to the court and thus into direct dependence on the king, while conversely the king's tax revenues grew to such an extent that they could maintain an ever larger number of people at their court. If one contemplates the past as a kind of aesthetic picture book, if one's gaze is directed above all at changes of styles, one may easily have the impression that from time to time the tastes or minds of people changed abruptly through a kind of inner mutation. Now we have Gothic people before us, now Renaissance people, and now Baroque people. If we try to gain an idea of the structure of the whole network of relationships in which all the individual people of a certain epoch were enmeshed, if we try to follow the changes in the institutions under which they lived, or in the functions on which their social existence was based, our impression that at some moment the same mutation suddenly and inexplicably took place in many minds independent of each other, is increasingly 3. 9. 4. Dispelled. All these changes take place quite slowly over a considerable small steps and to a large extent noiselessly for ears capable of perceiving or great events heard far and wide. The explosions in which the attitudes of individual people are changed abruptly and therefore perceptibly, are nothing but particular events within these slow and often imperceptible social shifts, whose effects are grasped only by comparing generations, by placing side by side the social destinies of fathers' grandsons. Such is the case with the transformation of the warriors into the change in the course of which an upper class of free knights was replaced one of courtiers. Even in the last phases of this process, many individuals still have seen the fulfillment of their existence, of their wishes, affect talents, in the life of a free knight. But all these talents and affects were becoming increasingly impossible to put into practice because of the transformation of human relations, the functions that gave them scope disappearing from the fabric of society. And the case is no different, finally the absolutist court itself. It too was not suddenly conceived or created at its moment by individuals, but was formed gradually on the basis of a transformation of social power relationships. All individuals are driven up particular dependence on others into this specific form of relationship. Their interdependence they hold each other fast within it, and the court was only generated by this interweaving of dependencies, but created itself over again as a form of human relationships outlasting individuals, as a established institution, as long as this particular kind of mutual dependence continuously renewed on the basis of a particular structure of society at large, just as, for example, the social institution of a factory is incomprehensible unless we try to explain why the entire social field continuously generates factories, people in them are obliged to perform services as employees or workers for employer, and why the employer is in turn dependent on such services. So social institution of the absolutist court is just as incomprehensible unless know the formula of needs, the nature and degree of mutual dependence, which people of different kinds were bound together in this way. Only thus do the court appear before our eyes as it really was, only thus does it lose the aspect of a fortuitously or arbitrarily created grouping, about which it is neither possible nor necessary to ask the reason for its existence, and only thus does it take on meaning as a network of human relationships which, for a period continuously reproduced itself in this way, because it offered many individual people opportunities of satisfying certain needs generated over and again in the society. The constellation of needs out of which the court constantly reproduced itself as an institution over generations has been shown above. The nobility, or at least parts of it, needed the king because, with advancing monopolization, the function of free warrior was disappearing from society, and because, with 3. 9. 5. Easing monetary integration, the produce from their estates measured NST the standards of the rising bourgeoisie no longer allowed them more a mediocre living, and frequently not even that, and certainly not a social ins that could maintain the nobility's prestige as the upper class against growing strength of the bourgeoisie. Under this pressure a part of the elite whoever could hope to find a place there entered the court, and thus direct dependence on the king. Only life at court opened to individual bless within this social field access to economic and prestige opportunities that in any way satisfy their claims to an existence of upper class distinction. The nobles been concerned solely or even primarily with economic opportunities, they would not have needed to go to the court. Many of them could we acquired wealth more successfully through a commercial activity such as a marriage. But to gain wealth through commercial activity they would have had to renounce their noble rank, they would have degraded themselves in their own eyes and those of other nobles. It was this very distance from the bourgeoisie, their character as nobles, their membership of the upper class of the foundry, that gave their lives meaning and direction. The desire to preserve their prestige, to distinguish themselves, motivated their actions far more than he desire to accumulate money. They therefore not only remained at court because they were dependent on the king, but they remained dependent on the ng because only life amid courtly society could maintain the distance from others and the prestige on which depended their salvation, their existence as members of the upper class, the establishment, or the society of the country. No doubt, at least a part of the courtly nobility could not have lived at court had they not been offered many kinds of economic opportunities there. But what they sought were not economic possibilities as such, they were, as noted above, to be had elsewhere, but possibilities of existence that were compatible with the maintenance of their distinguishing prestige, their character as a nobility. And this double bond through the necessity for both money and prestige is to varying degrees characteristic of all upper classes, not only the bearers of civilite but also of civilization. The compulsion that membership of an upper class and the desire to retain it exert on the individual is no less strong and formative than that arising from the simple necessity of economic subsistence. Motives of both kinds are wound as a double and invisible chain about the individual members of such classes, and the first bond, the craving for prestige and fear of its loss, the struggle against the obliteration of social distinction, is no more to be explained solely by the second, as a masked desire for more money and economic advantages, than it is ever to be found lastingly in classes or families that live under heavy external pressure on the borderline of hunger and destitution. A compulsive desire for social prestige is to be found as the primary motive of action only among members of classes whose income under normal circumstances is substantial and perhaps even growing, and at any rate is appreciably over the 396 hunger threshold. In such classes the impulse to engage in economic activity longer the simple necessity of satisfying hunger, but a desire to preserve a high, socially expected standard of living and prestige. This explains why elevated classes, affect control and self-constraint, are generally more high-oped than in the lower classes. Fear of loss or reduction of social prestige, the most powerful motive forces in the transformation of constraints by self-restraints. Here, too, as in many other instances, the upper-class character of good society were particularly highly developed in the courtly aristocracy the 17th and 18th centuries, precisely because, within its frame, money was indispensable and wealth desirable as a means of living, but cert not, as in the bourgeois world, the basis of prestige as well. To those belong to it, membership of courtly society meant more than wealth, for just this they were so entirely and inescapably bound to the court, for just this reason pressure of courtly life shaping their conduct was so strong. There was no place where they could live without loss of status, and this is why they were dependent on the king. The king for his part was dependent on the aristocracy for a large number of reasons. For his own conviviality he needed a society whose manners he share the fact that the people who served him at table, on going to bed or while hunting, belonged to the highest nobility of the land, served his need to distinguished from all the other groups in the country. But above all he needed the nobility as a counterweight to the bourgeoisie, just as he needed bourgeoisie to counterbalance the nobility, if his scope to manipulate the monopolies were not to be reduced. It is the inherent regularities of the mechanism that placed the absolutist ruler in dependence on the nobility, maintain the nobility as a distinguishing class, and thus to preserve the balance and tension between nobility and bourgeoisie, to allow neither estate to grow strong or too weak. These were the fundamentals of royal policy. The nobility and the bourgeoisie, too, were not only dependent on the king depended on the existence of the nobility. But without doubt dependence of the individual noble on the king was incomparably greater that of the king on any individual noble. This is very clearly manifested in the relation between king and nobility at court. The king was not only the nobility's oppressor, as part of the courtly nobility felt, nor was he only their preserver, as large sections of the bourgeoisie believe he was both. And the court, therefore, was likewise both, an institution of taming and preserving the nobility. If a noble, La Bruyere says in a passage of the court, lives at home in the provinces, he is free, but without support. If he lives at court, he is protected, but a slave. In many respects this relationship resembles that between a small independent businessman and a high employee in a powerful family concern. At court a part of the nobility found the possibility of living in accordance with their status, but the individual nobles were not now. 397. He knights were earlier, in free military competition with each other, they in monopoly-bound competition for the opportunities the monopoly ruler allocate. And they not only lived under the pressure of this central lord, were not only subjected to the competitive pressure which they, together a reserve army of country aristocracy, exerted on each other, they were above under pressure from rising bourgeois strata. With the latter's growing social the noblemen at court had constantly to contend, they lived from the es and taxes that came primarily from the third estate. The interdependence interweaving of different social functions, above all between nobility and bourgeoisie, was very much tighter than in preceding phases. All the more omnipresent, therefore, were the tensions between them. And as the structure of time and relationships was changed in this way, as the individual was now embedded in the human network quite differently from before and molded by joy of his dependencies, so too did the structure of individual consciousness and effects change, the structure of the interplay between drives and controls, between conscious and unconscious levels of the personality. The closer interdependence on every side, the heavy and continuous pressure from all rect ions, demanded and instilled a more even self-control, a more stable superego and new forms of conduct between people. Warriors became courtiers. Wherever we encounter civilizing processes of any scope, we also find structural similarities within the wider socio-historical context in which these changes in mentality occur. They may take place more or less quickly, they may advance, as here, in a single sweep or in several spurts with strong counter-spurts, but as far as we can see today, a more or less decisive courtization of warriors, whether permanent or transitory, is one of the most elementary social preconditions of every major movement of civilization. And however little importance the social formation of the court may at first sight have for our present life, a certain understanding of the structure of the court is indispensable in comprehending civilizing processes. Some of its structural characteristics may also throw light on the life at centers of power in general. V. The muting of drives, psychologization and rationalization. Life at court, La Bruyere writes, is a serious, melancholy game, which requires of us that we arrange our pieces and our batteries, have a plan, follow it, foil that of our adversary, sometimes take risks and play on impulse. And after all our measures and meditations we are in check, sometimes checkmate. At the court, above all at the great absolutist court, there was formed for the 398. First time a kind of society and human relationships having structural choistics which from now on, over a long stretch of Western history and many variations, again and again play a decisive part. In the midst of populated area which by and large is free of physical violence, a good soci formed. But even if the use of physical violence now recedes from human course, if even dueling is now forbidden, people now exert pressure and FO each other in a wide variety of different ways. Life in this circle is in no ways very many people are continuously dependent on each other. Competitive prestige and royal favor is intense. Affairs, disputes over rank and favor not cease. If the sword no longer plays so great a role as the means of deceit is replaced by intrigue, conflicts in which careers and social success are con with words. They demand and produce other qualities than did the armed GLES that had to be fought out with weapons in one's hand. Continuous foresight, and calculation, self-control, precise and articulate regulation of own affects, knowledge of the whole terrain, human and non-human, in which acts, become more and more indispensable preconditions of social success. Every individual belongs to a clique, a social circle which supports when necessary, but the groupings change. He enters alliances, if possible people ranking high at court. But rank at court can change very quickly, he fights rivals, he has open and concealed enemies. And the tactics of his struggles, as his alliances, demand careful consideration. The degree of aloofness or familiar with everyone must be carefully measured, each greeting, each conversatio's a significance over and above what is actually said or done. They indicate to standing of a person, and they contribute to the formation of court opinion his standing. Let a favorite pay close heed to himself, for if he does not keep me waiting as long usual in his antechamber, if his face is more open, if he frowns less, if he listens to more willingly and accompanies me a little further when showing me out, I shall fear that he is beginning to fall, and I shall be right. The court is a kind of stock exchange, as in every good society, an estima of the value of each individual is continuously being formed. But here his value has its real foundation not in the wealth or even the achievements or ability of the individual, but in the favor he enjoys with the king, the influence he has with other mighty ones, his importance in the play of courtly cliques. All favor, influence, importance, this whole complex and dangerous game in which physical force and direct effective outbursts are prohibited and a threat existence, demands of each participant a constant foresight and an knowledge of every other, of his position and value in the network of court opinion. It exacts precise attunement of his own behavior to this value. Every mistake, every careless step depresses the value of its perpetrator in courtal opinion, it may threaten his whole position at court. 399. Man who knows the court is master of his gestures, of his eyes and his expression, he is deep, impenetrable. He dissimulates the bad turns he does, smiles at his enemies, suppresses his ill temper, disguises his passions, disavows his heart, acts against his feelings. He transformation of the nobility in the direction of civilized behavior is unmistakable. Here, it is not yet in all respects so profound and all-embracing as later in bourgeois society, for it is only towards their peers that the courtier and the lady need to subject themselves to such constraint, and far less so towards their social inferiors. Quite apart from the fact that the pattern of drive and effect control is different in courtly from that in bourgeois society, the awareness that his control is exercised for social reasons is more alive. Opposing inclinations do not yet wholly vanish from waking consciousness, self-constraint has not yet become so completely an apparatus of habits operating almost automatically and including all human relationships. But it is already quite clear how human beings are becoming more complex, and internally split in a quite specific way. Each man, it were, confronts himself. He conceals his passions, disavows his heart. 3. Acts against his feelings. The pleasure or inclination of the moment is restrained in anticipation of the disagreeable consequences of its indulgence, and it is, indeed, the same mechanism as that by which adults, whether parents or other persons, increasingly instill a stable superego in children. The momentary drive and affect impulses are, as it were, held back and mastered by the foreknowledge of the later displeasure, by the fear of a future pain, until this fear finally opposes the forbidden behavior and inclinations by force of habit, even if no other person is directly present, and the energy of such inclinations is channeled into a harmless direction not threatened by any displeasure. In keeping with the transformation of society, of interpersonal relationships, the effect economy of the individual is also reconstructed, as the series of actions and the number of people on whom the individual and his actions constantly depend are increased, the habit of foresight over longer chains grows stronger. And as the behavior and personality structure of the individual change, so does his manner of considering others. His image of them becomes richer in nuances, freer of spontaneous emotions, it is psychologized. Where the structure of social functions allows the individual greater scope for actions under the influence of momentary impulses than is the case at court, it is neither necessary nor possible to consider very deeply the nature of another person's consciousness and effects, or what hidden motives may underlie his behavior. If at court calculation meshes with calculation, in simpler societies affect directly engages affect. This strength of the immediate affects, however, binds the individual to a smaller number of behavioral options, someone is friend or foe, good or evil, and depending on how one perceives another in terms of these black and white affective patterns, so one behaves. Everything seems 400. Directly related to feeling. That the sun shines, or lightning flashes, that Sam laughs or knits his brow, all this appeals more directly to the affects, perceiver. And as it excites him here and now in a friendly or unfriendly W. Takes it as if it were meant this way especially for him. It does not enter high that all this, a flash of lightning that almost strikes him, a face that offend are to be explained by remote connections that have nothing directly to do himself. People only develop a more long-sighted view of nature and people to the extent that the advancing division of functions and their involvement in long human chains accustom them to such a view and are restraint of the affects. Only then is the veil which the passions draw before eyes slowly lifted, and a new world comes into view, a world whose core friendly or hostile to the individual person without being intended to be chain of events that need to be contemplated dispassionately over long stretch if their connections are to be disclosed. Like conduct generally, the perception of things and people also become effectively more neutral in the course of the civilizing process. The war's picture gradually becomes less directly determined by human wishes and fears and more strongly orientated to what we call experience or the empirical sequences with their own immanent regularities. Just as today, in a further spur in this direction, the course of history and society is gradually emerging from mists of personal affects and involvement, from the haze of collective longing and fears, and beginning to appear as a relatively autonomous nexus of events too with nature and within smaller confines with human beings. It particularly in the circles of court life that what we would today call psychological human self-image developed, a more precise observation others and oneself in terms of longer series of motives and causal connecti, because it was there that vigilant self-control and perpetual observation of other were among the elementary prerequisites for the preservation of one's position. But this is only one example of how what we call the orientation experience, the observation of events within a lengthening and broadening nexus of interdependence, slowly began to develop at exactly the point where the structure of society itself compelled the individual to restrain his momenta effects and transform his libidinal energies to a higher degree. Saint Simon in one place observes someone with whom he is on an uncertain footing. He describes his own behavior in this situation as follows. I soon noticed that he was growing colder. I closely followed his conduct towards me to avoid any confusion between what might be accidental in a man burdened with prickly affairs, and what I suspected. My suspicions were confirmed, causing me withdraw from him entirely without in the slightest appearing to do so. See in this context Norbert Elias, Problems of Involvement and Detachment, British Journal of Sociology, 7, 1956, pages 226-52. Author's note to the translation. 401. His courtly art of human observation, unlike what we usually call psychoi today, is never concerned with the individual in isolation, as if the essential tours of his behavior were independent of his relations to others, and as if he tended to others, so to speak, only retrospectively. The approach there was far to reality, in that the individual was always seen in his social context, as a man being in his relations to others, as an individual in a social situation. It was pointed out above that the precepts on behavior of the 16th century differ from those of the preceding centuries less in terms of their content than in their tone, their changed affective atmosphere, psychological insights, arsenal observations, begin to play a larger part. A comparison between the accepts of Erasmus or Della Casa and the corresponding medieval rules shows as clearly. Investigation of the social changes of this time, the transformation of human relationships that took place, provides an explanation. This psychologizing of rules of conduct, or, more precisely, their greater permeation by observation and experience, is an expression of the accelerated courtization of the per class and of the closer integration of all parts of society in this period. Hints of a change in this direction are certainly not to be found only in writings asserting the standard of good behavior of the time, we find them equally in works devoted to the entertainment of this class. The observation of people that Aoife in the courtly circle demanded finds its literary expression in an art of human portraiture. The increased demand for books within a society is itself a sure sign of a pronounced spurt in the civilizing process, for the transformation and regulation of drives that is demanded both to write and read books is always considerable. But in court society the book did not yet play quite the same part as in bourgeois society. In the former, being in company, the market in which prestige was evaluated, formed the center of existence for each individual. Books, too, were intended less for reading in the study or in solitary leisure hours wrung from one's profession, than for social conviviality. They were a part and continuation of conversation and social garns, or, like the majority of court memoirs, they were substitute conversations, dialogues in which for some reason or other the partner was lacking. The high art of human portraiture in court memoirs, letters, or aphorisms thus gives a good impression of the complex human observation instilled by courtly life. And here, as in many other respects, bourgeois society in France developed the courtly heritage with a singular continuity. The persistence of a Parisian good society, as beneficiary and further developer long beyond the Revolution and up to the present day of the instruments of prestige developed in court society, may have contributed to this. At any rate, we can say that from the portraits by Saint Simon and his contemporaries of court people to the portrayal of the high society of the 19th century by Proust by way of Balzac, Flaubert, Maupassant, and many others, and finally to the depiction of 2. The life of broader classes by writers such as Jules Romains or André May. And in a large number of French films, there is a direct line of tragedy characterized by precisely this lucidity of human observation, this capacity people in their entire social context and to understand them through it. Individual figure is never artificially isolated from the fabric of his or her existence, and simple dependence on others. This is why the atmosphere, plasticity of real experience is never lost in the descriptions. And much the same that can be said of the psychologization applies to the rationalization which slowly becomes increasingly perceptible from 16th century onwards in the most varied aspects of society. This, 100, an isolated fact, it is only one expression of the change in the whole person that emerges at this time, and of the growing foresight that is from now required and instilled by an ever-increasing division of social functions. Here, as in many other instances, understanding socio-historical development requires a suspension of the habits of thinking with which we have grown. This often noted historical rationalization is not something that arose from fact that numerous unconnected individual people simultaneously develop from within, as if on the basis of some pre-established harmony, a new organ or substance, an understanding or reason which had not existed hitherto. What changes is the way in which people are bonded to each other. This is their behavior changes, and why their consciousness and their drive econo and, in fact, their personality structure as a whole, change. The circumstance which change are not something which comes upon men from outside, they are the relationships between people themselves. The human person is an extraordinarily malleable and variable being. Changes in human disposition being discussed here are examples of malleability. It is by no means confined to what we generally distinguish as psychological from the physiological. The physis, too, indissolubly linked to what we call the psyche, is variously molded in the course of history in accordance with the network of dependencies that extend throughout a human life. One might think, for example, of the molding of the facial muscles and thus of facial expression during a person's lifetime, or of the formation of reading or writing centers in the brain. The same applies to what we refer to by referring terms reason, ratio, or understanding. None of that exists thog. Our use of words suggests otherwise relatively untouched by socio-historic change, in the way that, for example, the heart or stomach exists. Rather, these terms express a particular molding of the whole psychic economy. They are aspects of a molding which takes place very gradually, repeatedly advancing and slipping back, and which emerges more strongly the more clearly and totally the Spontaneous impulses of the individual threaten to bring about through the structure of human dependencies loss of pleasure, decline and inferiority in relation to others, or even the ruin of one's social existence. They are aspects of 4. 3. State formation and civilization. At molding, by which the libidinal center and the ego center are more and or sharply differentiated, until finally a comprehensive, stable and highly differentiated agency of self-constraint is formed. There is not actually a ratioison, there is at most rationalization. Our habits of thinking incline us to look for beginnings, but there is where in the development of human beings a point before which one could why that hitherto there was no ratio and now it has arisen, that hitherto there were no self-constraints and no superego and now, in this or that century, they suddenly there. There is no 0 point to any of these data. But it does no more justice to the facts to say, everything was always there as it is now. The habits of self-constraint, the organization of consciousness and affects of civilized people, clearly differ in their totality from those of so-called primitives, both are, in their structure, different yet clearly explainable moldings of arguably the same natural functions. Traditional habits of thinking continually confront us with static alternatives, they are schooled, in a sense, on Eliatic models. We can imagine only numerous individual points, separate abrupt changes, or no change at all. And it is clearly still very difficult to see ourselves as located in a gradual, continuous change with a particular structure and regularity, a change which is lost to our gaze in the darkness of the more distant past, and as part of a movement which, as far as is possible, should be seen as a whole, like the flight of an arrow or the flow of a river, not as the recurrence of always the same thing at different points or as something that jumps from point to point. What changes in the course of the process which we call history are, to reiterate, the reciprocal relationships, the figurations of people, and the molding the individual undergoes within them. But at the very moment when this fundamental historicity of human beings is clearly seen, we also perceive the regularity, the structural characteristics which remain constant. Each single aspect of human social life is comprehensible only if seen in the context of this perpetual movement. No particular detail can be isolated from it. It is formed within this moving context which may seem slow, as in the case of many primitive peoples, or rapid, as in our own, and must be grasped within it, as a part of a particular stage or wave. Thus social drive controls and restrictions are nowhere absent among people, nor is a certain foresight, but these qualities have a form and degree among simple herdsmen or in a warrior class different from those found among courtiers, state officials, or members of a mechanized army. They grow more powerful and more complete the greater is the division of functions, and thus the greater the number of people to whom the individual has to attune his or her actions. Likewise, the nature of understanding or thinking to which an individual is accustomed resembles or differs from that of other people in his society to the same extent as his own social situation and function and those of his parents or the most important influences molding him resemble or differ from those of others. The foresight 44 of the printer of the fitter is different from that of the bookkeeper, the engine from that of the sales director, the finance ministers from that of the commander, even though all these different surface moldings are to an equalized by the interdependence of functions. At a deeper level, the mal of rationality and effects in someone who has grown up in a working class fa is different from that in someone who grew up in secure, well-to-do surroundings. And finally, the patterns of rationality and effects, the self-images and economy of the Germans, the English, the French, and Italians differ in key with their different histories of interdependence, and the social moldy people in the West as a whole differs from that of Orientals. But all differences are comprehensible precisely because the same human and regularities underlie them. The individual differences within all these groups, such as those of intelligence, are merely nuances within a framework of specific historical forms, differentiations for which a society offers great lesser scope depending on its structure. Thus, for example, the hazardous business of highly individualized independent thought, the stance by which person proves himself to be a creative intelligence, does not have only of a special individual natural talent as a precondition. It is only possible within a particular structure of power balances. Its precondition is a quite specific social structure. And it depends further on the access which the individ has, within a society so structured, to the kind of schooling, and to the not numerous social functions, which alone permit his capacity for independent individual thought to develop. Thus the foresight or thought of the knight is different from that of courtier. A scene described by Ranke gives a good impression of how typical personality structure of knights was doomed by the growing monopolization of force. More generally, it provides an example of the way in which change in the structure of social functions enforces a change of conduct. The de Montmorency, the son of a man who had played a major part in the victor of Henry IV, had rebelled. He was a knightly, princely man, generous and brilliant, brave and ambitious. And he served the king, but that power and right to rule should be confined to the latter or, more precisely, to Richelieu, neither understood nor approved. So, with his followers, he began to fight against the king, as in old times knights, feudal lords, had often fought against each other. There was a confrontation. The king's general, Schomberg, was in tactically weak position. This, however, Ranke tells us, was an advantage to which Montmorency paid but little attention. Seeing the enemy army, he suggested to his friends that they should attack without delay. For H understood war primarily as a brave cavalry charge. An experienced companion, Count Rieux, begged him to wait until a few guns that were being drawn up had shaken enemy's position. But Montmorency was already gripped by a belligerent frenzy. There was no more time to lose, he said, and his adviser, though foreseeing disaster, did no. 405. Are to oppose the clear will of the knightly leader. Lord, he cried, I shall die at your see. Montmorency was recognizable by a stallion splendidly adorned with red, blue and unfeathers. It was only a small group of followers who leapt with Herne over the ditch. They cut down everyone who was in their way, battling forward until they finally arrived in front of the enemy's actual position. There they were met by close and rapid musket fire, horses and men were wounded and killed. Count Rieux and most of the others fell. The Duc de Montmorency, wounded, fell from his stricken horse and was taken prisoner. Elias had him tried, certain of the outcome, and soon afterwards the last Montmorency was beheaded in the courtyard of the town hall of Toulouse. To give way directly to impulses and not to take thought of the further consequences was, in the preceding phases when warriors could compete more freely with each other, a mode of behavior which even if it led to the downfall of the individual was adequate to the social structure as a whole and therefore to reality. Martial fervor was a necessary precondition of success and prestige. Omicron iota, a man of the nobility. With advancing monopolization and centralization, all that changed. The different structure of society now punished effective outbursts and actions jacking the appropriate forethought with certain ruin. And anyone who did not agree with the existing state of affairs, with the omnipotence of the king, had to change his ways. Let us listen to Saint Simon. He, too, scarcely more than a generation after Montmorency, was and remained throughout his life a duke in opposition. But all he could do was form a kind of faction at court. If he were skillful he could hope to win over the king's successor, the Dauphin, to his ideas. But this was a dangerous game at the court of Louis XIV, demanding utmost caution. The prince must first be very carefully sounded out and then gradually guided in the desired direction. Saint Simon describes his tactics in a conversation with the Dauphin as follows. My principal intention was to sound his opinion on everything that concerned our dignity. I thus took care gently to break off all discussion that led away from this goat, to draw the conversation back and conduct it through all the different chapters. The Dauphin, eagerly attentive, appreciated all my arguments, became heated, and groaned at the ignorance and lack of reflection of the king. I did little more than mention all these different subjects in presenting them successively to the Dauphin, and then followed after him, leaving him the pleasure of talking, showing me that he was educated. I let him persuade himself, work himself up, grow angry, while I was able to see his feelings, his way of thinking, and to gain impressions from which I could profit. I sought less to press my arguments and parentheses than gently and firmly to imbue him with RHY feelings and views on each of these subjects. This brief sketch of the attitude of these two men, the Dukes of Montmorency, 406, and Saint Simon, when giving expression to their opposition to the omnipotence, helps to complete our picture. The former, one of the last KN seeks to reach his goal by physical combat, the latter, the courtly conversation. The former acts from impulse with little thought of others, latter perpetually adjusts his behavior to his interlocutor. Both, not Montmorency but Saint Simon too, are in a highly dangerous situation. Dauphin can always break the rules of courtly conversation. He can, if H wishes, break off the conversation and the relationship for any reason he ch and lose very little. If Saint Simon is not very careful, he can divine the due seditious thoughts and inform the king. Montmorency hardly register danger, he is wholly bound by the straightforward behavior his passion he seeks to overcome danger precisely by the fury of his passion. Saint Sii perceives the exact compass of the danger, he thus goes to work with utmost control and forethought. He seeks to attain nothing by force, he works wi longer view. He holds back, in order to imbue the other imperceptibly enduringly with his feelings. What we have in this autobiographical anecdote is a very revealing piece that court rationality, which though this is not generally appreciated, played no less important part, and at first an even more important one, than the urbanization commercial rationality and foresight instilled by functions in the trade net, in the development of what we call the Enlightenment. But, certainly, the two forms of foresight, the rationalization and psychologization of the coup group of the nobility and that of the leading middle class groups, however different in their pattern, developed in close conjunction with each other, indicate an increasing intertwining of nobility and bourgeoisie. They spring via transformation of human relationships throughout the whole of society, are connected in the closest possible way to the change by which the relative loosely knit estates of medieval society gradually become subordinate formatio in a more centralized society, an absolute state. The historical process of rationalization is a prime example of a kind of process which hitherto has been scarcely grasped or only vaguely grasped by scientific thought. It belongs, if we adhere to the traditional pattern of academic disciplines, to a science that does not yet exist, historical psychology. In the present structure of scholarly research, a sharp dividing line is generally drawn between the work of the historian and of the psychologist. Only Western people living at present appear in need of or accessible to psychological investigation, at most also so-called primitive peoples living today. The path leading Western history itself, from the simpler, more primitive psychological structure to the more differentiated one of our day, remains in the dark. Precisely because the psychologist thinks unhistorically, because he approaches the psychologic structures of present-day people as if they were something without development or change, the results of his investigations are in general of little use to th. 407. Historian. And because the historian, preoccupied by what he calls facts, avoids ecological problems, he on his side has little to say to the psychologist. The situation is little better with sociology. As far as it is concerned at all with historical problems, it accepts entirely the dividing line drawn by the historian between the seemingly immutable psychological structure of humans and its different manifestations in the form of arts, ideas, or whatever. That in historical psychology, a study at once psychogenetic and sociogenetic, is needed to draw the connections between all these different manifestations of social humanings, remains unrecognized. Those concerned with the history of society, like those concerned with intellectual history, perceive society on the one hand and the world of ideas on the other as two different formations that can be meaningfully separated. Both seem to believe that there is either a society outside ideas and thoughts, or ideas outside society. And they merely dispute which of the two realms is more important, Some say that it is society-less ideas which set society in motion, and the others that it is an idea-less society that moves ideas. The civilizing process and, within it, such trends as psychologization and ationalization, do not fit into this kind of scheme. Even in thought they simply cannot be separated from the historical change in the structure of interpersonal relationships. It is quite pointless to ask whether the gradual transition from less to Omicron more rational modes of thought and conduct changes society, for this process of orationalization, like the more all-embracing process of civilization, is itself both psychological and social. But it is equally meaningless to explain the civilizing process as a superstructure or ideology, i.e. solely from its function as a weapon, and the struggle between particular social groups and interests. The gradual rationalization and, further, the whole civilizing process, undoubtedly takes place in constant conjunction with the clashes between different social strata and other groupings. The totality of European society, the substratum of what is hitherto the last and strongest civilizing spurt, is certainly not the peaceful unity it sometimes appears in harmonistic patterns of thought. It is not an originally harmonious whole into which, as if by the ill will or incomprehension of particular people, conflicts are accidentally introduced. Rather, tensions and struggles, as much as the mutual dependencies of people are an integral part of its structure, they decisively affect the direction in which it changes. Undoubtedly, a civilizing spurt can take on considerable importance as a weapon in these struggles. For habituation to a higher degree of foresight and greater restraint of momentary affects to recall only these two facets can give one group a significant advantage over another. But a higher degree of rationality and drive inhibition can also, in certain situations, have a debilitating and adverse effect. Civilization can be a very two-edged weapon. And whatever its effect may be in particular cases, at any rate the spurts in the civilizing process take place by and large independently of whether they are pleasant or 408 useful to the groups involved. They arise from powerful dynamics of weaving group activities, the overall direction of which any single group own is hardly able to change. They are not open to conscious or half-conscious manipulation or deliberate conversion into weapons in the social struggle. So indeed then, for instance, ideas, just like the whole psychic habitus of a particular stage of social development, so specific traits of civic conduct are at one and the same time a product of and a lever in the war of the larger social process within which individual classes and interests for transform themselves. Civilization, and therefore rationalization, for example, not a process within a separate sphere of ideas or thought. It does not in solely changes in knowledge, transformations of ideologies, in short alterations of the content of consciousness, but structural changes in the entire hab of people, within which ideas and habits of thought are only a single sector, are here concerned with changes in the form of the whole psychic econ throughout all its zones, from self-steering at the level of the ego, the flexible level of consciousness and reflection, to that at the more automatic rigid level of drives and effects that have become completely unconscious. To grasp changes of this kind, the pattern of thought summoned to mind be concepts of superstructure or ideology is not enough. The idea that the human psyche consists of different zones function independently of each other and capable of being considered independently, become deeply rooted in human consciousness over a long period. It is common, in thinking about the more differentiated personality structure, to separate of its functional levels from the others, as if this were really the essential flaw in the way people steer themselves in their encounters with their human fellow and with non-human nature. Thus the humanities and the sociology of no-edge stress above all the aspect of knowledge and thought. Thoughts and idea appear in these studies, so to speak, as the most important and potent aspect, the way people steer themselves. And the unconscious impulses, the whole phi of drive and effect structures, remain more or less in the dark. But any investigation that considers only people's consciousness, their reason or ideas, while disregarding the structure of drives, the direction and form of human affects and passions, can from the outset be of only limited value. Much that is indispensable for an understanding of human beings escapes t approach. the rationalization of people's intellectual activity itself, and beyond that all the structural changes in the ego and superego functions, all these interdependent levels of people's personalities, as has been shown above and will be shown in more detail later, are only very imperfectly accessible to thought long as inquiries are confined to changes in the intellectual aspects of people, to changes of ideas, and pay little regard to the changing balance and the changing pattern of the relationships between drives and effects on the one hand and drive and effect control on the other. A real understanding, even of the changes in 409 EAS and forms of cognition, can be gained only if one also takes into account changes of human interdependencies in conjunction with the structure of induct and, in fact, the framework of the psychic economy as a whole at a given GE of social development. Inverse accentuation, with a corresponding limitation, is quite often to be found in psychoanalytical research today. It frequently tends, in considering human beings, to extract something unconscious, conceived as an idea without history, as the most important element in the whole psychological structure. Although recently this image may have undergone corrections in therapeutic practice, these corrections have not yet led to theoretical elaboration of the data applied by practice into more adequate conceptual tools. On the theoretical level, T still usually appears as if the steering of the individual by unconscious libidinal pulses has a form and structure of its own, independently of the figurational destiny of the individual, the changing fortunes of his relationships with others throughout his life, and independently too of the pattern and structure of the other self-steering functions of his personality, conscious and unconscious. No distinction is made between the natural raw material of drives, which indeed perhaps changes little throughout the whole history of humankind, and the increasingly more firmly wrought structures of control, and thus the paths into which the elementary energies are channeled in each person through his or her relations with other people from birth onward. But nowhere, except perhaps in the case of madmen, do people in their encounter with each other find themselves face to face with psychological functions in their pristine state, in a state of nature that is not patterned by social learning, by a person's experience of other persons who satisfy or frustrate his or her needs in accordance with a specific social setting. The libidinal energies which one encounters in any living human being are always already socially processed, they are, in other words, sociogenetically transformed in their function and structure, and can in no way be separated from the corresponding ego and superego structures. The more animalic and automatic levels of people's personality are neither more nor less significant for the understanding of human conduct than their controls. What matters, what determines conduct, are the balances and conflicts between people's malleable drives and the built-in drive controls. What is decisive for a human being as he or she appears before us is neither the idea alone, nor the ego or superego alone, but always the relationship between these various sets of psychological functions, partly conflicting and partly cooperating levels in self-steering. It is these relationships within individual people between the drives and effects that are controlled and the socially instilled agencies that control them, whose structure changes in the course of a civilizing process, in accordance with the changing structure of the relationships between individual human beings, in society at large. In the course 410 of this process, to put it briefly and all too simply, consciousness becomes permeable by drives, and drives become less permeable by conscious and simpler society's elementary impulses, however transformed, have easier access people's reflections. In the course of a civilizing process, the compartmentality of these self-steering functions, though in no way absolute, become pronounced. In accordance with the sociogenetic ground rule, CP 11 above, on observed processes in the same direction in every child today. One can see the course of human history, and again in that of each indie civilizing process, self-steering through ego and superego functions on the hand and self-steering through drives on the other become more and more differentiated. Hence it is only with the formation of conscious function accessible to drives that the drive automatisms take on more and more that SI character which today is commonly diagnosed as ahistoric, as a human charistic throughout the ages, which is purely natural, and independent of the developmental condition of human societies. However, the human characteristics discovered by Freud in people of our own time and conceptualized by him. Strict division between unconscious and conscious mental functions, far from being part of humans' unchanged nature, is a result of a long civilizing process, the course of which the wall of forgetfulness separating libidinal drives consciousness or reflection has become higher and more impermeable. In the course of the same transformation, the conscious mental functions themselves develop in the direction of what is called increasing rationality, only with the sharper and firmer differentiation of the personality do outward directed psychological functions take on the character of AF. To understand this fact is not only of theoretical but also of practical significance. Differences I extent to which thinking is charged with affects make themselves felt again and again. Relationships between states at different stages of social development. As a rule, however, the lead statesmen of highly differentiated societies devise their strategies on the assumption that the restraint, the code of conduct, represented by the foreign policy of all countries is the same. An understanding of the different stages of a civilizing process. Interstate policy must necessarily somewhat unrealistic. However, to work out foreign policy based on the knowledge of differentials in effectivity is far from easy. It will need a good deal of experimenting and wisdom before an effective political dialogue and cooperation between societies at different levels of development can be worked out. The same applies to those cases in which, under stress, effectivity and the fantasy character of the foreign policy of one of the more developed count increases again to a higher level than regarded at present as normal in the interstate relations of leading industrial nation-states. Nor are these levels in the degree of effectivity entirely dependent the differentials of the economic or industrial development of countries. Thus, in the police strategies of China, for instance, one can discover a level of self-restraint at least on a par with of the most highly developed industrial nations. Although in terms of its own economic development China still lags behind, its state formation process in terms of duration and continuity surpasses that of most other existing state societies of our time. Author's note to the translation. 41.1. Rationally functioning consciousness less directly colored by drive impulses and active fantasies. Thus the form and structure of the more conscious and more conscious psychological self-steering functions can never be grasped if they are agent as something in any sense existing or functioning in isolation from one lother. Both are equally fundamental to the existence of a human being, both together form a single great functional continuum. Nor can their structure and anges be understood if observation is confined to individual human beings. They can only be comprehended in connection with the structure of relationships and people, and with the long-term changes in that structure. Therefore, in order to understand and explain civilizing processes, one needs to investigate, as has been attempted here, the transformation of both the personality structure and the entire social structure. This task demands, within smaller radius, psychogenetic investigations aimed at grasping the whole field of individual psychological energies, the structure and form of the more drive impulsive no less than of the more conscious self-steering functions. The exploration of civilizing processes demands sociogenetic investigations of the overall structure, within a long-term perspective, not only of a single state society but of the social field formed by a specific group of interdependent societies, and of the sequential order in which it changes. But for an adequate inquiry into such social processes, a similar correction of traditional habits of thinking is needed to the one that proved necessary earlier to obtain an adequate basis for psychogenetic inquiry. To understand social structures and processes, it is never enough to study a single functional stratum within a social field. To be really understood, these structures and processes demand a study of the relationships between the different functional strata which are bound together within a social field, and which, with the slower or more rapid shift of power relationships arising from the specific structure of this field, are for a time reproduced over and over again. Just as in every psychogenetic inquiry, it is necessary to take account not only of the unconscious or the conscious functions alone, but of the continuous circulation of impulses from the one to the other, it is equally important in every sociogenetic study to consider from the first the whole figuration of a social field which is more or less differentiated and charged with tensions. It is only possible to do this because the social fabric and its historical change are not chaotic but possess, even in phases of greatest unrest and disorder, a clear pattern and structure. To investigate the totality of a social field does not mean to study each individual process within it. It means first of all to discover the basic structures which give all the individual processes within this field their direction and their specific stamp. It means asking oneself in what way the axes of tension, the chains of functions and the institutions of a society in the 15th century differed from those in the 16th or 17th centuries, and why the former changed in the direction of the latter. To answer these 4. L. 2. questions, knowledge of a wealth of particular facts is of course necessary beyond a certain point in the accumulation of material facts. Historiog enters the phase when it ought no longer to be satisfied with the collecting further particulars and with the description of those already assembled, should be concerned with those problems which facilitate penetration. Underlying regularities by which people in a certain society are bound over again to particular patterns of conduct and to very specific functional for example as knights and bondsmen, kings and state officials, bourgeois nobles, and by which these relationships and institutions change in a very specified direction. In short, beyond a certain point of factual knowledge, a Morisot framework, a structural nexus can be perceived in the multitude of party historical facts. And all further facts that can be discovered serve apart from enrichment of the historical panorama they may offer us, either to reveal insight already gained into these structures, or to extend and deepen. I statement that every sociogenetic study should be aimed at the totality of a field does not mean that it should be directed at the sum of all particulars, at its structure within the entirety of its interdependencies. In the last resort, boundaries of such a study are determined by the boundaries of the interdependencies, or at least by the immanent articulation of the interdependencies. It is in this light that what was said above about rationalization is to be understood. The gradual transition to more rational behavior and thought, like the transition to a more differentiated, a more comprehensive type of self-control, is usually associated today only with bourgeois functions. We often find firmly lodged in the minds of our contemporaries the idea that the bourgeois was the originator or inventor of more rational thought. Here, for the Sacco contrast, certain rationalization processes in the aristocratic camp have been described. But one should not deduce from this that the court aristocracy was the social originator of the spurt of rationalization. Just as the court aristocracy or the bourgeoisie in the age of manufacturing did not have originators in another social class, so this rationalization equally lacked an originator. The very transformation of the whole social structure, in the course of which these figurations of bourgeois and nobles come into being, is itself, considered from a certain aspect, a rationalization. What becomes more rational is not just the individual products of men, nor, above all, merely the systems of thought set down in books. What is rationalized is, primarily, the modes of conduct of certain groups of people. Rationalization is nothing other for example, of the courtization of warriors than an expression of the direction in which the molding of people in specific social figurations is changed during this period. Changes of this kind, however, do not originate in one class or another, but arise in conjunction with the tensions between different functional groups in a R. 413. 4. Alfield and between the competing people within them. Under the pressure of agents of this kind which permeate the whole fabric of society, the latter's whole structure changes, during a particular phase, in the direction of increasing centralization of particular dominions and a greater specialization, a greater integration of the individual people within them. And with this transformation of the whole social field, the structure of social and psychological functions is also changed, first in small, then in larger and larger sectors in the direction of rationalization. The slow defunctionalization of the first estate and the corresponding diminution of its power potential, the pacification of the second estate, and the gradual of the third estate. None of these can be understood independently of the hers any more than, for example, the development of trade in this period is comprehensible independently of the formation of powerful monopolies of physical force and the rise of mighty courts. All these are levers in the comprehensive process of increasing differentiation and extension of all chains of action, which has played such a decisive role in the whole course of Western history. In this process, as has been shown from various angles, the functions of the nobility were transformed, and with them bourgeois functions and the form of the central organs. And hand in hand with this gradual change in the totality of social functions and institutions, went a transformation of individual elf steering first in the leading groups of both the nobility and the bourgeoisie in the direction of greater foresight and a stricter regulation of libidinal impulses. Leafing through the traditional accounts of the intellectual development of the West, one often has the impression of a vague conception in the minds of their authors that the rationalization of consciousness, the change from magical traditional to rational forms of thinking in the history of the West, had its cause in the emergence of a number of geniuses and outstanding individuals. These enlightened individuals, such accounts appear to suggest, taught Western man how to use his innate reason properly. Here, a different picture emerges. What the great thinkers of the West have achieved is certainly considerable. They gave comprehensive and exemplary expression to what their contemporaries experienced in their daily actions without being able to grasp it clearly in thought. They tried to articulate the more reality-oriented or, in their own language, more rational forms of thinking which had gradually developed along with the overall changes in the structure of social interdependencies, and with their help tried to clarify the problems of human existence. They gave other people a clearer view of their world and themselves. And so they also acted as levers within the larger workings of society. They were to a greater or lesser degree, depending on their talent and personal situation, interpreters and spokesmen of a social chorus. But they were not on 4. Their own. The originators of the type of thought prevalent in their society did not create what we call rational thought. This expression itself is, as can be seen, somewhat too static and insufficiently differentiated for what it is intended to express. Too static, because the st of psychological functions changes as slowly or as rapidly as that of functions. Insufficiently differentiated because the pattern of rationalizati structure of more rational habits of thinking, was and is very different social classes, for instance, in the court nobility or the bourgeois strata, in accordance with their different social functions and its overall historical situation. And finally, the same is true of rationalization as said above of changes of consciousness in general. It represents only one more comprehensive change in the whole social personality. It goes hand in with a corresponding transformation of drive structures. It is, in brief, manifestation of civilization among others. 6. Shame and repugnance. No less characteristic of a civilizing process than rationalization is peculiar molding of the drive economy that we call shame and repugna or embarrassment. Both these, the strong spurt of rationalization and the at time, no less strong advance of the threshold of shame and repugnance, became more and more perceptible in the habitus of Western people, broad speaking from the 16th century onwards, are different sides of the transformation of the social personality structure. The feeling of shame is a specific excitation, a kind of anxiety which the waning supremacy of the Church, changing balance of power between religious and rulers, between priests and warriors in favor of the latter, opened the way to, or was, in OT words, the conditi, fine and endihim of the secularization of thought, without which all that one speaks of rationalization could not have come into its own. The emergence nor only of one of a whole group of tightly organized and competing large territorial states ruled by secular princes, which is one of the major distinguishing characteristics of the development of Europe, was one fact in it, the growth of large urban markets and long-distance trade, and the growth of capi indispensable for it was another. A whole complex of social levers of rationalization, worked in the direction of a strengthening of less effective, less fantasy-orientated modes of thought and experience. The great intellectual pioneers, above all the philosophical pioneers of ration thought, thus worked from within a powerful process of social change which gave them directly, but they themselves were also active levers within this movement, not merely its passive objects. In fact, one has to take into consideration the whole concourse of basic processes forming the core of the overall development of society. Basic processes such as the long-term process of state formation, capital formation, of differentiation and integration, of orientation, of civilization, and others. Authors mid to the translation. 4. 1. 5. Automatically reproduced in the individual on certain occasions by force of habit. Considered superficially, it is fear of social degradation or, more generally, of people's gestures of superiority. But it is a form of displeasure or fear which is characteristically on those occasions when a person who fears lapsing into rarity can avert this danger neither by direct physical means nor by any her form of attack. This defenselessness against the superiority of others, this tall exposure to them does not arise directly from a threat from the physical superiority of others actually present, although it doubtless has its origins in physical compulsion, in the bodily inferiority of the child in face of its parents' teachers. In adults, however, this defenselessness results from the fact that the opal whose superiority one fears are in accord with one's own superego, with the agency of self-constraint implanted in the individual by others on whom he is dependent, who possessed power and superiority over him. In keeping with the anxiety that we call shame is heavily veiled to the sight of others, however strong it may be, it is never directly expressed in noisy gestures. Shame aches on its particular coloration from the fact that the person feeling it has done or is about to do something through which he comes into contradiction with people to whom he is bound in one form or another, and with himself, with the sector of his consciousness by which he controls himself. The conflict expressed in shame-fear is not merely a conflict of the individual with prevalent social opinion, the individual's behavior has brought him into conflict with the part of himself that represents this social opinion. It is a conflict within his own personality, he himself recognizes himself as inferior. He fears the loss of the love or respect of others, to which he attaches or has attached value. Their attitude has precipitated an attitude within him that he automatically adopts towards himself. This is what makes him so defenseless against gestures of superiority by others which somehow trigger off this automatism within him. This also explains why the fear of transgression of social prohibitions takes on more clearly the character of shame the more completely external constraints have been turned into self-restraints by the structure of society, and the more comprehensive and differentiated the ring of self-restraints has become within which a person's conduct is enclosed. The inner tension, the excitement that is aroused whenever a person feels compelled to break out of this enclosure in any place, or when he has done so, varies in strength according to the gravity of the social prohibition and the degree of self-constraint. In ordinary life we call this excitement shame only in certain contexts and above all when it has a certain degree of strength, but in terms of its structure it is, despite its many nuances and degrees, always the same event. Like self-constraints, it is to be found in a less stable, less uniform, and less all-embracing form even at simpler levels of social development. Like these constraints, tensions, and fears of this kind emerge more clearly with every spurt of the civilizing process, and finally predominate over others, particularly over the physical fear of others. They predominate the more. 416. The larger the areas that are pacified, and the more people are stamped more even constraints that come to the fore in society when the represent of the monopoly of physical violence normally only exercise their were standing in the wings the further, in short, the civilization of sea advances. Just as we can only speak of reason in conjunction with rationalization and the formation of functions demanding foresight and we can only speak of shame in conjunction with its sociogenesis, with which the shame threshold advances or at least moves, and in which structure and pattern of self-constraints are changed in a particular dire reproducing themselves thenceforth in the same form over a greater of period. Both rationalization and the advance of the shame and rebuke thresholds are expressions of a reduction in the direct physical fear of beings, and of a consolidation of the automatic inner anxieties, the cons which the individual now exerts on himself. The greater, more different foresight and long-term view which become necessary in order that larger groups of people may preserve their social existence in an increased differentiated society, are equally expressed in both processes. It is not difficult to explain how these seemingly so different psychological changes are connected. Both the intensification of shame like the increased rationalization are different aspects of the growing split in the individual personality that occurs with increasing division of functions. They are different aspects of the grow differentiation between drives and drive controls, between ID and e.g. superego functions. The further this differentiation of individual self-STE advances, the more clearly that sector of the controlling functions which broader sense is called the ego, and in a narrower the superego, takes twofold function. On the one hand, this sector forms the center from which person steers his or her relations with other things and beings, and on the other forms the center from which a person, partly consciously and partly quite automatically and unconsciously, steers and regulates his or her inner life, his or her affects and impulses. The layer of psychological functions which, in the course the social transformation that has been described, is gradually differentiated from the drives, the ego or superego functions, has, in other words, a twofold TAS within the personality. They conduct at the same time a domestic policy and a foreign polity which, moreover, are not always in harmony and quite often are contradictory. This explains the fact that in the same socio-historical period in which rationalization made perceptible advances, an advance in the shame and repugnance threshold is also to be observed. It also explains the fact that here, always in accordance with the socio-genetic ground rule, a corresponding process is to be observed even today in the life of each individual child. The rationalization of conduct is an expression of the foreign policy of the same super-eg formation whose domestic policy is expressed in an advance of the shame threshold. 417. Ram here many large trains of thought led off in different directions. It ends to be shown how this increased differentiation within the personality is lifest in a transformation of particular drives. Above all, it remains to be how it leads to a transformation of sexual impulses and an advance of me feelings in the relations of men and women. It must be enough here to state some of the main connections between the social processes described and this advance of the frontier of shame and repugnance. When in the more recent history of the West itself, shame feelings have not always been built into the personality in the same way. To mention only one difference, the manner in which they are built in is not the same in a hierarchical society made up of estates as in the succeeding bourgeois industrial order. The examples quoted earlier, above all those showing differences in the development of shame on the exposure of certain bodily parts, give an impression of such changes. In courtly society, shame on exposing certain parts is, in keeping with the structure of this society, still largely restricted within a state of hierarchical limits. Exposure in the presence of social inferiors, for example by a king in front of a minister, is placed under no very strict social prohibition, any more than the exposure of a man before the socially weaker and lower-ranking woman was in an earlier phase. Given his minimal functional dependence on those of lower rank, exposure as yet arouses no feeling of inferiority or. This particular problem, important as it is, must be left aside for the time being. Its elucidation demands a description and an exact analysis of the changes which the structure of the family and the whole relationship of the sexes have undergone in the course of Western history. It demands, therefore, a general study of changes in the upbringing of children and the development of adolescence. The material which has been collected to elucidate this aspect of the civilizing process, and the analyses it made possible have proved too extensive. They threaten to dislocate the framework of this study and will find their place in a further volume. The same applies to the middle class line of the civilizing process, the change it produced in bourgeois urban classes and the non-courtly landed aristocracy. While this transformation of conduct and of the structure of psychological functions is certainly connected in these classes, too, with a specific historical restructuring of the whole Western social fabric, Nevertheless, as already pointed out on a number of occasions, the non-courtly middle-class line of civilization follows a different pattern to the courtly one. Above all, the treatment of sexuality in the former is not the same as in the latter, partly because of a different family structure and partly because of a different kind of foresight which middle-class professional functions demand. Something similar emerges if civilizing transformation of Western religion is investigated. The change in religious feeling to which sociology has paid most attention hitherto, the increased inwardness and rationalization expressed in the various Puritan and Protestant movements, is obviously closely connected with certain changes in the situation and structure of the middle classes. The corresponding change in Catholicism, as shown for example in the formation of the power position of the Jesuits, appears to take place in closer touch with the absolutist central organs, in a manner favored by the hierarchical and centralist structure of the Catholic Church. These problems, too, will only be solved when we have a more exact overall picture of the intertwining of the non-courtly, middle class, and the courtly lines of civilization, leaving aside for the time being the civilizing movement in worker and peasant strata, which became evident more slowly and much later. 418. Shame, it can even be taken, as Dellacasa states, as a sign of benevolence to the inferior. Exposure by someone of lower rank before a superior, on the hand, or even before people of equal rank, is banished more and more from life as a sign of lack of respect, branded as an offense, it becomes invested fear. And only when the walls between estates fall away, when the funk dependence of all on all increases and all members of society becomes degrees more equal, does such exposure, except in certain narrower and become an offense in the presence of any other person. Only then is behavior so profoundly associated with fear in the individual from an earl that the social character of the prohibition vanishes entirely from his conscience, shame appearing as a command coming from within himself. And the same is true of embarrassment. This is an inseparable counter shame. Just as the latter arises when someone infringes the prohibition's own self and of society, the former occurs when something outside the individual impinges on his danger zone, on forms of behavior, objects, inclinations. W have early on been invested with fear by his surroundings until this fear in manner of a conditioned reflex is reproduced automatically in him on some occasions. Embarrassment is displeasure or anxiety which arises when a not person threatens to breach, or breaches, society's prohibitions represented one's own superego. And these feelings too become more diverse and comprehensive the more extensive and subtly differentiated the danger zone by the conduct of the individual is regulated and molded, the further civilization of conduct advances. It was shown earlier by a series of examples how, from the 16th century onwards, the frontier of shame and embarrassment gradually began to advance more rapidly. Here, too, the chains of thought begin slowly to join up. Advance coincided with the accelerated courtization of the upper class. It was time when the chains of dependence intersecting in the individual grew den and longer, when more and more people are being bound more and more together and the constraint towards self-control was increasing. Like mutt dependence, commercial observation of people increased, sensibilities, and correspondingly prohibitions, became more differentiated, and equally more subtle, equally more manifold became the reasons for shame and for embarrassment, aroused by the conduct of others. It was pointed out above that with the advancing division of functions and greater integration of people, the major contrasts between different classes of countries diminish, while the nuances, the varieties of their molding within framework of civilization multiply. Here one encounters a corresponding trend, the development of individual conduct and sentiment. The more the strong contrasts of individual conduct are tempered, the more the violent fluctuations pleasure or displeasure are contained, moderated, and changed by self-control, greater becomes the sensitivity to shades or nuances of conduct, the more finely honored people grow to minute gestures and forms, and the more complex comes their experience of themselves and their world at levels which were previously hidden from consciousness through the veil of strong affects. To clarify this by an obvious example, primitive people experience human natural events within the relatively narrow circle which is vitally important them narrow, because their chains of dependence are relatively short in a manner which is in some respects far more differentiated than that of civilized people. The differentiation varies, depending on whether we are concerned with farmers or hunters or herdsmen, for example. But however this may be, it can be taken generally that, insofar as it is of vital importance to a group, the ability of primitive people to distinguish things in forest and field, whether it be a particular tree from another, or sounds, scents or movements, is more highly developed than in civilized people. But among more primitive people the natural sphere is still far more a danger zone, it is full of fears which more civilized people no longer know. This is decisive for what is or is not distinguished. The manner in which nature is experienced is fundamentally affected, slowly at the end of the Middle Ages and then more quickly from the 16th century onwards, by the pacification of larger and larger populated areas. Only now do forests, meadows, and mountains gradually cease to be danger to ones of the first order, from which anxiety and fear constantly intrude into individual life. And now, as the network of roads becomes, like social interdependence in general, more dense, as robber knights and beasts of prey slowly disappear, as forest and field cease to be the scene of unbridled passions, of the savage pursuit of man and beast, of wild joy and wild fear, and as they are molded by intertwining peaceful activities, the production of goods, trade, and transport, now, to pacified people a correspondingly pacified nature becomes visible, and in a new way. It becomes in keeping with the mounting significance which the eye attains as the mediator of pleasure with the growing moderation of the affects to a high degree an object of visual pleasure. In addition, people, more precisely the town people for whom forest and field are no longer their everyday background but a place of relaxation, grow more sensitive and begin to see the open country in a more differentiated way, at a level which was previously screened off by danger and the play of more unmoderated passions. They take pleasure in the harmony of color and lines, become open to what is called the beauty of nature, their feelings are aroused by the changing shades and shapes of the clouds and the play of light on the leaves of a tree. In the wake of this pacification, the sensitivity of people to social conduct is also changed. Now, inner fears, the fears of one sector of the personality for another, grow in proportion to the decrease of outer ones. As a result of these inner tensions, people begin to experience each other in a more differentiated way which was precluded as long as they constantly faced serious and inescapable 420 threats from outside. Now a major part of the tensions which were discharged directly in conflicts between people, must be resolved as intention in the struggle of the individual with himself. Social life ceases to danger zone in which feasting, dancing, and noisy pleasure frequently suddenly give way to rage, blows and murder, and becomes a different key danger zone if individuals cannot sufficiently restrain themselves, if the sensitive spots, their own shame frontier of the embarrassment through others. In a sense, the danger zone now passes through the self-individual. Thus people become, in this respect too, sensitive to distinct which previously scarcely entered consciousness, just as nature now become more than earlier, a source of pleasure mediated by the eye, people too be a source or visual pleasure or, conversely, of visually aroused displeasure, different degrees of repugnance. The direct fear inspired in people by people diminished, and the inner fear mediated through the eye and through the su-ego is rising proportionately. When the use of weapons in combat is an everyday occurrence, this gesture of offering someone a knife at table, to recall one of the examples mentioned earlier, has no great importance. As the use of weapons is restricted more and more, as external and internal pressures make the expression of anger by physical attack increasingly difficult, people gradually become more sensitive to anything reminiscent of an attack. The very gesture of attack touches danger zone. It becomes distressing to see a person passing someone else a kn with the point towards him. And from the most highly sensitized small circ of high court society, for whom this sensitivity also represents a prestige vala, a means of distinction cultivated for that very reason, this prohibition gradually spreads throughout the whole of civilized society. Thus aggressive associatio infused no doubt with others from the layer of elementary urges, combine W status tensions in arousing anxiety. How the use of a knife is then gradually restricted and surrounded, as a danger zone, by a wall of prohibitions, has been shown through a number of examples. It is an open question how far, in the court aristocracy, the renunciation of physical violence remains an external constraint, and how far it has already been converted into an inner constraint. Despite all restrictions, the use of the tabi knife, like that of the dagger, is still quite extensive. Just as the hunting and killing of animals is still a permitted and commonplace amusement for the Lord of the Earth, the carving of dead animals at table remains within the zone of permitted and is as yet not felt as repugnant. Then, with the slow rise, bourgeois classes, in whom pacification and the generation of inner constraints be the very nature of their social functions is far more complete and binding, cutting up of dead animals is pushed back further behind the scenes of social life, even if in particular countries, particularly England as so often, some of older customs survive incorporated in the new, and the use of the knife, indeed. 421. Mere holding of it, is avoided wherever it is not entirely indispensable. Sensitivity in this direction grows. His is one example among many of particular aspects of the structural formation or society that we denote by the catchword civilization. Oh, here in human society is there a 0 point of fear of external powers, and here a 0 point of automatic inner anxieties. Although they may be experienced as very different, they are finally inseparable. What takes place in the earth of a civilizing process is not the disappearance of one and the emergence the other. What changes is merely the proportion between the external and self-activating fears, and their whole structure. People's fears of external wares diminish without ever disappearing, the never absent, latent, or actual anxieties arising from the tension between drives and drive control functions come relatively stronger, more comprehensive, and continuous. The documentation for the advance of the shame and embarrassment frontiers presented a part 2 of this study, consists in fact of nothing but particularly clear and ample examples of the direction and structure of a change in the human personality which could be demonstrated from many other aspects too. A very similar structure is exhibited, for example, by the transition from the medieval Catholic to the Protestant superego formation. This, too, shows a pronounced shift towards the internalization of fears. And one thing certainly should not be overlooked in all this, the fact that today, as formerly, all forms of adult inner anxieties are bound up with the child's fears of others, of external powers. 7. Increasing constraints on the upper class, increasing pressure from below. It was pointed out earlier that in certain pictures attributed to the knightly courtly upper class of the late Middle Ages, the depiction of lower class people and their gestures was not yet felt as particularly repugnant, whereas the stricter selection corresponding to the structure of repugnance of the absolutist courtly upper class permitted the expression only of large, calm, refined gestures in art, while everything reminiscent of lower classes, everything vulgar, was kept at a distance. This repulsion of the vulgar, this increasing sensitivity to anything corresponding to the lesser sensibility or lower-ranking classes, permeates all spheres of social conduct in the courtly upper class. It has been shown in more detail how this is expressed, for example, in the courtly molding of speech. One does not say, a court lady explains, un min ami or le pauvre defunct, all that smells of the bourgeois. And if the bourgeois protests, if he replies that after all a large 422 number of people in good society use these expressions themselves, is quite possible that there are a number of decent people who do know sufficient feeling for the delicacy of our tongue. This delicacy is to but a few. This is categorical, like the demands of the sensitivity themselves. The who select in this way are neither able, nor do they attempt, to justify why in a particular case this form of a word is pleasing and that displeasing. Particular sensitivity is very closely bound up with the heightened regulated transformation of libidinal impulses imposed on them by their specified situation. The certitude with which they are able to say, this combinatio word sounds well, those colors are ill-chosen, the sureness of their TAS, short, derives rather from a more or less unconsciously operating psychic self-steering agency than from conscious reflection. But it is clear, here too, Ho is first of all small circles of court society who listen with growing sensate nuances of rhythm, tone, and significance, to the spoken and written word. How this sensitivity, this good taste, also represents a prestige value for circles. Anything that touches their embarrassment threshold smells barged. Socially inferior, and inversely, anything bourgeois touches their embarrassment threshold. It is the necessity to distinguish themselves from anything barged that sharpens the sensitivity, and the particular structure of court life and which it is not professional competence or even the possession of polished social conduct, that is the main instrument in the competition. Prestige and favor provides the opportunity for the sharpening of taste. In the course of this study it was indicated by means of a number of exams how from the 16th century onwards the standard of social conduct caught up in a quicker movement, how it remained in motion during 17th and 18th centuries and then, during the 18th-19th centuries, spread transformed in some respects throughout whole of Western society. This advance of restrictions and libidinal transformation set in with the conversion of the knightly into a court nobility. It is closely bound up with the change already discussed in the relationship of upper class to other functional groups. The courtois warrior society is no remotely under the same pressure, does not live in anything like the same interdependence with bourgeois strata, as the court aristocracy. This court up class is a formation within a much denser network of interdependencies. I held in a pincer comprising the central lord of the court on whose favor depends on the one hand, and the leading bourgeois groups with their economic advantages on the other, groups which are forcing their way upwards contesting the aristocracy's position. Tensions between court aristocratic bourgeois circles do not increase only at the end of the 18th or beginning of the 19th century. From the first the existence of the cour aristocracy is strongly and constantly threatened by the aspiring bourgeois. 4. 2. 3. Asses. Indeed, the courtization of the nobility takes place only in conjunction th an increased upward thrust by bourgeois strata. The existence of a high degree of interdependence and tension between nobles and bourgeois is a basic irrituant of the courtly character of the leading groups of the nobility. We should not be deceived by the fact that it took centuries for this continuous tug of war between noble and bourgeois groups to be decided in our of some of the latter. Nor should we be misled by the fact that the astroyance on the upper class, the functional interdependence and latent tension between different strata in the absolutist society of the 17th and 18th centuries, were less than in the various national societies of the 19th and 20th centuries. As compared with the functional constraints and the free medieval warrior nobility, those on the court aristocracy were already very great. Social tensions, particularly between the nobility and bourgeoisie, take on a different character with increasing pacification. As long as control of the instruments of physical violence, weapons and roups is not very highly centralized, social tensions lead again and again to warlike actions. Particular social groups, artisan settlements, and their feudal lords, towns and knights, confront each other as units of power which, as only states do later, must always be ready to settle their differences of interest by force of arms. The fears aroused in this structure of social tensions can still be discharged easily and frequently in military action and direct physical force. With the gradual consolidation of power monopolies and the growing functional interdependence of nobility and bourgeoisie, this changes. The tensions become more even. They can be resolved by physical violence only at infrequent climaxes or turning points. And they therefore express themselves in a continuous pressure that each individual member of the nobility must absorb within him or herself. With this transformation of social relationships, social fears slowly cease to resemble flames that flare rapidly, burn intensely, and are quickly extinguished, only to be rekindled just as quickly, becoming instead like a permanently smoldering fire whose flame is hidden and seldom breaks out directly. From this point of view as well, the court aristocracy represents a type of upper class different from the free warriors of the Middle Ages. It is the first of the more constrained upper classes, which is followed in modern times by even more heavily fettered ones. It is threatened more directly and strongly than the free warriors by bourgeois classes in the whole basis of its social existence, its privileges. As early as the 16th and 17th centuries there is in France, among certain leading bourgeois groups, particularly the high judicial and administrative courts, a strong desire to establish themselves in place of, or at least alongside, the nobility of the sword as the upper class of the country. The policy of these bourgeois strata is largely aimed at increasing their own privileges at the expense of the old nobility, even though they are at the same time, and this gives their relationship its peculiarly ambivalent character, bound to the 4. Old nobility on a number of common social fronts. For just this reason, that such continuous tensions bring with them express themselves leading bourgeois strata, only in a concealed form controlled by strong impulses. And this applies all the more to the genuine nobility who know themselves on the defensive, and in whom the shock of the defeat and low have suffered with pacification and courtization, long shows its after effect. Court aristocrats too must more or less contain within themselves the ed aroused by the constant tug of war with bourgeois groups. With this stream of interdependencies, the social tension produces a strong inner tension members of the threatened upper class. These fears sink down in part, never entirely, into the unconscious zones of the personality and re-emerge them only in changed form, as specific automatisms of self-control. The themselves, for example, in the special sensitivity of the court aristocrat, anything that remotely touches the hereditary privileges on which there exist is based. They manifest themselves in the effect-laden gestures of revulsion anything that smells bourgeois. They are partly responsible for the fact that court aristocracy is so much more sensitive to lower-class gestures than were warrior nobility of the Middle Ages, that they strictly and emphatically exit everything vulgar from their sphere of life. Finally, this permanently smoldering social fear also constitutes one of the most powerful driving forces of social control that every member of this court upper class exerts over himself, other people in his circle. It is expressed in the intense vigilance with which members of court aristocratic society observe and polish everything that distinguishes them from people of lower rank, not only the external signs of status, also their speech, their gestures, their social amusements and manners. Constant pressure from below and the fear it induces above are, in short, on the strongest driving forces, though not the only one, of that specific civilized refinement which distinguishes the people of this upper class from others and finally becomes second nature to them. For it is precisely the chief function of the court aristocracy, their functi for the mighty central ruler, to distinguish themselves, to maintain themselves as a distinct formation, a social counterweight to the bourgeoisie. They are completely free to spend their time elaborating the distinguishing social conduct of good manners and good taste. The rising bourgeois strata are less free to elaborate their conduct and taste. They have professions. Nevertheless, it is at first their ideal, to live like the aristocracy exclusively on annuities and to guy admittance to the court circle. This circle is still the model for a large part of ambitious bourgeoisie. They become bourgeois gentilshommes. They ape nobility and its manners. But precisely this makes modes of conduct develop in court circles continually become useless as means of distinction, and the noble groups are forced to elaborate their conduct still further. Over and again custom that were once refined become vulgar. Manners are polished and embarrassment threshold constantly advances, until finally, with the down of absolutist court society in the French Revolution, this spiral movement is to an end, or at least loses its force. The motor which, in the courtly phase, forward the civilizing transformation of the nobility, and with it the aim and repugnance threshold, as the examples in the first volume showed, is pelled both by the increased competition for the favor of the most powerful in the courtly stratum itself, and by the constant pressure from below. In his phase the circulation of models proceeds, as a result of the greater interdependency and therefore closer contact and more constant tension between different asses, far more quickly than in the Middle Ages. the good societies that me after the courtly one are all interwoven directly or indirectly, into the torque of professional occupations, and even though courtly orientations are never entirely lacking in them, these no longer have remotely the same influence, or now on profession and money are the primary sources of prestige, and the refinement of social conduct ceases to have the decisive importance for the reputation and success of the individual that it had in court society. In every social stratum, that area of conduct which is functionally of most vital importance to its members is the most carefully and intensively molded. The rectitude with which, in court society, each movement of the hands while seating, each piece of etiquette and even the manner of speech is fashioned, corresponds to the importance which all these functions have for court people, both as means of distinction from below, and as instruments in the competition for royal favor. The tasteful arrangement of house or park, the ostentatious or intimate depending on the fashion ornamentation of rooms, the witty conduct of a conversation or even a love affair, all these are in the courtly phase not only the private pleasures of individuals, but vital demands of their social position. They are preconditions for the respect of others, for the social success which here plays the same role as professional success in bourgeois society. In the 19th century, with the gradual ascendancy of economic, commercial and industrial bourgeois strata and their increasing pressure for access to the highest power positions in the state, all these skills cease to hold the central place in the social existence of people, they cease to be of primary significance for success or failure in their status and power struggles. Other skills take their place as primary skills on which success or failure in life depends, capacities such as occupational skills, adeptness in the competitive struggle for economic chances, in the acquisition or control of capital wealth, or the highly specialized skill needed for political advancement in the fierce though regulated party struggles characteristic of an age of increasing functional democratization. While the aristocratic courtier's personality structure is to a large extent determined by the need to compete for status and power chances within one of the ruling court establishments of their age, the social personality structure of the rising bourgeois strata is determined by the competition for a greater share. 426. Of the growing capital wealth, or else for jobs or for positions which endo occupants with greater political or administrative chances of power. The related competitive struggles now become the main factors of constraint, leave their imprint upon the personality of individuals. Even those strata of the new economic and political bourgeoisie again and again form societies of their own, and thus develop, or take over, some of the skills highly cultivated in aristocratic societies. The pattern of social constraints upon the members of bourgeois good societies is in one decisive are different from that acting upon aristocratic courtiers and gentlemen. The existence of the latter is not only de facto founded upon unearned income kind or another, but living on unearned income and thus without any notional work, in these circles, has a very high value. It is an almost indispensable condition for those who wish to belong. With the rise of the economic political bourgeoisie, this aristocratic ethos changes. Its members, or at least male members, are expected to work for a living, even if they form societies of their own. Forms of sociability, the ornamentation of one's home, visiting etiquette or the ritual of eating, all are now relegated to the private life. They preserve their vital function most strongly in that naughty society where, despite the rise of bourgeois elements, aristocratic social formations remained longest and most vigorously alive, in England. But even in peculiar amalgam that developed here from the interpenetration over centuries aristocratic and bourgeois models of conduct, middle-class traits gradually are into the foreground. And generally in all Western societies, with the decline the purer aristocracy, whenever and however this takes place, the mode conduct and effective forms which are developed are those necessary to performance of money-earning functions and the execution of precisely regular work. This is why professional bourgeois society, in everything that concerns social conduct, takes over the ritual of court society without developing it with the same intensity. This is why the standard of effect control in this sphere advances only slowly with the rise of the professional bourgeoisie. In co-society, and partly in English society too, this division of human existence in professional and private spheres does not exist. As the split becomes more general, a new phase begins in the civilizing process. The pattern of drive control THA professional work necessitates is distinct in many respects from that imposed by the function of courtier and the game of court life. The exertion required by maintenance of bourgeois social existence, the stability of the superego functions, the intensity of drive control and drive transformation demanded by bourgeois professional and commercial functions, are in some considerably greater, despite a certain relaxation in the sphere of social manners, than corresponding social personality structure required by the life of a coup aristocrat. Most obvious is the difference in the regulation of sexual relationships. However, the court aristocratic molding of the personality passes over in this of 4.2. 7. State formatio, and civilization. It form into the professional bourgeois one and is propagated further by it. We d this impregnation of broader strata by behavioral forms and drive controls generating in court society, particularly in regions where the courts were great wealthy and their influence as style-building centers correspondingly strong. RIS and Vienna are examples of this. They are the seats of the two great rival Alliatist courts of the 18th century. An echo of this can still be heard in present day, not only in their reputation as centers of good taste or of shuri industries whose products are intended particularly for the use of ladies, even in the cultivation of sexual relationships, the erotic character of the population, even though reality in this respect may no longer quite match the reputation so frequently exploited by the film industry. In one form or another, however, the models of conduct of court aristocratic company have penetrated industrial society at large, even where the courts are less rich, powerful, and influential. That the conduct of the ruling Western ropes, the degree and kind of their effect control, show a high degree of uniformity despite all national variations, is certainly, in general terms, a result. Pound the closely knit and long-ranging chains of interdependence linking the various national societies of the West. But within this general framework, the phase of the semi-private power monopolies and of court aristocratic society, with its high interdependence all over Europe, plays a special part in the molding of Western civilized conduct. This court society exercised for the first time, and in a particularly pure form, a function which was afterwards transmitted in differing degrees and with various modifications to broader and broader strata of Western society, the function of a good society, an upper class under pressure from many sides, from the organized monopolies of taxation and physical force on the one hand, and from the rising middle and lower classes on the other. Court society was indeed the first representative of the particular form of upper class which emerged more clearly the more closely, with the advancing division of functions, the different social classes became mutually dependent, and the larger the number of people and the geographical areas that were placed in such interdependence. It was a highly constricted upper class, whose situation demanded constant self-restraint and intense drive control. Precisely this form of upper class from now on predominated in Western countries. And the models of this self-restraint, first developed in court aristocratic society for the sphere of sociability, were passed on from class to class, adjusted and modified, like the upper class function itself. The heritage of aristocratic society had greater or lesser importance depending on whether its character as good society played a greater or lesser role for a class or a nation. As we have said, this was the case to a greater or lesser degree with increasingly broad classes and finally entire nations in the West, particularly nations which, having early developed strong central institutions, early became colonial powers. In such nations there was an increase under the pressure of social integration embodied both in the intensity 4.2.8 of competition within the upper class itself and in the necessity of priests' higher living standard and prestige vis-a-vis lower strata in the strength particular kind of social control, in sensitivity to the behavior of other of one's own class, in individual self-control and in the strength of the superego. In this way modes of conduct of a court aristocratic upper CI amalgamated with those of various bourgeois strata as these rose to the of upper classes, civilite was incorporated and perpetuated with certain ifications depending on the situation of its new host in what was no civilization or, more precisely, civilized conduct. So, from the century onwards, these civilized forms of conduct spread across the rising classes of Western society and over the various classes in the colonies, a mating with indigenous patterns of conduct. Each time this happens, upconduct and that of the rising groups interpenetrate. The standard of condominium, the rising class, its pattern of commands and prohibitions, reflects in its st the history of the rise of this class. So it comes about that the typical drive conduct pattern of the different industrial nation-states, their national CHTR, still represents the nature of the earlier power relationships between nobility and bourgeoisie and the course of the century-long struggles between them, from which a specific type of middle-class groups in the end emerge at time as the dominant establishment. Thus, to give one out of many examples, the National Code of Conduct and Effect Control in the United States has greater extent middle-class characteristics than, in spite of many similarity, the corresponding English Code. In the making of this English Code features aristocratic descent fused with those of middle-class descent, for in the development of English society one can observe a constant assimilating process in the course of which upper-class models, especially of good manners, were adopted in a modified form by middle-class people. Middle-class features, as for instance elements of a code of morals, were adopted by upper-class people. Hence, when, in the course of the 19th century, most of the aristocratic privileges were abolished, and England with the the industrial working classes became a nation-state, the English National Code Conduct and Effect Control showed very clearly the gradualness of the resolutio of conflicts between upper and middle classes in the form, to put it briefly, of peculiar blend between a code of good manners and a code of morals. Analogous processes were shown in Part 1 above by the example of the difference between the German and French national characters. And it would not be difficult to add further illustrations relating to the national characters of other European nations. In each case, the waves of expansion of the standards of civilized conduct to a new class went hand in hand with an increase in the social power of that class, and a raising of its standard of living to that of the class above it, or at least in that direction. Classes living permanently in danger of starving to death or of number 2. 9. NG killed by enemies can hardly develop or maintain those stable restraints characteristic of the more civilized types of conduct. To instill and maintain a restable superego agency, a relatively high standard of living and a fairly degree of security are necessary. However complex the leverage of interweaving processes within which the realization of conduct and experience in European societies takes place may at its sight appear, the basic connections are clear enough. All the individual ins mentioned so far, for example the slow rise in the living standards of old sections of population, the greater functional dependence of the upper S, or the increasing stability of the central monopolies, all these are parts and consequences of a division of functions advancing now more rapidly, now more lowly. With this division of functions the productivity of work increased. This feeder productivity is the precondition for the rise of the living standards of wider strata. With this division of functions the functional dependence of the per strata increases, and only at a very advanced point in the division of functions, finally, is the formation of more stable monopolies of physical force and detaxation with highly specialized administrations possible, that is, the ruination of states in the Western sense of the word, through which the life of the individual gradually gains greater security. But this rise in the division of functions also brings more and more people, larger and larger populated areas, into dependence on one another. It requires and instills greater restraint in the individual, more exact control of his or her affects and conduct. It demands a stricter regulation of drives and from a particular stage on more even self-restraint. This is the price, if we may call it so, which we pay for our greater security and related advantages. Moreover, and this is of decisive importance for the standard of civilization in our day, the restraint and self-control characteristic of all phases of the civilizing process up to now, result not merely from the necessity for each individual to cooperate constantly with many others, they are no less determined by the split of society into upper and lower classes. The kind of restraint and drive patterning produced in people of the upper classes takes its special stamp primarily from the tensions running through society. The ego and superego formation of these people reflects both the competition within their own class and the constant pressures from below, produced in ever-changing forms by the advancing division of functions. The strength of, and the many contradictions within, the social constraints to which the behavior of each individual member of the upper class, the establishment, is subject and which are represented by his own superego, are not determined solely by the fact they are constraints exerted by competitors, some of them even in free competition, but above all by the fact that the competing members of the established groups at the same time have to make common cause in their endeavor preserve their distinguishing prestige and their higher status over those press. 43. From below still more or less as outsiders. Quite often, under these preservation of the higher status and the distinguishing personality chistics requires a form of foresight, self-restraint, and prudence beset betis. If the outline of these processes is followed over centuries, we see tendency for standards of living and conduct to be equalized and leveled out. In each of the waves of expansion which occur when the conduct of a small circle spreads to broader rising strata, two phases, see clearly distinguished, a phase of colonization or assimilation in which and larger outsider stratum is still clearly inferior and governed by the X of the established upper group which, intentionally or unintentionally, permit with its own pattern of conduct, and a second phase of repulsion, initiation, or emancipation, in which the rising group gains perceptibly power and self-confidence, and in which the upper group is forced into restraint and isolation, and the contrasts and tensions in society are increased. Here, as always, both tendencies, equalization and distinction, attractio-repulsion, are certainly present in both of these phases, these relationships to fundamentally ambivalent. But in the first phase, which is usually that in which people rise individually from the lower to the upper class, the tendency for upper class to colonize the lower and for the lower to copy the upper is pronounced. In the second phase, when the social power of the lower grew increasing while that of the upper group is declining, the self-conscious in both groups increases with their rivalry, with the tendency to emphasize differ and as far as the upper class is concerned to consolidate them. Between the classes increase, the walls grow higher. In phases of the first kind, phases of assimilation, many individuals in rising outsider class are, however reluctantly, very dependent on the upper CLA not only in their social existence but also in their conduct, their ideas, and they are frequently, though not always, still unformed in many areas in WHI members of the upper class are highly developed, and they are so impress their social inferiority, by the effect control and code of conduct of the up class, that they try to control their own affects according to the same pattern. Here we come upon one of the most remarkable characteristics of the civilizing process. The people of the rising class develop within themselves a superego modeled on the superior, colonizing upper class. But on closer inspection superego is in many respects very different from its model. It is less balanced and therefore often much more severe. It always reveals the immense effort which individual social advancement requires, and it shows equally the constant threat from below as from above, the crossfire from all sides to which individuals are exposed in their social rise. Total assimilation to a higher established group succeeds only very exceptionally in one generation. In most people from aspiring outsider groups the effort to rise inevitably leads to specific deforma. 4. 3. WNS of consciousness and attitude. These are known in the Orient and colonies Levantinism, and in the petty bourgeois circles of Western societies they are often enough to be found in the form of half-education, the pretension to be at one is not, insecurity of taste and conduct, vulgarity not only of furniture clothing but also of the mind. All this expresses a social situation which gives to an urge to imitate models of a higher social group. The attempt does not succeed. It remains clearly an imitation of alien models. The education, standards of living, and fears of the rising groups and the upper class are in this phase still so different that the attempt to achieve the poise of the upper class leads in most cases to a peculiar falseness and incongruity of behavior which nevertheless conceals a genuine distress, a desire to escape the pressure from above and the sense of inferiority. And this shaping of the superego on upper class models also brings about in the rising class a specific form of shame and embarrassment. These are very different from the sensibilities of lower groups from which there is no chance of individual ascent. The behavior of these lower groups may be orzer, but it is more uniform and in a way more of a piece. They live more vigorously in their own world without any claim to upper class prestige, and therefore with greater scope for discharge of the affects. They live more fully in accordance with their own manners and customs, their inferiority vis-a-vis the upper class. Their gestures both of subordination and resistance, are clear and relatively unconcealed like their affects, bound by clear, definite forms. In their consciousness they and the other classes have for better or worse their clearly defined positions. By contrast, the feelings and gestures of inferiority in people rising socially as individuals take on their particular coloration from the fact that these people identify to a certain extent with the upper class. They have the same structure as was described earlier in the case of shame feelings. People in this situation acknowledge in one part of their consciousness the upper class norms and manners as binding on themselves, without being able to adopt them with the same ease and matter-of-factness. It is this peculiar contradiction between the upper class within themselves, represented by their own superego, and their incapability of fulfilling its demands. It is this constant inner tension that gives their effective life and their conduct its particular character. At the same time their predicament shows, from a new angle, the importance which a strict code of manners has for the upper class. It is an instrument of prestige, but it is also in a certain phase an instrument of power. It is not a little characteristic of the structure of Western society that the watchword of its colonizing movement is civilization. For the people of a society with a high division of functions, it is not enough simply to rule subject people and countries by force of arms like a warrior caste, although the old, simple goals of most of the earlier expansionist movements, the expulsion of other peoples from their land, the acquisition of new soil for cultivation and settlement, doubtless play no 4. 3. 2. small part in Western expansion. But it is not only the land that is need the people, these must be integrated, whether as workers or consumers, in web of the hegemonial, upper-class country, with its highly developed initiation of functions. This in turn requires both a certain raising of standards and the cultivation of self-control or superego functions in the peoples on the Western models. It demands a civilization of the colonized as it was not possible in the West itself, from a certain stage of interdependence onwards, to rule people solely by force and physical threats, so it also be necessary, in maintaining an empire that went beyond mere plantation land plantation labor, to rule people in part through themselves, through molding of their superegos. In established outsiders relationships of one can observe figurational characteristics akin to, though of course identical with, those to be observed in established outsiders relation, between social classes at a comparable stage of development. One can observe characteristics of an early form of social ascent, not yet of the outside groups as a whole but of some of its individual members. They absorb the code of the established groups and thus undergo a process of assimilation. In their affect control, their own conduct, they obey the rules of the established group partially they identify themselves with them, and even though the identificat may show strong ambivalences, still their own conscience, their whole soup apparatus, more or less follows the pattern of the established groups. People that situation attempt to reconcile and fuse that pattern, the pattern occidentally civilized societies, with the habits and traditions of their own society with a greater or lesser degree of success. But to observe such processes we do not need to go far afield. A very sim phase is to be found in the rise of the Western bourgeoisie itself, the court phase. Here too it was initially the highest aspiration of many individuals for leading bourgeois groups to behave and live like nobles. They inwardly acknowledged the superiority of courtly aristocratic conduct, they sought mold and control themselves according to that model. The conversation on * while going over the translation with my friend Yuan Goudsblom, I repeatedly had to resist the temptation to change the original text in accordance with the present state of my knowledge. The temptation was particularly strong when we came to the problems of ascending social units discussed in these pages and of the influence which social ascent, or, alternatively, social hegemony, has on their social code, especially on the restraints inherent in such a code. The problems discussed above form part of an established outsider's theory. Not all forms of social oppression of one group by another have the form of class relations. At present one often tries to use the conceptual apparatus developed in connection with class relations for all forms of group oppression or, alternatively, group emancipation. However, the class model is too narrow. One needs a broader overall concept to deal with the varieties of group oppression and group rise. I have found it helpful to use the term established outsiders relationships as a more comprehensive concept in that sense. With its help one can work out more clearly the common features of group domination and group subjection as well as the distinguishing characteristics of each particular type. Author's note to the translation. 4. 3. Erect speech of a bourgeois in a court circle, quoted earlier, is one example of is. And in the history of the German language, this courtly phase of the bourgeoisie is clearly marked by the well-known tendency of speakers or writers to insert a French word after every 3 or 4 German ones, if they did not prefer simply to use French, the court language of Europe. Nobles and even bourgeois members of courtly circles quite often made fun at this time of other bourgeois unsuccessfully trying to act in a refined or courtly manner. As the social power of the bourgeoisie grows, this mockery disappears. Sooner or later all the characteristics of the second phase of social ascent move into the reground. Bourgeois groups emphasize more and more their specifically bourgeois self-image. They assert their own codes and manners more and more confidently in opposition to the courtly aristocratic ones. Depending on their particular situation, they contrast work to aristocratic idleness, nature to etiquette, the cultivation of knowledge and morals to that of good manners and conversation, not to mention the special bourgeois demands for control of the central key monopolies, for a new structure for the administration of taxation and the army. Above all they counterpose virtue to courtly frivolity. The regulation of sexual relations, the fences surrounding the sexual sphere of libidinal life, are far stronger in middle and rising bourgeois classes, in keeping with their professional position, than in the courtly aristocratic upper class, and it is repeatedly stronger here than in high bourgeois groups which have already reached the social summit and taken on an upper class character. But however sharp this opposition may be during the phase of social struggle, however great the emancipation of the bourgeoisie from the models and predominance of the nobility, the code of conduct which the leading bourgeois groups develop when they finally take over the function of the upper classes, because of the preceding phase of assimilation, the product of an amalgamation of the codes of the old and new upper classes. The main line of the civilizing movement, the successive ascent of broader and broader strata, is the same in all Western countries, and incipiently so in increasingly large areas elsewhere. And similar, too, is the structural regularity underlying it, the increasing division of functions under the pressure of competition, the tendency to more equal dependence of all on all, which in the long run allows no group greater social power than others and nullifies hereditary privileges. Processes of free competition also follow a similar course. They veer toward the formation of monopolies controlled by a few and may finally lead to the passing of control into the hands of broader strata. All this emerges very clearly, at this stage in the struggle of the bourgeoisie against noble privileges, in the monopolies of taxation and force previously administered in the interests of very small circles becoming public. All this takes the same course, sooner or later, by one path or another, in all the interdependent countries of the West. But within this common framework of basic similarities each country develops 434 structural characteristics of its own, and corresponding to the different structures are the specific patterns of affect regulation, the structures of the DR economy and the superego, which finally become evident in the war nations. Thus in England, where the court absolutist phase was relatively sure, where contacts and alliances between urban bourgeois circles and the land nobility came about early on, the amalgamation of upper and middle C behavior patterns took place gradually over a long period. Germany, on other hand, which, through its lack of centralization and the 30 years resulting from this, remained a relatively poor land with a low standard of living for far longer than its western neighbors, had an extraordinary long phase absolutism with a large number of small, far from luxurious, courts, likewise through its lack of centralization, reached the phase of external, expansion only relatively late and incompletely. For all these reasons, intertensions and the isolation of the aristocracy from the bourgeoisie were strong and enduring there, and access by bourgeois groups to the central monopoly difficult. In the Middle Ages, urban bourgeois groups had for a time been politically and economically more powerful, more independent and self-confident than in any other country in Europe. The shock of their political and economic decline was therefore particularly keenly felt. If specifically bourgeois tradition had earlier developed in a particularly pure form in many German regions because the urban formations were so rich and independent, they now persist as specifically bourgeois traditions because their bearers were particularly poor and socially impotent. And accordingly, it was only very late that bourgeois and noble circles interpenetrated and their modes of conduct were amalgamated. For a long period the codes of both classes persisted disconnectedly side by side, and because throughout this period the key positions of the tax monopoly and the police and army administration were monopolies of the nobility, habituation to omicron. A strong external state authority became deeply ingrained in the bourgeoisie. Whereas in England, owing to its island situation, for a long period neither the army nor a centralized police force played any major role in molding the population, though the navy did to some extent. In Prussia/Germany, with its long, vulnerable land frontiers, the army led by the nobility, by privileged strata, was, like the powerful police force, of the utmost significance in stamping the social habitus of its people. This structure of the monopoly of physical force did not, however, compel individual people to adopt the same kind of self-control as, in England. It did not force individuals to become integrated in relations of teamwork based on a high degree of individual self-control and self-attainment to others. Instead, it habituated the individual from childhood onwards to a very much higher extent to a strict order of superiority and inferiority, an order of obedience and command on many levels. Understandably. Asterisk. State formation and civilization 435. His type of state control and the use made within it of the monopoly of physical force was less conducive to a transformation of external constraints, or constraints by other people, into self-constraints. Also lacking in Germany for a long period was a particular function which in some other countries, especially England, enhanced in both noble and bourgeois classes a common foresight, and a similar pattern of firmly differentiated self-control, the central function in a very extensive network of interdependencies, as the upper class of a colonial empire. Thus in Germany the drive control of the individual remained highly dependent on strong external state power. The emotional balance, the self-control of the individual, was endangered if this external power was lacking. From generation to generation a superego was reproduced in the bourgeois masses which was disposed to relinquish to a separate, higher-ranking social circle the specific kind of foresight demanded by the ruling and organization of society at large. It was shown at the beginning of the study how this situation led, at an early phase of the rise of the bourgeoisie, to a very specific kind of bourgeois self-image, a turning away from everything to do with the administration of the power monopolies, and to a cultivation of inwardness, and the elevation of spiritual and cultural achievements to a special place in the table of values. It was also shown how the corresponding movement took a different course in France. Here, more continuously than in any other country in Europe and from the early Middle Ages on, courtly circles were formed, first by cohortoire groups and then by larger and larger courts, until finally the competition between the many lords culminated in the formation of a single powerful and wealthy royal court to which flowed the taxes from the entire territory. Accordingly, a centrally controlled protectionist economic policy was adopted at an early stage. Although this primarily served the interests of the monopoly ruler and his desire to maximize his fiscal income, nevertheless it also promoted the development of trade and the emergence of wealthy bourgeois classes. Thus there were early contacts between rising bourgeois and court aristocrats with their constant need of money. Unlike the many relatively small and poorly endowed absolutist dominions in Germany, the rich, centralized, absolutist regime in France furthered both a comprehensive transformation of external constraints into self-constraints and the amalgamation of courtly aristocratic and bourgeois patterns of conduct. And when at the end of this stage, the ascent from below was completed, and with it the leveling and equalization of social standards characteristic of this whole phase of the civilizing process, when the nobility had lost its hereditary rights and its status as a separate upper class and bourgeois groups took over the upper class function, they continued as a result of the long preceding interpenetration the models, the drive patterns and the forms of conduct of the courtly phase more undeviatingly than any other bourgeois class in Europe. 436. 8. Conclusion. If we survey these past movements in their entirety, it is a change in a definite direction that we see. The deeper we penetrate the wealth of party facts to discover the structure and regularities of the past, the more emerges a firm framework of processes into which the scattered facts fitted. Just as in past times people observing nature, after following many bleak alleys in thought, gradually saw a more coherent vision of nature takes before them, so in our time the fragments of the human past gathered in minds and books by the work of many generations are beginning slowly to omicron into place, in a cohesive picture of history and of the human universe in gen. The contribution made here to this picture will be briefly summarized, presenting it from a particular point of view, that of our own day. For the profit of past changes in the social fabric becomes most sharply visible when seen against the events of one's own time. Here, too, as so often, present even illuminate the understanding of the past, and immersion in the past illuminates the present. Many of the interweaving processes to be observed in our own day with their numerous ups and downs, represent a continuation in the same direction of the moves and countermoves of former changes in the structure of Occidental societies. At the point of utmost feudal disintegration in the West, as was shown above, certain dynamics of social interweaving came into play which tended to integrate larger and larger units. Out of the competition of small dominions, the territories, themselves formed through the struggles of even smaller survey units, a few and finally a single unit slowly emerged victorious. The victo formed the center about which a new larger dominion was integrated, he for me the monopoly center of a state organization within the framework of which man of the previously freely competing regions and groups gradually grew together into a more or less unified, better and worse balanced human web of a higher order of magnitude. Today these states in turn form analogous power balances of freely competing survival units. These states too, under the pressure of the tensions of competitio that keep our whole society in a perpetual ferment of conflicts and crises, are now in their turn gradually being forced more and more clearly into mutual opposition. Again, many rival dominions are so closely intertwined that any that stands still, that does not grow stronger, runs the risk of growing weaker and becoming dependent on other states. As in every system of balances with growing competition and without a central monopoly, the powerful states forming the primary axes of tensions in the system force each other in an incessant spiral to extend and strengthen their power. The struggle for supreme. 4. 3. 7. AC and thus, knowingly or otherwise, for the formation of monopolies over still larger areas, is already in full swing. And if at present it is supremacy over continents that is at issue, there are already clear signs, concomitant with the interdependence of larger and larger areas, of struggles for supremacy over a system embracing the entire inhabited earth. In the present no less than in the past, the dynamics of interdependencies which have been so often mentioned in these inquiries, keep people moving and press towards changes in their institutions and indeed in the overall structure of their figurations. The experiences of our day, too, refute the notion which has now dominated people's thinking for more than a century, the idea that a balanced system of freely competing units, states, businesses, craftsmen, or whatever else can be maintained indefinitely in this state of precarious equilibrium. Now, as of old, this state of monopoly-free competition finds itself driven towards monopoly formation. Why this equilibrium is so exceedingly unstable, and the probability of its breakdown so high, has been shown in the analysis of the dynamics of competition and monopolization given earlier. And no more today than formerly is it economic goals and pressures alone, or political motives alone, which are the primary driving forces of these changes. Neither is the acquisition of more money or more economic power the actual goal of state rivalry and the extension of state rule, nor the acquisition of greater political and military power merely a mask, a means to an economic end. Monopolies of physical violence and of the economic means of consumption and production, whether coordinated or not, are inseparably connected, without one ever being the real base and the other merely a superstructure. Both together produce specific tensions at particular points in the development of the social structure, tensions pressing towards a transformation of this structure. Both together form the lock joining the chain by which people are bound. And in both spheres of human bonding, the political and the economic, the same mechanisms, in permanent interdependence, are at work. Just as the tendency of the big merchant to enlarge his enterprise springs finally from tension within the whole human network of which he is a part, and above all from the danger of diminished control and loss of independence if rival concerns grow larger than his, likewise competing states drive each other further and further up the competitive spiral under the pressure of tensions immanent in the entire structure which they constitute. Many individual people may wish to put a stop to this spiral movement, the breakdown of equilibrium between free competitors, and to the struggles and changes this breakdown brings with it. In the course of history so far the constraints of human bonding have always proved stronger in the long run than such wishes. And so today international relationships, not yet regulated by an encompassing monopoly of force, are again driven towards such monopolies and thus to the formation of dominions of a new order of magnitude. Precursors of such hegemonial units such as United States, empires, or leagues. 4. 3. 8. Of nations, certainly already exist. They are all still relatively unstable. As in the centuries of struggle between territorial dominions, it is as yet unresolved in the struggle of states today, and impossible to resolve, where the centers frontiers of the larger hegemonial units of the future will lie. As earlier impossible to predict how long it will take for this struggle, with its spurts and counter-spurts, to be finally decided. And like the members of smaller units whose struggle slowly produce the states, we too have scar more than a vague idea of the structure, organization, and institutions of larger units towards which the actions of today tend, whether the actors know not. Only one thing is certain, the direction in which the integration of modern world is veering. The competitive tension between states, given pressures which our social structure brings with it, can be resolved only after long series of violent or non-violent trials of strength have established monoliths of force, and central organizations for larger dominions, within which of the smaller ones, states, can grow together in a more balanced unity. Here indeed, the compelling forces of social interweaving have led the transformation of Western society in one and the same direction from the time of utmost disintegration to the present. And the case is very similar with many other movements of the present. They are all seen in a new light when viewed as moments in that stream that we variously call the past or history. Even within the different hegemonial uni of today we see a number of monopoly-free competitive struggles. But this competition is in many places nearing its final phase. Everywhere in the struggles fought with economic weapons, private monopoly organizations are already forming. And as earlier, in the formation of monopolies of taxation and physical force in the hands of single dynasties, compelling forces were already discernible that finally led to a broadening of control, whether by subordinating the monopoly executive to an elected public legislator or by any other form of nationalization, in our day we already see the imminent figurational dynamics. At work curtailing the possibility of private control of the recent economic monopolies and bringing their structure closer to the older ones, so that eventually they are likely to veer towards an integration of both. The same can be said of the other tensions leading towards changes within the different hegemonial units, the tensions between those people directly controlling certain instruments of monopoly as a hereditary possession, and those excluded from such control and who engage in unfree competition, all being dependent on opportunities distributed by the monopoly rulers. Here too we find ourselves in the midst of a historical spurt which, like a great wave of an advancing tide, takes up the smaller ones preceding it and carries them further in the same direction. In the analysis of the monopoly mechanism, it was shown in more general terms how and why, in the tension between monopoly rulers and monopoly servants at a certain degree of overall pressure, the tension balance 4.3.9 tends to be slowly or suddenly overturned. It was shown that spurts in this direction already took place in an early period of Western society. We find them, for example, in the process of feudalization, even though this involved only a shift within the upper class itself. Moreover, this change in favor of the many at the expense of the few led, as a result of the low degree of division of functions, to the disintegration of control over monopolized opportunities and the decay of the monopoly centers. As the division of functions advances, and with it the mutual interdependence of all functions, this kind of change in the balance of power is no longer expressed by a tendency to disperse monopolized opportunities among many individuals, but by a tendency to control the monopoly centers and the opportunities they allocate in a different way. The first great transitional phase of this kind, the struggle of bourgeois classes for control of the old monopoly centers, controlled by the kings and, partly, by the aristocracy, as a hereditary possession. The first complete monopolies of modern times shows this clearly enough. For many reasons, the pattern of rising classes in our day is more complex. One reason is that it is now necessary to struggle not only for the old monopoly centers of taxation and physical violence, or only for the recent economic monopolies still in the process of formation, but for control of both at once. But the elementary pattern of forces at work here is very simple. Even in this case, every monopoly opportunity restricted by heredity to particular families leads to specific tensions and disproportions in the society concerned. Tensions of this kind tend towards a change of relationships and thus of institutions in all societies, though when differentiation is low and, particularly, when the upper class consists of warriors, they often remain unresolved. Societies with a highly developed division of functions are far more sensitive to the disproportions and malfunctions caused by such tensions, the effects of which are permanently felt throughout the whole society. And though in such societies there may be more than one way in which such tensions might be resolved and removed, the direction in which they tend towards transcending themselves is predetermined by the nature of their origins, by their genesis. The tensions, disproportions, and malfunctions resulting from monopoly control of opportunities in the interests of a few can only be resolved by breaking this control. What cannot be decided in advance, however, is how long the ensuing struggle will take. And something very similar, finally, is happening in our time to the conduct of people and to the whole structure of their psychological functions. In the course of this study it has been attempted to show in detail both that and how the structure of psychological functions, the particular standard of behavioral controls at a given period, is connected to the structure of social functions and to changes in relationships between people. To trace these connections in detail in our own time is a task yet to be undertaken. The most general points can be quickly made. The structural forces working so perceptibly today towards a more 4.40 or less rapid change of institutions and of interpersonal relationships, are lead no less clearly to corresponding changes in the personality structure. Here we only gain a clear picture of what is happening by comparing it, as a spur a particular direction, with the past movements of which it is a continuation, the birth pains of other social upheavals. The dominant standard of conduct of upper classes was finally loosened to a greater or lesser extent. A period uncertainty preceded the consolidation of a new standard. Behavior patterns were transmitted not only from above to below but, in line with the shift in social center of gravity, from below to above. Thus, in the course of the rise of bourgeoisie, for example, the courtly aristocratic code of conduct lost some hold. Social forms became more relaxed and in some ways coarser. The street taboos placed in middle-class circles on certain spheres, above all those of MO and sexuality, pervaded broader circles in varying degrees until finally, as specific balance of tensions disappeared, in alternating waves of relaxation renewed severity, elements of the behavior patterns of both classes were forced into a new, more stable code of conduct. The upheavals in the midst of which we live are different in structure from all those preceding them, however much they may continue these earlier movements and be based upon them. Nevertheless, certain structural similarities with the changes just described are encountered in our own time. Here too we find relaxation of traditional patterns of behavior, the rise of certain modes conduct from below, and increased interpenetration of the standards of different classes. We see an increased severity in some spheres and a certain coarsening others. Periods like this, periods of transition, give a particular opportunity, reflection. The older standards have been called into question but solid new ones are not yet available. People become more uncertain in their conduct. The situation itself makes conduct an acute problem. In such phases and perhaps only in such phases much is open to scrutiny in conduct that previous generations took for granted. The sons begin to think further where their fathers brought their reflection to a halt. They begin to ask for reasons where their fathers saw no reason to ask. Why must one behave in this way here and that way there? Why is this permitted and that forbidden? What is the point of this precept on manners and that on morals? Conventions that have long gone untested from generation to generation, become problems. In addition, as a result of increased mobility and more frequent meetings with people shaped different ways, people are learning to see themselves from a greater distance. Why is the code of conduct different in Germany from that in England, different in England from that in America, and why is the conduct of all these countries different from that of the Orient or of more primitive societies? The preceding investigations attempt to bring some of these questions closer to resolution. They really raise only problems that are in the air. They try, as far as one person's knowledge permits, to clarify the questions and to prepare a way which, in the crossfire of discussion, may lead inquiry forward in collaboration with many others. The behavior patterns of our society, imprinted on individuals from early childhood as a kind of second nature and kept alert in him by a powerful and increasingly strictly organized social control, are to be explained, it has been shown, not in terms of general, ahistorical human purposes, but as something which has evolved from the totality of Western history, from the specific forms of behavior that developed in its course and the forces of integration which transformed and propagated them. These patterns, like the whole control of our behavior, like the structure of our psychological functions in general, are many-layered. In their formation and reproduction emotional impulses play their part no less than rational ones, drives and affects no less than ego functions. It has long been customary to explain the control to which individual behavior is subject in our society as something essentially rational, founded solely on logical considerations. Here it has been seen differently. Rationalization itself, and with it the more rational shaping and explanation of social taboos, has been shown to be only one side of a transformation affecting the whole personality, the level of drives and effects no less than the level of consciousness and reflection. The motive force in this change in individual self-steering is provided, it was shown, by pressures arising out of the manifold interweaving of human activities, pressures operating in a particular direction, and bringing about shifts in the form of relationships and in the whole social fabric. This rationalization goes hand in hand with a tremendous differentiation of functional chains and a corresponding change in the organization of physical force. Its precondition is a rise in the standard of living and in security, or, in other words, increased protection from physical attack or destruction and thus from the uncontrollable fears which erupt far more powerfully and frequently into the lives of individuals in societies with less stable monopolies of force and lower division of functions. At present we are so accustomed to the existence of these more stable monopolies of force and the greater predictability of violence resulting from them, that we scarcely see their importance for the structure of our conduct and our personality. We scarcely realize how quickly what we call our reason, this relatively far-sighted and differentiated steering of our conduct, with its high degree of effect control, would crumble or collapse if the anxiety-inducing tensions within and around us changed, if the fears affecting our lives suddenly became much stronger or much weaker or, as in many simpler societies, both at once, now stronger, now weaker. It is only when we penetrate these connections that we gain access to the problem of conduct and its control by the social code valid at a particular time. The degree of anxiety, like the whole pleasure economy, is different in every society, in every class and historical phase. To understand the control of conduct. 442. Which a society imposes on its members, it is not enough to know the three goals that can be adduced to explain its commands and prohibitions, trace to their source the fears which induce the members of this society above all the custodians of its precepts, to control conduct in this way. We only gain a better understanding of the changes of conduct and sentime a civilizing direction if we are aware of the changes in the structure of it fears to which they are connected. The direction of this change was earlier the direct fear of one person for others diminishes, in dire internalized fears increase proportionately, and both kinds become more the waves of anxiety no longer rise so frequently or steeply, only to fall away as sharply, with some oscillation, slight by comparison with the earlier phase they normally remain at a middle level. When this is the case, as has been so conduct takes on by degrees and stages a more civilized character. Everywhere, the structure of fears and anxieties is nothing other than psychological counterpart of the constraints which people exert on one another through the intertwining of their activities. Fears form one of the channels. One of the most important through which the structure of society is transmitted to individual psychological functions. The driving force underlying change in drive economy, in the structure of fears and anxieties, is a very specific change in the social constraints acting on the individual, a specific transformation of the whole web of relationships, above all the organization of force. Quite often it seems to people as if the codes regulating their conduct or one another, and thus also the fears moving them, are something from outside the human sphere. The more deeply we immerse ourselves in the history processes in the course of which prohibitions, like fears and anxieties, are formed and transformed, the stronger grows an insight which is not without importance. For our actions as well as for our understanding of ourselves, we realize the deg to which the fears and anxieties that more people are human-made. To be sure, possibility of feeling fear, just like that of feeling joy, is an unalterable part zero human nature. But the strength, kind, and structure of the fears and anxieties smolder or flare in the individual never depend solely on his or her own nature nor, at least in more complex societies, on the nature in the midst of which he or she lives. They are always determined, finally, by the history and the actual structure of his or her relations to other people, by the structure of society, and they change with it. Here, indeed, is one of the indispensable keys to all the problems posed by steering of human conduct and the social codes of commandments and taboos. The child and adolescent would never learn to control their behavior without the fears instilled by other people. Without the lever of these human-made fears, the young human animal would never become an adult deserving the name of human being, any more than someone's humanity matures fully if life denies him or her sufficient joy and pleasure. The fears which grown consciously or 443 consciously induce in the child are precipitated in him or her and henceforth reproduce themselves more or less automatically. The malleable personality of each child is so fashioned by fears that it learns to act in accord with the availing standard of behavior, whether these fears are produced by direct physical force or by deprivation, by the restriction of food or pleasure. And man-made fears and anxieties from within or without finally hold even the dolt in their power. Shame, fear of war and fear of God, guilt, fear of punishment or of loss of social prestige, man's fear of himself, of being overcome by his own affective impulses, all these are directly or indirectly induced in a person by other people. Their strength, their form, and the role they play in the individual's personality depend on the structure of his society and his or her fate. In it, no society can survive without a channeling of individual drives and effects, without a very specific control of individual behavior. No such control is possible unless people exert constraints on one another, and all constraint is inverted in the person on whom it is imposed into fear of one kind or another. We should not deceive ourselves. The constant production and reproduction of human fears by people is inevitable and indispensable wherever people live together, wherever the desires and actions of a number of people interact, whether at work, in leisure, or in love-making. But one should not believe or attempt to be persuaded that the commands and fears which today set their stamp on human conduct have as their purpose simply and fundamentally the basic necessities of human coexistence, or that they are restricted in our world to those constraints and fears necessary to a stable equilibrium between the desires of many and for the maintenance of social collaboration. Our codes of conduct are as riddled with contradictions and as full of disproportions as are the forms of our social life, as is the structure of our society. The constraints to which the individual is subjected today, and the fears corresponding to them, are in their character, their strength, and structure decisively determined by the particular forces engendered by the structure of our society just discussed, by its power and other differentials and the immense tensions created by them. It is clear in what turmoils and dangers we live, and the interweaving forces determining their direction have been discussed. It is these forces, far more than the simple constraint of working together, it is tensions and entanglements of this kind which at present constantly expose the individual to fear and anxiety. The tensions between states arising from the compelling dynamics of their contests for supremacy over larger and larger dominions find expression for individual people in specific frustrations and restraints. They impose upon these individuals a mounting work pressure and also a profound insecurity which never ceases. All this, the frustrations, the restlessness, the pressure of work, no less than the never-ending threat to life, inherent in these interstate tensions, produces anxieties and fears. The same holds true of the tensions within each of 4. The different state societies. The uncontrollable, monopoly-free comp between people of the same stratum on the one hand, and the tensions be different strata and groups on the other, likewise give rise, for the individ continuous anxiety and particular prohibitions or restrictions. They too and their own specific fears, the fears of dismissal, of unpredictable exposure to in power, of falling below the subsistence level, which prevail in the low and the fears of social degradation, of the reduction of possessions or indents, of loss of prestige and status, which play so great a part in the life of middle and upper strata. And it is precisely fears and anxieties of this kind of the loss of distinguishing hereditary prestige, as was pointed out earlier, have had to this day a decisive part in shaping the prevailing code of condominium. Precisely these fears, it was also seen, are particularly disposed to internalize they, far more than the fear of poverty, hunger, or direct physical danger, be rooted in the individual members of such strata, through their upbringing of inner anxieties which bind them to a learned code almost automatically. The pressure of a strong superego, even independently of any control by the continuous concern of parents whether their child will attain the standard conduct of their own or even a higher stratum, whether it will increase the prestige of the family, whether it will hold its own in competition within their own stratum. Fears of this kind surround the child for its earliest years, and they do so in the middle strata, in those ambitious to are far more than in the upper stratum. Fears of this kind play a considerable part in the control to which the child is subject from the beginning, in prohibitions placed on him or her. perhaps only partly conscious in the pair, and partly already automatic. They are transmitted to the child as mock gestures as by words. They continuously add fuel to the fiery circle of IRI anxieties, which holds the behavior and feelings of the growing child permanently within definite limits, binding him or her to a certain standard of sham and embarrassment, to a specific accent, to particular manners, whether he or she wishes or not. Even the rules imposed on sexual life, and the automatic anxiety now surrounding it to such a high degree, stem not only from the element and necessity of controlling and balancing the desires of many who live together, they also have their origins to a considerable extent in the pressures and tension in which the upper and particularly the middle strata of our society live. The two are very closely related to the fear of losing opportunities or possessions and prestige, of social degradation, of reduced chances in the harsh struggle of life, induced from early on in the child by the behavior of parents and educators. And even though these parental constraints and anxieties may sometimes bring about precisely what they are supposed to prevent, even though the child might be made incapable, by such blindly instilled automatic anxieties, of succeeding in the struggle of life and attaining social prestige whatever the outcome, it is always the tensions of their society that are projected by the parental gestures. 4. 5. Ohibitutions and fears onto the child. The hereditary character of monopolized answers and of social prestige finds direct expression in the parent's attitude to EIR child, and so the child is made to feel the dangers threatening these chances this prestige, to feel the entire tensions of his society, even before he or she knows anything about them. This connection between the external fears of the parents directly condition their social position, and the inner, automatic anxieties of the growing child, certainly a fact of far more general significance than can be shown here. We all only gain a fuller understanding of the personality structure of the individual, and of the historical changes in its molding over successive generations, when we are better able to observe and analyze long chains of generations than is possible today. But one thing has become clear enough even ere, how deeply the stratification, the pressures, and tensions of our own time penetrate the structure of the individual personality. We cannot expect of people who live in the midst of such tensions, who are thus driven guiltlessly to incur guilt upon guilt against each other, that they should behave to each other in a manner representing, as seems so often to be believed today, an ultimate pinnacle of civilized conduct. The continuous interweaving of human activities again and again acts as a lever which over the centuries produces changes in human conduct in the direction of our standard. These same pressures quite clearly operate within our own society towards changes transcending present standards of conduct and centered in the same direction, although, today as in the past, these trends can go at any time into reverse gear. No more than our kind of social structure, is our kind of conduct, our level of constraints, prohibitions, and anxieties, something definitive, still less a pinnacle. To begin with, there is the constant danger of war. War, to repeat the point in different words, is not the opposite of peace. Through a necessity the reasons of which have become clear, wars between smaller units have been, in the course of history up to now, inevitable stages and instruments in the pacification of larger ones. Certainly, the vulnerability of the social structure, and so the risks and upheavals brought on all concerned by the explosive violence of wars, increase the further the division of functions advances, the greater the mutual dependence of the rivals. We therefore feel in our own time a growing disposition to resolve future interstate conflicts by less dangerous means. But it is quite clear that, in our day, just as earlier, the dynamics of increasing interdependence are impelling the figuration of state societies towards such conflicts, to the formation of monopolies of physical force over larger areas of the earth, and thus, through all the terrors and struggles, towards their pacification. And as mentioned above, beyond the tensions between continents and partly involved in them, the tensions of the next stage are already emerging. One can see the first outlines of a worldwide system of tensions composed by alliances and superstate units of 446 various kinds, the prelude of struggles embracing the whole globe, precondition for a worldwide monopoly of physical force, for a single political institution and thus for the pacification of the earth. The case is no different with economic struggles. Free economic corn too, as we have seen, is not just the opposite of a monopolistic or constantly veering beyond itself towards this opposite. From this aspect epoch is anything but a final point or pinnacle, no matter how man downfalls, as in structurally similar transitional periods, it may con to respect to it is full of unresolved tensions, of unconcluded PR integration, the duration and exact course of which are not predictable. A direction alone is clear, the tendency of free competition or, which same thing, the unorganized ownership of monopolies, to be abolished, the change in human relationships by which control of oppo gradually ceases to be the hereditary and private preserve of an established stratum and becomes a function under social and public control. And here beneath the veil of the present tensions, those of the next stage are visible, the tensions between the upper and middle functionaries. Monopoly administration, between the bureaucracy on the one hand, the rest of society on the other. Only when these tensions between and within states have been mastered we expect to become more truly civilized. At present many of the rule, conduct and sentiment implanted in us as an integral part of our conscia, the individual superego, are remnants of the power and status ASPI ratio established groups, and have no other function than that of reinforcing power chances and their status superiority. They help members of these to such distinction not simply through their own achievement, which moderation is justified, but through the monopolistic appropriation of chances, the access to which is blocked for other interdependent groups. When the tensions between and within states have been mastered is the chance that the regulation of people's effects and conduct in their relations, each other can be confined to those instructions and prohibitions which necessary in order to keep up the high level of functional differentiation and interdependence without which even the present levels of civilized conduct people's coexistence with each other could not be maintained, let alone surpassed. Only then is there a chance, too, that the common pattern of self control expected of people can be confined to those restraints which are necessaries in order that they can live with each other and with themselves with a high chance of enjoyment and a low chance of fear, be it of others, be I themselves. Only with the tensions and conflicts between people can those worthy people become milder and less damaging to their chances of enjoyment. Then need no longer be the exception, then it may even be the rule, that an person can attain the optimal balance between his or her imperative drives. 7. 44. Ning satisfaction and fulfillment and the constraints imposed upon them, and out which humans would remain brutish animals and a danger as much to selves as to others, that condition to which one so often refers with big S, such as happiness and freedom, a more durable balance, a better saman, between the overall demands of people's social existence on the one hand, and personal need, and inclinations on the other. If the structure of human rations, of people's interdependencies, has these characteristics, if the cones of people with each other, which after all is the condition of the individual existence of each of them, functions in such a way that it is possible all those bonded to each other in this manner to attain this balance, then and why then can humans say of themselves with some justice that they are civilized? Till then they are at best in the process of becoming civilized. Until then they at best say, the civilizing process is underway, or, with the old Holbach, la civilisation en est pas encore terminée. 1968. Nowadays, in thinking and theorizing about the structure of human affects and how they are controlled, we are usually content to use as evidence observations from the more developed societies of the present day. We thus proceed from the tacit assumption that it is possible to construct theories about the affect structures of human beings in general on the basis of studies of people in a specific society that can be observed here and now, our own. However, numerous relatively accessible observations point to the fact that the standard and pattern of affect controls in societies at different stages of development, and even in different strata of the same society, can differ. Whether we are concerned with the development of European countries over centuries, or with the so-called developing countries in other parts of the world, we are constantly confronted by observations which give rise to the problem of how and why, in the course of the overall long-term transformations of society in a particular direction for which the term development has gained currency, the effectivity of human behavior and experience, the control of individual affects by external and self-constraints, and in this sense the structure of all forms of human expression is altered in a particular direction. Changes of this kind are indicated in everyday speech by such statements as that the people of our own society are more 45 civilized than they were earlier, or that those of other societies are uncivilized, or even more barbaric than those of our own. Judgments inherent in such statements are obvious, the facts to relate are less so. This is partly because empirical investigations of transformations of personality structures, and especially of affect controls, rise at the present stage of sociological research to very considerable diffy at the forefront of sociological interest at present are relatively show processes, and usually only problems relating to a given state of society term transformations of social structures, and therefore of personality as well, have by and large been lost from view. This book is concerned with these long-term processes. Understanding be aided by a brief indication of the various kinds of such processes, with two main directions in the structural changes of societies distinguished, those tending toward increased differentiation and and those tending toward decreased differentiation and integration. In there is a third type of social process, in the course of which the structure society or of its particular aspects is changed, but without a tendency to either an increase or a decrease in the level of differentiation and integrity. Finally, there are countless changes in a society which do not involve a its structure. This account does not do justice to the full complexity of changes, for there are numerous hybrid forms, and often several types of even in opposite directions, can be observed simultaneously in the same SOC. But for the present, this brief outline of the different types of change indicate the problems with which the study is concerned. Parts 1 and 2 of the study address above all the question of whether supposition, based on scattered observations, that there are long-term change. The affect and control structures of people in particular societies changes follow one and the same direction over a large number of generations can confirmed by reliable evidence and proved to be factually correct. It therefore contains an account of sociological investigations and findings, the best known counterpart of which in the physical sciences is the experiment, and its results is concerned with the discovery and elucidation of what actually takes place in the as yet unexplored field of inquiry to which our questions relate, the discovery and description of factual connections. The demonstration of a change in human affect and control structures taking place over a large number of generations in the same direction. To state it briefly, the increased tightening and differentiation of controls gives rise to a further question. Is it possible to relate this long-term change in personality structures with long-term structural changes in society as a whole, which likewise tend in a particular direction, toward a higher level of social differentiation and integration? The second volume of the study is concerned with these problems. For these long-term structural changes of society, empirical evidence is 451. Wise lacking. It was therefore necessary to devote a part of this book to the overview and elucidation of factual connections in this area. The question: is there a structural change of society as a whole, tending towards a higher level differentiation and integration, can be demonstrated with the aid of reliable evidence. This has proven possible. The process of state formation, in Part 3, is an example of this kind of structural change. In Part 4, in a provisional sketch of a theory of civilizing processes, Odell is worked out showing the possible connections between the long-term change in human personality structures towards a consolidation and differentiation of affect controls, and the long-term change in the figurations which people form with one another towards a higher level of differentiation and integration, for example, towards a differentiation and lengthening of the chains of interdependence and a consolidation of state controls. 2. It can readily be seen that in adopting an approach directed at factual connections and their explanation, that is, an empirical and theoretical approach concerned with long-term structural changes of a specific kind, or developments. Take leave of the metaphysical ideas which connect the concept of development either to the notion of a mechanical necessity or to that of a teleological purpose. The concept of civilization, as Part 1 shows, has often been used in a semi-metaphysical sense and has remained highly nebulous until today. Here, the attempt is made to isolate the factual core to which the current pre-scientific notion of the civilizing process refers. This core consists primarily of the structural change in people toward an increased consolidation and differentiation of their affect controls, and therefore of both their experience, example in the form of an advance in the threshold of shame and revulsion, and of their behavior, example in the differentiation of the implements used at table. The next task posed by the demonstration of such a change in a specific direction over many generations is to provide an explanation. A sketch of one is to be found, as already mentioned, in Part 4 of this work. With the aid of such an investigation we likewise take leave of the theories of social change predominant today, which in the course of time have taken the place in sociological inquiry of an earlier one centered on the old, semi-metaphysical notion of development. As far as can be seen, these current theories scarcely ever distinguish in an unambiguous way between the different types of social change briefly mentioned earlier. In particular, there is still a lack of theories based on empirical evidence to explain the type of long-term social changes which take the form of a process and, above all, of a development. When I was working on it seemed quite clear to me that 4. 5. 2. Theory of social processes in general and of social development in part, believed it quite obvious that the investigation, and the model of the low process of state formation to be found in Part 3 of the civilizing could serve equally as a model of the long-term dynamic of societe particular direction, to which the concept of social development refers. Believe at that time that it was necessary to point out explicitly that T was neither of an evolution in the 19th century sense of autumn progress, nor of an unspecific social change in the 20th century sense. That time this seemed so obvious that I omitted to mention these implications explicitly. This postscript gives me the opportunity to make this omission. 3. The comprehensive social development studied and presented here one of its central manifestations a wave of advancing integration over centuries, a process of state formation with the complementary process advancing differentiation is a figurational change which, in the to and fr contrary movements, maintains, when surveyed over an extended time span, same direction through many generations. This structural change in a specified direction can be demonstrated as a fact, regardless of how it is evaluated. Factual evidence is what matters here. The concept of social change by itself does not suffice, as an instrument of research, to take account of such facts. And change can be of the kind observable in clouds or smoke rings, now they low like this, now like that. A concept of social change that does not distinguish clearly between changes that relate to the structure of a society and those that do not, and, further, between structural changes without a specific direction and those which follow a particular direction over many generations, example towards greater or lesser complexity is a very inadequate tool of sociological inquiry. The situation is similar with a number of other problems dealt with here. After several preparatory studies which enabled me to work my way through documentary evidence and to explore the gradually unfolding theoretical problems, the way to a possible solution became clearer. I became aware that study brings somewhat nearer to resolution the intricate problem of connection between individual psychological structures, so-called personality structures, and figurations formed by large numbers of interdependent individuals, social structures. It does so because it approaches both types of structure not as fixed, as usually happens, but as changing, and as interdependent aspects of the same long-term development. 4. 5. 3. 4. Of scientific maturity at present enjoyed by many of the natural sciences, it have been expected that a carefully documented study of long-term essays, such as civilizing or state formation processes, with the theoretical posils developed from it, would either in its entirety or in some of its after thorough testing and discussion, after critical sifting of all unsuitable or disproved content have made some mark on that discipline's stock of empirical and theoretical knowledge. Since the advance of scholarship depends in large measure on interchange and cross-fertilization among Time Rouse colleagues and on the continuous development of the common stock of knowledge, it might have been expected that 30 years later the study would there have become a part of the standard knowledge of the discipline or have been more or less superseded by the work of others and laid to rest. Instead, I find that a generation later this book still has the character of a pioneering work in a problematic field which today is hardly less in need than it was 30 years ago, of the simultaneous investigation on the empirical and theoretical plane that is to be found here. Recognition of the urgency of the problems discussed here has grown. Everywhere gropings in the direction of these problems are observable. There is no lack of later attempts to solve problems to whose solution the empirical documentation endeavors to contribute. I do not believe these later attempts to have been successful. To exemplify this, it must be enough to discuss the way in which the man who at present is widely regarded as the leading theoretician of sociology, Talcott Parsons, attempts to pose and solve some of the problems dealt with here. It is characteristic of Parsons's theoretical approach to attempt to dissect analytically into their elementary components, as he once expressed it, the different types of society in his field of observation. He called one particular type of elementary component pattern variables. These pattern variables include the dichotomy of effectivity and affective neutrality. His conception can best be understood by comparing society to a game of cards. Every type of society, in Parsons's view, represents a different hand. But the cards themselves are always the same, and their number is small, however diverse their faces may be. One of the cards with which the game is played is the polarity between effectivity and affective neutrality. Parsons originally conceived this idea, he tells us, through analyzing Tönnies' social typology of Gemeinschaft, community, and Gesellschaft, society. Community, Parsons appears to believe, is characterized by effectivity and society by affective neutrality. But in determining the differences between 4 himself to the problem of the relation of social structure to personally indicates that while he had previously seen them merely as closely interacting human action systems, he can now state with certainty theoretical sense they are different phases or aspects of one and fundamental action system. He illustrates this by an example, explaining what may be considered on the sociological plane as an institutionally effective neutrality is essentially the same as what may be regarded on personality as the imposition of renunciation of immediate gratification interests of disciplined organization and the longer-run goals of the perso. It is perhaps useful for an understanding of this study to compare attempt to solve such problems with the earlier one reprinted in unchanged here in the 1969 German edition. The decisive difference in scientific approach and in the conception of the objectives of sociological theory is evident from even this short example of Parsons's treatment of similar problems. What I book is shown with the aid of extensive empirical documentation to be a PROC. Parsons, by the static nature of his concepts, reduces retrospectively, and it said to me quite unnecessarily, to states. Instead of a relatively complex prose whereby the affective life of people is gradually moved towards an increase more even control of affects but certainly not toward a state of total neutrality, Parsons presents a simple opposition between two states, affect and affective neutrality, which are supposed to be present to different types of society, like different quantities of chemical substances. Reducing to two different states what was shown empirically in the civilising process to be a process and interpreted theoretically as such, Parsons DEP himself of the possibility of discovering how the distinguishing peculiarities different societies to which he refers are actually to be explained. So far as apparent, he does not even raise the question of explanation. The different STA denoted by the antitheses of the pattern variables are, it seems, simply given the subtly articulated structural change toward increased and more even apt control that may be observed in reality disappears in this kind of theorizing. Social phenomena in reality can only be observed as developing and have developed. Their dissection by means of pairs of concepts which restrict T-analysis to two antithetical states represents an unnecessary impoverishment. Sociological perception on both the empirical and the theoretical levels. Certainly, it is the task of every sociological theory to clarify the characteristic that all possible human societies have in common. The concept of social process, like many others used in this study, has precisely this function. But the basic categories selected by Parsons seem to me arbitrary to a high degree. Underlying them is the tacit, untested, and seemingly self-evident notion that the objectives 4. 5. Every scientific theory is to reduce everything variable to something invariable, to simplify all complex phenomena by dissecting them into their individual components. The example of Parsons's theory demonstrates, however, that theorizing in the LD of sociology is complicated rather than simplified by a systematic reduction. Social processes to social states, and of complex, heterogeneous structures to plural, seemingly homogeneous components. This kind of reduction and abstraction could be justified as a method of theorizing only if it led unambiguously to a clearer and deeper understanding by people of themselves as societies and as individuals. Instead of this, we find that the theories formed by Euc methods, like the epicycle theory of Ptolemy, require needlessly complicated auxiliary constructions to make them agree with the observable facts. They often appear like dark clouds through which here and there a few rays of light touch the earth. One example of this, which will be discussed more fully later, is Parsons's attempt to develop a theoretical model of the relationship between personality structures and social structures. In this undertaking, two not very compatible ideas are frequently thoroughly confused: the notion that individual and society, ego and social system, are two entities existing independently of each other, with the individual regarded as the actual reality and society treated as an epiphenomenon, and the notion that the two are different but inseparable planes of the universe formed by men. Furthermore, concepts like ego and social system and all those related to them, which refer to human beings as individuals and as societies, are applied by Parsons except when he is using psychoanalytical categories, as if the normal condition of both could be considered as an unalterable state. The present study cannot be properly understood if the view of what is actually observable in human beings is blocked by such notions. It cannot be understood if we forget that concepts such as individual and society do not relate to two objects existing separately but to different yet inseparable aspects of the same human beings, and that both aspects, and human beings in general, are normally involved in structural transformation. Both have the character of processes, and there is not the slightest necessity, in forming theories about human beings, to abstract from this process character. Indeed, it is indispensable that the concept of process be included in sociological and other theories relating to human beings. As is shown in this book, the relation between individual and social structures can only be clarified if both are investigated as changing, developing entities. Only then is it possible to develop models of their relationship, as is done here, which are in some agreement with the demonstrable facts. It can be stated with great certainty that the relation 456 between what is referred to conceptually as the individual and as society remain incomprehensible so long as these concepts are used as if they repair two separate bodies, and, above all, bodies normally at rest, which only into contact with one another afterwards, as it were. Without ever say clearly and openly, Parsons and all sociologists of the same persuasion undoubtedly envisage those things to which the concepts individual and societe as existing separately. Thus, to give only one example, Parsons adopt notion already developed by Durkheim that the relation between individual and society is an interpenetration of the individual and the social. However such an interpenetration is conceived, what else can this meta mean than that we are concerned with two different entities which first separately and then subsequently interpenetrate? This makes clear the difference between the two sociological approach. This study the possibility of discerning more precisely the connection between individual structures and social structures results from a refusal to abstract from the process of their development as from something incidental or meta-historical. For the structures of personality and of society evolve by indissoluble interrelationship. It can never be said with certainty that the people of a society are civilized. But on the basis of systematic investigations referred to demonstrable evidence, it can be said with a high degree of certainty some groups of people have become more civilized, without necessarily implying that it is better or worse, has a positive or negative value, to become civilized. Such a change in personality structures can, however, be shown without difficulty to be a specific aspect of the development of social structures. Attempted in what follows. It is not particularly surprising to encounter in Parsons, and in many contemporary sociological theoreticians, a tendency to reduce processes to STA even when these writers are explicitly concerned with the problem of SOC change. In keeping with the predominant trend in sociology, Parsons takes as high starting point the hypothesis that every society normally exists in a state, unchanging equilibrium which is homeostatically preserved. It changes, supposes, when this normal state of social equilibrium is disturbed by, for example, a violation of the social norms, a breach of conformity. Social change thus appears as a phenomenon resulting from the accidental, externally activate malfunction of a normally well-balanced social system. Moreover, the societe thus disturbed strives, in Parsons's view, to regain its state of rest. Sooner or late as he sees it, a different system with a different equilibrium is established, which once again maintains itself more or less automatically, despite oscillations in the given state. In a word, the concept of social change refers here to transitional state between two normal states of changelessness, brought about by malfunction. Here, too, the difference between the theoretical approaches represented by the study and by Parsons and his school emerges very distinctly. 4. 5. 7. The present study upholds the idea, based on abundant documentary material, that change is a normal characteristic of society. A structured sequence of continuous change serves here as the frame of reference for investigating states occurring at particular points in time. In prevailing sociological opinion, conversely, social situations viewed as if they normally existed in a state of rest serve the frame of reference for all change. Thus a society is regarded as a social stem, and a social system as a system in a state of rest. Even when a relatively differentiated, highly developed society is involved, the attempt is often made to consider it as at rest and self-contained. It is not regarded as an integral part of the inquiry to ask how and why this highly developed society has developed to the state of differentiation. In keeping with the static frame of reference of the predominant system theories, social changes, processes and developments, which include the development of a state or a civilizing process, appear merely as something additional, a mere historical introduction, the investigation and explanation of which may very well be dispensed with in coming to an understanding of the social system and its structure and functions, as they may be observed here and now from a short-term viewpoint. These conceptual tools themselves, including concepts like structure and function, which serve as the badge of the contemporary sociological school of structural functionalists, bear the stamp of this specific mode of thinking, which reduces processes to states. Of course, their originators cannot entirely dismiss the idea that the structures and functions of the social unit or its parts, which they picture as states, move and change. But the problems which thus come into view are reconciled with the static mode of thought by encapsulating them in a special chapter with the title Social Change, as though it were something supplementary to the problems of the normally unchanging system. In this way social change itself comes to be treated as an attribute of a state of rest. In other words, the basic, process-reducing attitude is reconciled with empirical observations of social change by introducing into the theoretical waxworks of motionless social phenomena a few more equally motionless figures with labels like social change or social process. In this way the problems of social change are in a sense frozen and rendered innocuous to statically orientated sociology. So it happens that the concept of social development has almost completely vanished from the sight of contemporary sociological theorists, paradoxically, in a phase of social development when, in actual social life and partly also in empirical sociological research, people are concerning themselves more intensely and consciously than ever before with problems of social development. 6. In writing a postscript to a book that on both the theoretical and the empirical side is squarely opposed to widespread tendencies in contemporary 45. 8. Sociology, one has a certain obligation to tell the reader clearly and unequivocally how and why the problems posed here, and the steps taken to solve them from those of the predominant type of sociology, and particularly from theoretical sociology. To do this, one cannot entirely evade the question to be explained that sociology, for whose leading 19th century reparatives the problems of long-term social processes were of primordial, should in the 20th century have become a sociology of steady states to an extent that the investigation of long-term social processes has disappeared from its research activity. Within the scope of this post cannot presume to discuss this displacement of the center of sociological research, and the radical change in the entire sociological thinking connected with it, with the thoroughness they deserve. Bulletin problem is too important for an understanding of the present book, and be that for the further development of sociology, to be passed over in corn silence. I shall therefore confine myself to picking out a few elements fro complex of conditions responsible for this regression in the intellectual apparatus of sociology and the concomitant narrowing of its field of inquiry. The most obvious reason why awareness of the significance of problems of low-term social change, of the sociogenesis and development of social formation so kinds has been largely lost to sociologists, and why the concept of development has fallen into disrepute among them, is to be found in the reaction of sociologists, above all, the leading theoreticians of the 20th century. Certain aspects of the most prominent sociological theories of the 19th century. It has been shown that the theoretical models of long-term development elaborated in the 19th century by men like Comte, Spen Marx, Hobhouse and many others rested in part on hypotheses determined primarily by the political and philosophical ideals of these men and on secondarily by their relation to facts. Later generations had a much larger, a constantly increasing supply of facts at their disposal. Re-examination of classical 19th century theories of development in light of the comprehensive findings of subsequent generations made many aspects of earlier process models appear questionable or at any rate in need of revision. Many of the sociological pioneers' articles of faith were no longer accepted by 20th century sociologists. These included, above all, the belief that development of society is necessarily a development for the better, a movement in the direction of progress. This belief was emphatically rejected by many late sociologists in accordance with their own social experience. They could see more clearly in retrospect that the earlier models of development comprised a mixture of relatively fact-based and of ideological notions. In a mature discipline one might, first of all, have set about the task of revising and correcting the earlier models of development. One might have tried in this situation, to ascertain which aspects of the old theories could be used as 4, 5, 9 basis for further research in light of the more comprehensive factual knowledge now available, and which should find their place as expressions of time-bound political or philosophical prejudice, with a suitable tombstone, in the graveyard. Doctrines. Instead, an extremely sharp reaction against the type of sociological theory concerned with long-term social processes set in. The study of the long-term development of society was almost universally decried, and the center of sociological interest moved, in a radical reaction against the older type of theory, the investigation of data on society conceived as normally existing in a state of rest and equilibrium. Hand in hand with this went the hardening of a collection of stereotyped arguments against the older sociological theories and many of their central concepts, particularly that of social development. As these theologists did not trouble to distinguish between the fact-based and the deological elements in the concept of development, the whole discussion of long-term social processes, particularly developmental processes, was henceforth associated with one or another of the 19th century systems of belief, and so, above all, with the notion that social development, whether proceeding in a straight line without conflict or dialectically with conflict, must automatically be a change for the better, a movement in the direction of progress. From then on it appeared almost old-fashioned to occupy oneself with questions of social development. It is sometimes said that generals, in planning strategy for a new war, take the strategy of the old one as their model. To assume without question that concepts like social development or long-term social processes inevitably include the old idea of progress is to proceed in a similar way. We find, therefore, in the framework of sociology, an intellectual development involving a radical swing of the pendulum from a one-sided position to an opposite position no less one-sided. A phase in which sociological theorists primarily sought models of long-term social development has been succeeded by one in which they are primarily concerned with models of societies in a state of rest and immutability. If research was once founded on a Heraclitean kind of basic assumption that all is in flux, with the difference that it was taken almost for granted that the flow was in the direction of improvement, it is based now on an Eleatic idea. The Eleatics, it is said, imagine the flight of an arrow as a series of states of rest. Actually, it seemed to them, the arrow does not move at all. For at every given moment it is in a particular place. The assumption of many present-day sociological theorists that societies are usually to be found in a state of equilibrium, so that the long-term social development of mankind appears as a chain of static social types, is strongly reminiscent of the Eleatic conception of the flight of an arrow. How can this swing of the pendulum from one extreme to the other in the development of sociology be explained? At first sight it seems that the decisive reason for the change in the theoretical orientation of sociology is a reaction of scientists protesting in the name of the 460 scientific character of their research against the interference of politic-philosophical ideas in the theory of their subject. Exponents of contempt sociological theories of steady states are themselves often inclined interpretation. On closer examination, however, it is found to be inadequate. Reaction against the sociology of development predominant in the 19th century was not directed simply against the primacy of ideals, the dominant preconceived social doctrines, in the name of scientific objectivity. It was simply the expression of a concern to pull aside the veil of short-lived notion what society ought to be, in order to perceive the real dynamics and funct of society itself. In the last analysis it was a reaction against the prima particular ideals in sociological theory, in the name of others partly opposed them. If in the 19th century specific conceptions of what ought to be what was desired, specific ideological conceptions led to a central inter the development of society, in the 20th century other conceptions of what ought to be or is desirable, other ideological conceptions led to the announced interest among leading sociological theorists in the state of society is, to their neglect of problems of the dynamics of social formations, and to the lack of interest in problems of long-term processes, and in all the opportunities of explanation that the investigation of such problems provides. This sharp change in the character of social ideals, encountered here in development of sociology, is not an isolated event. It is symptomatic of a more comprehensive change in the ideals predominant in the countries in which the main work of sociology is concentrated. This change points, in turn, to a specific transformation that has been taking place in the 19th and 20th centuries in the internal and external relations of the older, more developed industrial states. It must suffice here as a sketch of a more extensive inquiry, to indicate briefly the main outlines of this transformation. This will facilitate understanding of sociological studies which, like the present one, give a central place to the investigation of long-term processes. The purpose is not to attack other ideals in the name of one's own, but to seek a better understanding of the structure of such processes themselves and to emancipate the theoretical framework of sociological research from the primacy of social ideals and doctrines. For we can only elicit sociological knowledge which is sufficiently adequate to be of use in solving the acute problems of society if, in posing and solving sociological problems, we cease giving precedence to preconceived notions of what the solutions ought to be over the investigation of what is. 7. In the industrializing countries of the 19th century in which the first great pioneering works of sociology were written, the voices expressing the social beliefs, ideals, hopes and long-term goals of the rising industrial classes gradually achieved the advantage over those seeking to preserve the existing social order in the interests of the established courtly dynastic, aristocratic, or patrician powerites. It was the former who, in keeping with their situation as the rising classes, had high expectations of a better future. And as their ideal lay not in the present but in the future, they were particularly interested in the dynamics, the development, of society. In conjunction with one or another of these rising industrial classes, the sociologists of the time sought confirmation that the development of mankind would move in the direction of their wishes and hopes. They did so by exploring the direction and the driving forces of social development hitherto. In this activity they undoubtedly brought to light a very considerable amount of adequate knowledge on the problems of social development. But it is often very difficult in retrospect to distinguish between specific heteronymous doctrines filled with short-lived, time-bound ideals and those conceptual models which have a significance independent of these ideals, and reliant solely on verifiable facts. On the other side, in the 19th century were to be heard the voices of those who, for one reason or another, opposed the transformation of society through industrialization, whose social faith was oriented toward conservation of the existing heritage, and who held up, against what they took to be the deteriorating present, their ideal of a better past. They represented not only the pre-industrial elites of the dynastic states but also broader working groups, above all, those engaged in agriculture and handicrafts, whose traditional livelihoods were being eroded by advancing industrialization. They were the opponents of all those who spoke from the standpoint of the two rising industrial classes, the commercial class and the working class, and who, in keeping with the rising situation of these classes, drew their inspiration from a belief in a better future, the progress of mankind. Thus, in the 19th century, the chorus of voices was split between those extolling a better past and those celebrating a better future. Among the sociologists whose image of society was oriented toward progress and a better future are to be found, as we know, spokesmen of the two industrial classes. They include men like Marx and Engels, who identified themselves with the industrial working class, and they include bourgeois sociologists like Comte at the beginning of the 19th century or Hobhouse at the end. The spokesmen for the two rising industrial classes took confidence in the thought of the future improvement of the human condition, even if what they envisaged as improvement and progress varied widely depending on their class. If one is to understand why the belief in progress waned in the 20th century and why, correspondingly, interest among sociologists in the problems of long-term social development declined, it is of no small importance to realize how intense was the interest in the problems of social development in the 19th century, and to ask on what this interest was founded. 4. 6. 2. But to understand this shift it is not enough, as has already been indicated, consider only class figurations, the social relationships within states. The industrial classes within the industrializing states of Europe in the 9th century went hand in hand with the continuing rise of these nations. In that century these nations drove each other by constant rivalry to increase of their predominance over less developed nations than ever before, only the classes within them but also these state societies in their totality rising, expanding social formations. One might be tempted to attribute the belief in progress in European in the centuries preceding the 20th primarily to the progress in science technology. But that is an insufficient explanation. How little the experience scientific and technological progress alone gives rise to an idealization of Prague. to a confident faith in the continuous improvement of the humankind shown clearly enough by the 20th century. The actual degree and progress in science and technology in this century exceed that in the past centuries very considerably. Likewise, the standard of living of the masses in countries of the first wave of industrialization has been higher in the 20th century than in preceding centuries. The state of health has improved, expectancy has increased. But in the total chorus of the time, the voices oft who affirm progress as something valuable, who see in the improvement o condition of men the centerpiece of a social ideal, and who believe confidently the better future of mankind, have become appreciably fewer than in preceding centuries. On the other side of the choir, the voices of those who cast doubt all these developments, who see no great promise of a better future for mankind or even for their own nation, and whose central social faith concentrates on the present as the highest value, on the conservation of their own nation, the idealization of its existing social form or even of its past, its heritage and traditional order, are increasing in the 20th century and gradually become an ever louder. In the preceding centuries, in which actual progress was already palpable yet still slow and relatively limited, the idea of further, future progress had the character of an ideal towards which its adherents were striving and which possessed high value precisely as an ideal. In the 20th century, when, in the older industrial nations, actual progress in science, technology, health, the standard of living and not least in the reduction of inequality between people exceeds by far the progress in all previous centuries, progress has ceased for man-people to be an ideal. The voices of those who doubt all this actual progress are growing more numerous. The reasons for this change are manifold. Not all need be considered here. The recurrent wars, the incessant danger of war, and the threat of nuclear and other new scientific weapons certainly contribute to this coincidence of accelerating progress, particularly in the scientific and technical fields, with diminishing confidence in the value of this progress and of progress in general. 4. 6. 3. But the contempt heaped in the 20th century on the preceding centuries' hollow belief in progress or their notion of a progressive development of man's society, the obstructions blocking sociologists' view of problems of long social processes, the almost complete disappearance of the concept of social development from sociological texts, these and other symptoms of an extreming of the intellectual pendulum are not sufficiently explained by the upheavals, war and related events. To understand them, we must also take account of specific changes in the 20th century in the overall internal structure and international position of the great industrial nations of the 19th century. Within these nations, the representatives of the two industrial classes, the industrial bourgeoisie and the industrial working class, have in the course of the 20th century firmly now established themselves against the earlier dynastic aristocratic military power elites as the ruling groups in their states. The two industrial classes hold each other in an often precarious and always unstable balance of tensions, with the old established working class still in the weaker position, but slowly gaining strength. The rising classes of the 19th century, who still had to fight within their states against the traditional dynastic elite, and for whom development, progress, a better future was not only a fact but also an ideal of great emotional significance, have become in the course of the 20th century the more or less established industrial classes whose representatives are installed institutionally as the ruling or co-ruling groups. Partly as partners, partly as opponents, the representatives of the industrial bourgeoisie and the established industrial working class now form the primary elite in the nations of the first wave of industrialization. Accordingly, alongside class consciousness and class ideals, and partly as a disguise for them, national consciousness and the ideal of their own nation as the highest value play an increasing role within the two industrial classes, first of all in the industrial bourgeoisie, but increasingly in the industrial working class as well. Seen as an ideal, however, the nation turns attention to what already exists. Since representatives of the two powerful and populous industrial classes now have access to positions of power in the state, the nation, organized as a state as it now is, appears emotionally and ideologically as the highest value. In this sense, it appears as eternal, immutable in its essential features. Historical changes affect only externals, the people, the nation, so it appears, do not change. The English, German, French, Italian and all other nations are, for those who constitute them, everlasting. In their essence they are always the same, whether we are speaking of the 10th or the 20th century. Furthermore, it was not only the two industrial classes within the older industrial nations which changed, once and for all, in the course of the 20th century. The rise of the European nations and of their offshoots in other parts of the world, which had gone on for centuries, also came slowly to a standstill in our own. Certainly, their actual lead over non-European nations, with few 4 exceptions, at first remained large. For a time it even increased. But the idea formed and established itself in the age of the unchallenged ascendancy. European nations, as among all powerful and ruling groups in the world, power they were able to wield over other nations was the expression of a mission bestowed on them by God or nature or historical destiny, the exp of a superiority over those less powerful which was founded in their very this idea of their own self-evident superiority, deeply rooted in the self-I'm and the older industrial nations, has been profoundly shaken by the actual cour development in the 20th century. The reality shock suffered when a fiat ideal collides with social reality has been absorbed by each nation in a different way, according to its own development and the specific nature of its national image. For Germany, the more comprehensive significance of this colossio first concealed by the more direct shock of the military defeats. But indicative both of the strength of the old national ideals and of the autonomy of this development as a whole, that even in the victorious country the Second European-American War, at first, immediately after the victory had been won, only very few people seem to have realized how radically and fundamentally the military conflicts between two groups of relatively highly developed countries would reduce the power of this class of countries as a whole over the less developed countries, a reduction which had been in the offing some time. As is often the case, this sudden diminution in their power found previously mighty countries unprepared and bewildered. The actual opportunities for progress, for a better future, are, leaving aside the regressive possibilities of war, still very great for the older industrial natio, but in relation to their traditional national self-images, in which the idea of own national civilization or culture is usually ensconced as the highest value mankind, the future is disappointing. The idea of the unique nature and valued one's own nation often serves as legitimation for that nation's claim to lead all other nations. It is this self-image, this claim to leadership by the older industry nations, that has been shaken in the second half of the 20th century by what is still a very limited increase in power among the poorer, previously dependent and partly subjugated pre-industrial societies in other parts of the world. In other words, this reality shock, in so far as it affects the emotive veil of present state of a nation in regard to its future possibilities, merely reinforces tendency already present in national feeling that what the nation is and always has been, its eternal, unalterable heritage, possesses a far greater emotive value as a means of self-legitimation and as an expression of the national scale of value and the national ideal, than any promise or ideal located in the future. The national ideal draws attention away from what changes to the enduring and the immutable. This aspect of the transformation taking place in the European states, and in a number of closely related non-European states as well, has been matched by specific changes in the realm of ideas and in the modes of thought of intellectuals. In the 18th and 19th centuries, philosophers and sociologists who spoke of society were usually thinking of bourgeois society, that is, aspects of social life that seemed to lie beyond the dynastic and military aspects of the rate. In keeping with their situation and their ideals as spokesmen for groups which were by and large excluded from access to the central positions of state power, these men, when talking of society, usually had in mind a human society, transcending all state frontiers. With the extensive assumption of state power by representatives of the two industrial classes, and with the corresponding development of national ideals in these two classes and particularly in their representative ruling elites, this conception of society was changed in sociology as well. In society at large, the various class ideals of the industrial classes are increasingly mingling and interpenetrating with national ideals. Certainly, conservative and liberal national ideals show a different nuance of nationalism than do socialist or communist ones. But such nuances influenced only marginally, if at all, the broad outline of the change that took place in the attitude toward state and nation of the established industrial classes, including their political and intellectual spokesmen, when these classes, ceasing to be groups excluded from central state power, became groups truly constituting the nation, whose leaders themselves represented and exercised state power. It corresponds with this development that many 20th-century sociologists, when speaking of society, no longer have in mind, as did their predecessors, a bourgeois society or a human society beyond the state, but increasingly the somewhat diluted ideal image of a nation-state. Within their general conception of society as something abstracted from the reality of the nation-state, the above-mentioned political and ideological nuances are again to be found. Among the leading sociological theorists of the 20th century, conservative and liberal as well as socialist and communist, shades are to be found in the image of society they portray. Since, in the 20th century, American sociology assumed for a time the leading role in the development of theoretical sociology, the dominant type of sociological theory of this period reflected the specific character of the predominant American national ideal, within which conservative and liberal features are not so sharply divided, or felt to be so antithetical, as in some European nation-states, particularly Germany. In sociological discussions, and in philosophical debates as well, the rejection of certain aspects of the sociological theories of the 19th century above all, their orientation towards social development and the concept of progress is often presented as based solely on the factual inadequacy of these theories. The short survey chat has been given here of one of the main structural tendencies of the development of relations within and between the older industrial nations throws into sharper relief certain ideological aspects of this rejection. In 466. Accordance with the concept of ideology developed within the Marxian trad, one might seek to explain the ideological aspects of the neglect of development, and the preoccupation with steady-state social systems, due in recent sociological theories, solely by reference to the ideals of classes. Hopes, wishes and ideals are related not to the future but to the conservative the existing order. But this class explanation of the social beliefs and implicit in sociological theory is no longer sufficient in the 20th century. In this period we must also take account of the development of national that transcends social classes in order to understand the ideological aspects of sociological theories. The integration of the two industrial classes into a structure previously ruled by numerically very small pre-industrial minority, the rise of both classes to a position in which their representatives play a more or less dominant role in the state, and in which even the weaker sectors of industrial workers can no longer be ruled without their consent, and resulting stronger identification of both classes with the nation. All these facto give special impetus, in the social attitudes of this time, to the belief in an own nation as one of the highest values in human life. The lengthening and multiplication of chains of interdependence between states, and the heightening of specific tensions and conflicts between states resulting from this, the moment to national wars and the ever-present danger of war, all these factors contribute to the growth of nation-centered patterns of thought. It is the convergence of these intrastate and interstate lines of development in the older industrial nations that has weakened the ideal of progress, its orientation of faith and desire toward a better future and therefore also toward image of the past considered as development. Combined, the two lines development cause this type of ideal to be replaced by others directed conserving and defending the existing order. They relate to something that is fate to be immutable and realized in the present, the eternal nation. The voice, proclaiming belief in a better future and the progress of mankind as their ideal, make way, as the dominant section in the mixed social chorus of the time, for voices of those who give precedence to the value of what exists and, above all, to the timeless value of their own nations, for which, in the succession of great and small wars, many people have lost their lives. This is sketched in its main outline, the overall structural development which is reflected in the development of theories of society. Theories which reflect the ideals of rising classes in expanding industrial societies have been replaced by theories dominated by ideals of more or less established classes in highly developed societies whose growth has reached or passed its peak. As an example of this type of sociological theory, it may suffice to cite one of its representative concepts, that of the social system, as used by Parsons, Bowie. Certainly not by him alone. It expresses very clearly the way in which a society is now conceived. A social system is a society in equilibrium, small of. Oscillations of this equilibrium do occur, but normally society exists in a state of test. All its parts, in this conception, are normally harmoniously attuned to one another. All individuals belonging to it are normally attuned by the same kind socialization to the same norms. All are normally well integrated, respect the aim values in their actions, fulfill their prescribed roles without difficulty. Conflicts between them do not normally occur. These, like changes in the system, are manifestations of malfunction. In short, the image of society represented theoretically by this concept of the social system reveals itself on closer inspection to be the ideal image of a nation. All the people belonging to it obey the same norms on the basis of the same socialization, uphold the same values, and thus live normally in well-integrated harmony with one another. In the conception of the social system that we have before us, in other words, the image of the nation as community can be discerned. It is tacitly assumed that within such a system there is a relatively high degree of equality between people, for integration rests on the same socialization of people, on the uniformity of their values and norms throughout the entire system. Such a system is therefore a construction abstracted from a democratically conceived nation-state. From whatever side this construction is considered, the distinction between what the nation is and what the nation ought to be is blurred. Just as in the 19th century sociological models of development the desired social process was presented, mingled with realistic observations, as a fact, so in the 20th century sociological models of a normally unchanging social system the desired ideal of a harmonious integration of all parts of the nation is also presented, mingled with realistic observations, as something that exists, a fact, but in the former case it is the future, in the latter the present, the nation-state. Existing here and now, that is idealized. A mixture of is and ought, of factual analyses and normative postulates, relating primarily to a society of a very definite type, a nation-state conceived in broadly egalitarian fashion, thus presents itself as the centerpiece of a theory which claims to be capable of serving as a model for the scientific investigation of societies in all times and places. One need only raise the question of whether and how far such sociological theories derived primarily from present-day, more or less democratic nation-state societies which presuppose a high degree of integration of people into the social system as something both self-evident and desirable, and which therefore, imply a relatively advanced stage of social democratization are applicable to societies at different stages of development, and which are less centralized and democratized, in order to perceive the weakness of a general theory of society from the church steeple perspective of the present state of our own society. If such models of a social system are tested for their suitability as theoretical tools for the scientific investigation of a society with a high percentage of slaves or unfree subjects, or of feudal or hierarchical states, that is, societies in which not even the same laws, let alone the same 468 norms and values, apply to all people, it is quickly seen how present these sociological models of systems conceived as states actually are. What has been illustrated here by the social system example could without difficulty to apply to other concepts of dominant contemporary concepts like structure, norm, integration, and role all represent current forms attempts to conceptualize certain aspects of human society abstracting from their dynamics, their genesis, their character as a prose development. The rejection of the 19th century ideological understanding of these dynamic aspects of society that has taken place can therefore be seen only as a criticism of these ideological aspects in the name of a scientific co. With fact, but above all as a criticism of earlier ideals that no longer corr to present social conditions and experience and have therefore been reg the name of later ideals. This replacement of one ideology by another exp the fact that it is not simply the ideological elements in the 19th century sociological concept of development that have been called into question, but in concept of development itself, the very consideration of problems of long-term social development, of sociogenesis and psychogenesis. In a word, the babe been thrown out with the bath water. The present study, which concerns itself once again with social processes, be better understood if this development of theoretical sociology is kept in me the tendency to condemn the social ideologies of the 19th century. The standpoint of those of the 20th appears to preclude the idea that low-term processes might be the object of investigation without an ideologic motive, that is, without the author, under the pretense of speaking of what was, actually speaking about what he believes and wishes ought to be. If present study has any significance at all, this results not least from its opposite to this mingling of what is and what ought to be, of scientific analysis ideals. It points to the possibility of freeing the study of society from its bondage to social ideologies. This is not to say that an investigation of social problem, which rejects the primacy of political and philosophical ideals, means renouncing the possibility of influencing the course of political events through the results of sociological research. The opposite is the case. The usefulness of sociological research as a tool of social practice is increased if the researcher does not deceive himself by projecting what he desires, what he believes ought to be, into his investigation of what is and has been. 8. To understand the obstruction which the predominant modes of thinking and feeling pose to the investigation of long-term changes of social structure and personality structure, and thus to an understanding of this book, it is not enough to trace the development of the image of people as societies, the image. 469. Osciati. It is also necessary to keep in mind the development of the image of people as individuals, the image of the personality. As has been mentioned, one of the peculiarities of the traditional human self-image is that people often think of individuals and societies as if these were two phenomena existing parallelly, of which, moreover, one is often considered real and the other unreal instead of two different aspects of the same human being. Neither can this curious aberration of thinking be understood without a glance at its implicit ideological content. The splitting of the image of humanity to an image of man as individual and an image of men as societies has widely famifying roots. One branch is a very characteristic split in the values and ideals encountered, on close inspection, in all the more developed nation-states, and, perhaps most pronounced in nations with a strong liberal tradition. In the development of the value systems of all such nation-states, one finds, on the one end, a strand which sees society as a whole, the nation, as the highest value, and, on the other, a strand which posits the wholly self-sufficient, free individual, closed personality, as the highest value. It is not always easy to harmonize his two highest values with one another. There are situations in which the two ideals are plainly irreconcilable. But usually this problem is not squarely faced. People talk with great warmth of the freedom and independence of the individual, and with equal warmth of the freedom and independence of their own nation. The first ideal arouses the expectation that the individual member of a nation-state, despite his community and interdependence with others, can reach his decisions in an entirely self-sufficient way, without regard to others. The second arouses the expectation, fulfilled particularly in war but often enough in peacetime, too, that the individual should and must subordinate everything belonging to him, even his life, to the survival of the social whole. This split in the ideals, this contradiction in the echoes by which people are brought up, is reflected in the theories of sociology. Some of these theories take as their starting point the independent, self-sufficient individual as the true reality, and therefore as the true object of social science, Others start with the independent social totality. Some theories attempt to harmonize the two conceptions, usually without indicating how it is possible to reconcile the idea of an absolutely independent and free individual with that of an equally independent and free social totality, and often without clearly perceiving the problem. The reflection of this unresolved inner division between the two ideals is seen above all in the theories of sociologists whose national ideal has a conservative liberal tinge. Max Weber's theoretical work, if not his empirical work, and the theories of his successor Talcott Parsons are examples of this. It may suffice as illustration to return once more to what has already been said about Parsons's conception of the relation of individual and society, of the individual actor and the social system. One description of their relation is contained in the metaphor of interpenetration, which shows clearly the 70. Important role played by the idea of the separate existence of the TW aspects. The reification of the ideal therefore finds expression in this edifice, not only in the notion of the social system as a specific ideal imagination, but also in that of the individual actor, the ego, as an ideal I am a free individual existing independently of all others. In both cases the ideal image is changed unawares under his hands into a fact, something actually exists. For with regard to the image of the individual, mind of the theorist ought to be, the image of the absolutely independent individual, is treated as if it were the image of what the IND actually is. Now this is certainly not the place to fathom the reasons for disseminated split in thinking about human beings. But the concerned present study cannot properly be understood so long as the problem civilizing process are approached with the notions of the individual that just been mentioned. In the course of this process the structures of the human being are changed in a particular direction. This is what the civilization, in the factual sense in which it is used here, actually means. Image current today of the individual as an absolutely independent and sufficient being is difficult to reconcile with the facts adduced here. It obstrues understanding of the long-term processes which people undergo on both individual and social planes. Parsons uses on occasion, to illustrate his the personality, the old metaphor of the personality of the human actor black box, i.e., a closed container inside which certain individual processes take place. The metaphor is taken from the toolbox of psychology. It basically means that all that can be observed scientifically in a human being is behavior. We can observe what the black box does. But what goes on in the box, what is also termed the soul or mind, the ghost in the Machin as an English philosopher called it, is not an object of scientific investigations. In this context, one cannot avoid exploring in more detail an image of individual which plays a considerable role in the human sciences today, and also contributes to the neglect of long-term changes in human beings in the course of social development as a subject of research. The image of the individual as an entirely free, independent being, a close personality who is inwardly quite self-sufficient and separate from all other people, has behind it a long tradition in the development of European society. In classical philosophy this figure comes onto the scene as the epistemologic subject. In this role, as Homo philosophicus, the individual gains knowledge of the world outside him in a completely autonomous way. He does not need to learn, to take this knowledge from others. The fact that he came into the world as a child, the whole process of his development to adulthood and as an adult, is neglected as immaterial by this image of man. In the development of mankind it took many thousands of years for people to learn to understand the relations 7 L. Tween natural events, the course of the stars, rain and sun, thunder and lightning, as manifestations of a blind, impersonal, purely mechanical, angular sequence of causal connections. But the closed personality of Homo #Elias apparently perceives this mechanical and regular causal chain as a nult simply by opening his eyes, without needing to learn anything about it from others, and quite independently of the stage of knowledge reached by iety. The process the individual human being as a process in growing up, human beings together as a process in the development of mankind is reduced and thought to a state. The individual opens his eyes as an adult and not only recognizes autonomously here and now, without learning from others, what all his objects are that he perceives, he not only knows immediately what he is to classify as animate and inanimate, as mineral, vegetable or animal, but he also knows directly here and now that they are linked causally in accordance with natural laws. The question for philosophers is merely whether he gains this knowledge of causal connections here and now on the basis of his experience, whether, in other words, these connections are a property of the observable facts outside him, or the connections are something rooted in the nature of human reason and suprad from inside the human being to what flows into him from outside through the sense organs. If we start from this image of man, from the Homo philosophicus who was never a child and seemingly came into the world an adult, there is no way out of the epistemological impasse. Thought steers helplessly back and forth between the Scylla of positivism and the Charybdis of a priorism. It does so precisely because what is actually observable as a process, a development of the social macrocosm within which the development of the individual microcosm can also be observed, is reduced in thought to a state, an act of perception taking place here and now. We have here an example of how closely the inability to conceive long-term social processes, i.e., structured changes in the figurations formed by large numbers of interdependent human beings, or to understand the human beings forming such figurations, is connected to a certain type of human self-image and self-perception. People to whom it seems self-evident that their own self, or their ego, or whatever else it may be called, exists, as it were, inside them, isolated from all the other people and things outside, have difficulty assigning significance to all those facts which indicate that individuals live from the first in interdependence with others. They have difficulty conceiving people as relatively but not absolutely autonomous and interdependent individuals forming changeable figurations with one another. Since the former self-perception seems self-evident to those subscribing to it, they cannot easily take account of facts which show that this kind of perception is itself limited to particular societies, that it comes into being in conjunction with certain kinds of interdependencies, of social bonds between people, in short, that it is a structural peculiarity of a specific stage in the civilizing process, corresponding to a specific stage of the differentiation and individualization of 4. 7. 2. Human groups. If one grows up in the midst of such a group, one cannot imagine that there could be people who do not experience themselves as entirely self-sufficient individuals cut off from all other beings, and this kind of self-perception appears as obvious, a symptom of an eternal state, simply the normal, natural, and universal self-perception of all beings. The conception of the individual as homo clansis, a little world in who ultimately exists quite independently of the great world outside, did the image of human beings in general. Every other human being is lyko as a homo clausius, his core, his being, his true self appears likewise as som divided within him by an invisible wall from everything outside, including other human being. But the nature of this wall itself is hardly ever considered and never explained. Is the body the vessel which holds the true self locked with the skin the frontier between inside and outside? What in the individual is the container, and what the contained? The experience of and outside seems so self-evident that such questions are scarcely ever they seem to require no further examination. People are satisfied with the spat, metaphor of inside and outside, but make no serious attempt to locate inner in space, and although this omission to investigate one's own perceptions is hardly appropriate to scientific procedure, this preconceived imag homo clausus commands the stage not only in society at large but also in human sciences. Its derivatives include not only the traditional homo philosophy, the image of man of classical epistemology, but also homo economicus, phi psychologicus, homo historicus, and not least homo sociologicus in his present version. The images of the individual of Descartes, of Max Weber, and of Pal and many other sociologists are of the same provenance. As philosophers, before them, many sociological theorists today accept this self-perception, the image of the individual corresponding to it, as the untested basis of theories. They do not detach themselves from it in order to confront it and see its aptness to question. Consequently, this kind of self-perception and image the individual often coexist unchanged with attempts to avoid reducing processes to states. In Parsons, for example, the static image of the ego, the individual actor, the adult abstracted from the process of growing up, coexist unmediated with the psychoanalytical ideas that he has taken over in high theory ideas which relate not to the state of adulthood but to the process. Becoming adult, to the individual as an open process in indissoluble interdependence with other individuals. As a result, the ideas of social theorists constantly find themselves in blind alleys from which there seems no way to the individual or, more precisely, what the present concept of the individual refers to appears again and again as something existing outside society. While the concept of society refers to appears again and again as something existing outside and beyond individuals. One seems to have the choice only between 4. 7. 3. Heretical approaches which present the individual as the truly existent beyond aseity, the truly real, society being seen as an abstraction, something not truly isting, and other theoretical approaches which posit society as a system, a eel fac city generis, a reality of a peculiar type beyond individuals. At most one as is occasionally done in an apparent solution of the problem juxtapose erwo conceptions unconnectedly, that of the individual as homo clausius, as ego, individual beyond society, and that of society as a system outside and beyond individuals. But the incompatibility of these two conceptions is not thereby disposed of. In order to pass beyond this dead end of sociology and the social sciences in general, it is necessary to make clear the inadequacy of both conspons, that of the individual outside society and, equally, that of a society outside individuals. This is difficult as long as the sense of the encapsulation of the self within itself serves as the untested basis of the image of the individual, and as long as, in conjunction with this, the concepts individual and society are understood as if they related to unchanging states. The conceptual trap in which one is continually being caught by these static notions of individual and society can only be prized open if, as is done here, these notions are developed further, in conjunction with empirical investigations, in such a way that the two concepts are made to refer to processes. But this is initially blocked by the extraordinarily persuasive self-perception in European societies since roughly the Renaissance, of human beings in terms of their own isolation, the severance of their own inside from everything outside. In Descartes the perception of the isolation of the individual, who finds himself confronted as a thinking ego within his own head by the entire external world, is somewhat weakened by the idea of God. In contemporary sociology the same basic experience finds theoretical expression in the acting ego, which finds itself confronted with people outside as others. Apart from Leibnizian monadology, there is in this philosophico-sociological tradition scarcely a single approach to the problem that sets out from the basis of a multiplicity of interdependent human beings. Leibniz, who did just that, only managed to do so by bringing his version of homo clausius, the windowless monads, in relation to one another by a metaphysical construction. All the same, monadology represents an early advance in the direction of precisely the kind of model that is urgently in need of further development in sociology today. The decisive step Leibniz took was an act of self-distantiation, which enabled him to entertain the idea that one might experience oneself not as an ego confronting all other people and things, but as a being among others. It was characteristic of the prevalent kind of experience in that whole period that the geocentric world picture of the preceding age was superseded only in the area of inanimate nature by a world picture demanding from the subject of experience a higher degree of self-detachment, a removal of oneself from the center. In men's reflection on themselves the geocentric world picture was to a large extent preserved in the egocentric one that replaced it. At 4. 7. 4. The center of the human universe, or so it appeared, stood each single being as an individual completely independent of all others. Nothing is more characteristic of the unquestioning way in which even in thinking about human beings, the separate individual is taken as the star point than the fact that one does not speak of homines sociologici or econ, when talking of the image of man in the social sciences, but always of the T of the single human being, the homo sociologicus or econom/ic//j. From this conceptual starting point, society presents itself finally as a collection of individui completely independent of each other, whose true essence is locked within, and who therefore communicate only externally and from the surface. One call on the help of a metaphysical solution, as Leibniz did, if, starting phi windowless, closed, human and extra-human monads, one is to justify the end that interdependence and communication between them, or the perception human beings of interdependence and communication, are possible. Whether dealing with human beings in their role as subject confronting object, or in their role as individual confronting society, in both cases problem is presented as if an adult human being, completely isolated and sufficient, that is, in a form reflecting the prevalent self-perception of people the modern age, crystallized in an objectifying concept, constitutes the frame reference. What is discussed is his relation to something outside him, conceived, like the isolated human being, as a steady state, to nature or society. Does this something exist? Or is it only produced by, or at any, founded primarily on, an act of thinking? 9. Let us try to make clear what the problem actually is that is being discussed here. We are not concerned with calling into doubt the authenticity of the self-perception that finds expression in the human self-image as homo clausus and its many variations. The question is whether this self-perception, and the human self-image in which it is usually crystallized quite spontaneously and without reflection, can serve as a reliable starting point for an attempt to gain adequate understanding of human beings and therefore also of oneself, regardless of whether this attempt is philosophical or sociological. Is it justified? That is the question to place at the foundation of philosophical theories of perception and knowledge, and of sociological and other theories in the human sciences, as self-evident assumption incapable of further explanation, the sharp dividing line between what is inside the individual and the external world, a divisio which often appears directly given in self-awareness, and furthermore has pu down deep roots in European intellectual and linguistic traditions, without critical and systematic examination of its validity. This conception has had, for a certain period of human development, an 4, 7, 5. extraordinary persistence. It is found in the writings of all groups whose powers of reflection and whose self-awareness have reached the stage at which people are in a position not only to think but also to be conscious of themselves, and to reflect on themselves, as thinking beings. It is already found in Platonic philosophy and in a number of other schools of philosophy in antiquity. The idea of the self in a case, as already mentioned, is one of the recurrent leitmotifs of modern philosophy, from the thinking subject of Descartes, Leibniz's windowless monads, and the Kantian subject of knowledge, who from his a prioristic shell and never quite break through to the thing in itself, to the more recent extension of the same basic idea of the entirely self-sufficient individual, beyond the perspective of thought and perception as reified into understanding, Verstand, and reason, Vernunft, to the whole being of man, his existence in the various versions of existentialist philosophy, or to his action as the starting point of Max Weber's theory of society, for example, who entirely in keeping with the above-mentioned split made the not wholly successful attempt to distinguish between social action and non-social action, i.e., presumably purely individual action. But one would gain only a very inadequate idea of the nature of the self-perception and this human self-image if they were understood merely as ideas set forth in scholarly writings. The windowlessness of the monads, the problem surrounding homo clausus, which a man like Leibniz tries to make at least more bearable by a speculative solution showing the possibility of relationships between monads, is today accepted as self-evident not only by scholars. Expressions of the self-perception are found in a less reflected form in imaginative literature, for example, in Virginia Woolf's lament over the incommunicability of experience as the cause of human solitude. Its expression is found in the concept of alienation, used more and more frequently within and outside literature in the most diverse variations in recent decades. it would be not uninteresting to ascertain more systematically whether and how far gradations and variations of this type of self-perception extend to the various elite groups and the broader strata of more developed societies. But the examples cited suffice to indicate how persistent and how much taken for granted in the societies of modern Europe is the feeling of people that their own self, their true identity, is something locked away inside them, severed from all other people and things outside, although, as has been mentioned, no one finds it particularly simple to show clearly where and what the tangible walls or barriers are which enclose this inner self as a vessel encloses its contents, and separate it from what is outside. Are we here concerned, as it often appears, with an eternal, fundamental experience of all human beings accessible to no further explanation, or with a type of self-perception which is characteristic of a certain stage in the development of the figurations formed by people, and of the people forming these figurations? 476. In the context of this book, the discussion of this complex of problem twofold significance. On the one hand, the civilizing process cannot be stood so long as one clings to this type of self-perception and regards the of the human being as homo classis as self-evident, not open to discussion source of problems. On the other hand, the theory of civilization developed this study offers a key for solving these problems. The discussion of this whose self-image serves in the first place to improve understanding of the ensuing, of the civilizing process. It is possible, however, that one might gain a understanding of this discussion from the vantage point of the end of the T from a more comprehensive picture of the civilizing process. It will suffice to indicate briefly the connection between the problems arising from the koi of homo classis and the civilizing process. One can gain a clear idea of this connection relatively simply by first looking back at the change in people's self-perception that was influenced by abandonment of the geocentric world picture. Often this transition is presented simply as a revision and extension of knowledge about the movements of stars. But it is obvious that this changed conception of the figurations of the stars would not have been possible had not the prevailing image of man been seriously shaken on its own account, had not people become capable of perceiving themselves in a different light than before. Of primary importance for human beings everywhere is a mode of experience by which they place themselves at the center of the universe, not just as individuals but as groups. The geocentric world picture is the expression of this spontaneous and unreflecting human se-centeredness, which is still encountered unequivocally today in the ideas of PEOP outside the realm of nature, example in natiocentric sociological modes of those centered on the isolated individual. The geocentric experience is still accessible to everyone as a plane of perception even today. It simply does not constitute the dominant plane of perception is public thought. When we say, and indeed see, that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, we spontaneously experience ourselves and the earth on which we live as the center of the cosmos, as the frame of reference for the movements of the stars. It was not simply new discoveries, a cumulative increase in knowledge about the objects of human reflection, that were needed to make possible the transition from a geocentric to a heliocentric world picture. What was needed above all was an increased human capacity for self-detachment thinking. Scientific modes of thinking cannot be developed and become generally accepted unless people renounce their primary, unreflecting, and spontaneous attempt to understand all their experience in terms of its purpose and meaning for themselves. The development that led to more adequate knowledge and increasing control of nature was therefore, considered from one aspect, also development toward greater human self-control. It is not possible to go into more detail here about the connections between, on 2. 4. 7. The one hand, the development of the scientific manner of acquiring knowledge of objects, and on the other hand, the development of new attitudes of people towards themselves, new personality structures and especially shifts in the direction of greater affect control and self-detachment. Perhaps it will contribute an understanding of these problems if one recalls the spontaneous, unreflect, self-centeredness of thought that can be observed at any time among children in our own society. A heightened control of the affects, developed in society and earned by the individual, and above all a heightened degree of autonomous fact control, was needed in order for the world picture centered on the earth and he people living on it to be overcome by one which, like the heliocentric world picture, agreed better with the observable facts but was at first far less satisfying motion ally, for it removed human beings from their position at the center of the universe and placed them on one of many planets circling about the center. The transition from an understanding of nature legitimized by a traditional faith to any based on scientific research, and the shift in the direction of greater affect control that this transition involved, thus represents one aspect of the civilizing process examined from other aspects in this book. But at that particular stage in the development of these more object-related than self-related conceptual instruments for exploring extra-human nature, it was apparently not possible to include in the investigation, and to reflect upon, this civilizational shift itself, the move towards stronger and more internalized self-control that was taking place within people themselves. What was happening to human beings as they increased their understanding of nature remained at first inaccessible to scientific insight. It is not a little characteristic of this stage of self-consciousness that the classical theories of knowledge representing it are concerned far more with the problems of the object of knowledge than with the subject of knowledge, with object perception than with self-perception. But if the latter is not included from the start in posing epistemological problems, then this very posing leads to an impasse of equally inadequate alternatives. The development of the idea that the Earth circles round the Sun in a purely mechanical way in accordance with natural laws, that is, in a way not in the least determined by any purpose relating to mankind, and therefore no longer possessing any great emotional significance for people, presupposed and demanded at the same time a development in human beings themselves towards increased emotional control, a greater restraint of their spontaneous feeling that everything they experience and everything that concerns them takes its stamp from them, is the expression of an intention, a destiny, a purpose relating to themselves. Now, in the age that we call modern, people have reached a stage of self-detachment that enables them to conceive of natural processes as an autonomous sphere operating in a purely mechanical or causal way without intention or purpose or destiny, and having a meaning or purpose for themselves only if they are in a position, through objective knowledge, to control it and 4. 7. 8. Thereby to give it a meaning and a purpose. But at this stage they are able to detach themselves sufficiently from themselves to make their own detachment, their own affect restraint, in short, the conditions of their own as the subject of the scientific understanding of nature, the object of K and scientific inquiry. Asterisk. Herein lies one of the keys to the question of why the problem of knowledge took on the form of classical European epistemology. The detach of the thinking subject from his objects in the act of cognitive thought, a effective restraint that it demanded, did not appear to those thinking abo the stage as an act of distancing but as a distance actually present, as an condition of spatial separation between a mental apparatus apparently inside the individual, an understanding or reason, and the object side and divided from it by an invisible wall. If we saw earlier how ideals can turn unawares in thought into sorn. Asterisk. Actually existing, how ought becomes is, we are here confronted. Reification of a different kind. The act of conceptual distancing from the object of thought that any more emotionally controlled reflection involves scientific observations and thought demand in particular, and which at this time makes them possible, appears to self-perception at this stage as a dist, actually existing between the thinking subject and the objects of his thou, and the greater restraint of affect-charged impulses in the face of the object thought and observation, which accompanies every step toward increased co. Conceptual distancing, appears here in people's self-perception as an actually excess cage which separates and excludes the self or reason or existence, departmenting on the point of view, from the world outside the individual. The fact that, and in part the reason why, from the late Middle Ages and early Renaissance on, there was a particularly strong shift in individuals' control above all, in self-control acting independently of external agents as self-activating automatism, revealingly said today to be internalized, presented in more detail from other perspectives in the present study. Transformation of interpersonal external compulsion into individual internal compulsion, which now increasingly takes place, leads to a situation in which many effective impulses cannot be lived out as spontaneously as before. Autonomous individual self-controls produced in this way in social life, such rational thought or the moral conscience, now interpose themselves sternly than ever before between spontaneous and emotional impulses, on the one hand, and the skeletal muscles, on the other, preventing the former with great severity from directly determining the latter, i.e., action, without the permissio of these control mechanisms. That is the core of the structural change and the structural peculiarities of individual, which are reflected in self-perception, from about the Renaissance onward, in the notion of the individual ego in its locked case, the self. 479. By an invisible wall from what happens outside. It is these civilizational of controls, functioning in part automatically, that are now experienced in individual self-perception as a wall, either between subject and object or in one's own self and other people, society. He shift in the direction of greater individualization that took place during the Renaissance is well enough known. The present study gives a somewhat more tailored picture of this development in terms of personality structure. At the meantime, it points to connections that have not yet been properly clarified. The scission from the experience of nature as landscape standing opposed to the other, from the experience of nature as a perceptual object separated from its object as if by an invisible wall, the transition from the intensified self-perception of the individual as an entirely self-sufficient entity independent and at off from other people and things. These and many other trends bear the structural characteristics of the same civilizational shift. They all show marks of transition to a further stage of self-consciousness at which the inbuilt self's control of the affects grows stronger and reflective detachment greater, while the spontaneity of effective action diminishes, and at which people feel these peculiarities in themselves but do not yet detach themselves sufficiently from them in thinking to make themselves the object of investigation. We thus come somewhat closer to the center of the structure of the individual personality underlying the self-experience of Homo civilising. If we ask once again what really gives rise to this concept of the individual as contained inside himself, severed from everything existing outside him, and what the container and the contained really stand for in human terms, we can now see the direction in which the answer must be sought. The firmer, more comprehensive and uniform restraint of the affects characteristic of this spurt in the civilizing process, together with the increased internal compulsions that, more implacably than before, prevent all spontaneous impulses from manifesting themselves directly and motorically in action, without the intervention of control mechanisms. These are what is experienced as the container, the invisible wall dividing the inner world of the individual from the external world, or, in different versions, the subject of cognition from its object, the ego from the other, the individual from society. What is contained are the restrained instinctual and affective impulses denied direct access to the motor apparatus. They appear in self-perception as what is hidden from all others, and often as the true self, the core of individuality. The term the inner man is a convenient metaphor, but it is a misleading one. There is good reason for saying that the human brain is situated within the skull and the heart within the rib cage. In these cases we can say clearly what is the container and what is contained, what is located within walls and what outside, and of what the dividing walls consist. But if the same figures of speech are applied to personality structures they become inappropriate. The relation of 480. Spatial relationship. The former do not have the form of a vessel contain ladder within them. There are schools of thought that consider mechanisms, conscience, or reason, as more important, and there are other attach greater importance to instinctual or emotional impulses. But if we dispose to argue about values, if we restrict our efforts to the investig what is, we find that there is no structural feature of human beings are calling one thing the human core and another the shell. Strictly the whole complex of tensions, such as feeling and thought, or spontaneous behavior and controlled behavior, consists of human activities. If instead usual substance concepts like feeling and reason we use activity concept is easier to understand that while the image of outside and inside, of a receptacle containing something inside it, is applicable to the pH aspects of a human being mentioned above, it cannot apply to the structured personality, to the living human being as a whole. On this level there is nothing that resembles a container, nothing that could justify metaphors like that OFFI inside of a human being. The intuition of a wall, of something in a human being separated from the outside world, however genuine it may be an intuition, corresponds to nothing in a human being having the character real wall. One recalls that Goethe once expressed the idea that nature has neither core nor shell and that in her there is neither inside nor outside. This is true human beings as well. On the one hand, therefore, the theory of civilization which the study attempted to develop helps us to see the misleading image of humankind, what we call the modern age, as less self-evident, and to detach ourselves from so that work can begin on an image of human beings orientated less by one's own feelings and the value judgments attached to them than by people as the act objects of thought and observation. On the other hand, a critique of the mode image of man is needed for an understanding of the civilizing process. For in the course of this process the structure of individual human beings changes, they become more civilized. And as long as we see the individual human being by nature a closed container with an outer shell and a core concealed within we cannot comprehend the possibility of a civilizing process embracing man generations, in the course of which the personality structure of the individual human being changes without the nature of human beings changing. This must suffice here as an introduction to the reorientation of individual self-consciousness and to the resulting development of the human self-image, without which any ability to conceive a civilizing process or a long-term process involving social and personality structures is largely blocked. As long as the concept of the individual is linked with the self-perception of the ego in a closed case, we can hardly conceive society as anything other than a collection of windowless monads. Concepts like social structure, social process, or 481. Social development then appear at best as artificial products of sociologists, as deal-typical constructions needed by scientists to introduce some order, at st in thought, into what appears in reality to be a completely disordered and uctureless accumulation of absolutely independent individual agents. As can be seen, the actual state of affairs is the exact converse. The notion of individuals deciding, acting, and existing in absolute independence of one another is an artificial product which is characteristic of a particular stage in the development of human self-perception. It rests partly on a confusion of ideals and facts, and partly on a reification of individual self-control mechanisms of the everance of individual affective impulses from the motor apparatus, from the direct control of bodily movements and actions. This self-perception in terms of one's own isolation, of the invisible wall dividing one's own inner self from all the people and things outside, takes on, or a large number of people in the course of the modern age, the same immediate to CE of conviction that the movement of the sun around an earth situated at the center of the cosmos possessed in the Middle Ages. Like the geocentric picture of the physical universe earlier, the egocentric image of the social universe is certainly capable of being superseded by a more realistic, if emotionally less appealing picture. The emotion may or may not remain. It is an open question how far the feeling of isolation and alienation is attributable to ineptitude and ignorance in the development of individual self-controls, and how far to structural characteristics of advanced societies. Just as the public predominance of emotionally less appealing images of a physical universe not centered on the earth did not entirely efface the more private self-centered experience of the sun as circling around the earth, the ascendancy of a more objective image of human beings in public thinking may not necessarily efface the more private ego-centered experience of an invisible wall dividing one's own inner world from the world outside. But it is certainly not impossible to dislodge this experience, and the image of man corresponding to it, from its self-evident acceptance in research in the human sciences. Here and in this book one can see at least the beginnings of an image of human beings that agrees better with unhindered observation, and therefore facilitates access to problems which, like those of the civilizing process or the process of state formation, remain more or less inaccessible from the standpoint of the old human self-image, or which, like the problem of the relation of individuals to society, continually give rise from that standpoint to unnecessarily complicated and never entirely convincing solutions. The image of the human being as a closed personality is here replaced by the image of the human being as an open personality who possesses a greater or lesser degree of relative, but never absolute and total, autonomy vis-a-vis other people, and who is, in fact, fundamentally orientated towards and dependent on other people throughout his or her life. The network of interdependencies among 4. 8. 2. Human beings is what binds them together. Such interdependencies are of what is here called the figuration, a structure of mutually dependent people. Since people are more or less dependent on each other nature and then through social learning, through education, socializes socially generated reciprocal needs, they exist, once night venture tos pluralities, only in figurations. That is why, as was stated earlier, particularly fruitful to conceive of human beings in the image of the man. It is more appropriate to envisage an image of numerous interred people forming figurations, i.e., groups or societies of different kinds, other. Seen from this basic standpoint, the rift in the traditional who image disappears. The concept of the figuration has been introduced because it expresses what we call society more clearly and unambiguous. The existing conceptual tools of sociology, as neither an abstraction of individuals existing without a society, nor a system or totality individuals, but the network of interdependencies formed by individuals. Certainly quite possible to speak of a social system formed of individuals. 3. Undertones associated with the concept of the social system in contempt sociology make such an expression seem forced. Furthermore, the concept system is prejudiced by the associated notion of immutability. What is meant by the concept of the figuration can be conveniently explained by reference to social dances. They are, in fact, the simplest example that be chosen. One should think of a mazurka, a minuet, a polonaise, a tang rock and roll. The image of the mobile figurations of interdependent people dance floor perhaps makes it easier to imagine states, cities, families and capitalist, communist and feudal systems as figurations. By using the conc, can eliminate the antithesis, resting finally on different values and imminent today in the use of the words individual and society. On certainly speak of dance in general, but no one will imagine a dance structure outside the individual or as a mere abstraction. The same figurations can certainly be danced by different people, but without a plurality of reciprocally orientated and dependent individuals, there is no dance. Like every other social figuration, a dance figuration is relatively independent of specific individuals forming it here and now, but not of individuals as such. Would be absurd to say that dances are mental constructions abstracted from observations of individuals considered separately. The same applies to all other figurations. Just as the small dance figurations change, becoming now quicker, so too, gradually, or more suddenly, do the large figurations we call societies. This book is concerned with such changes. Thus, the starting point of the study of the process of state formation is a figuration made up numerous relatively small social units existing in free competition with another. The investigation shows how and why this figuration changes. It demonstrates at the same time that there are explanations which do not have the 483 character of causal explanations. For a change in a figuration is explained partly the endogenous dynamics of the figuration itself, the imminent tendency of duration of freely competing units to form monopolies. The investigation boundary 4 shows how in the course of centuries the original figuration changes to another, in which such great opportunities of monopoly power are linked to a single social position kingship that no occupant of any other social position within the network of interdependencies can compete with the monarch. The same time, it indicates how the personality structures of human beings change in conjunction with such figurational changes. Many questions that deserve consideration in a postscript have had to be left ide here, Otherwise, the postscript would have become a separate volume. Omitted as they are, however, these reflections show perhaps that an understanding of the present study requires a fairly extensive reorientation in the forms of sociological thinking and imagination predominant today. To detach Niesel from the idea of oneself and of every individual human being as homo losses is certainly not easy. But without detachment from this notion, one not possibly understand what is meant when a civilizing process is referred to as a transformation of individual structures. Similarly, it is not easy so to develop one's own imaginative capacity that one is able to think in figurations, and, moreover, in figurations whose normal characteristics include a tendency to a change, sometimes even in a specific direction. In this postscript I have endeavored to discuss some fundamental problems which, had they not been discussed, would have stood in the way of an understanding of this book. The ideas expressed are not all simple, but I have attempted to present them as simply as I could. I hope they may facilitate and deepen the understanding, and perhaps also the pleasure, afforded by this book. Leicester, N.E. July 1968.